The beautiful ancient Spanish city of Zaragoza in the province of Aragon plays host to many incredible activities, from its folklore to its cuisine and the famous Fiestas del Pilar. But this weekend, it's racing, and of course the world of OK and OK Junior karting on the Circuito Internacional Zuera. It's the third time that Champions of the Future has raced here in as many years, and it's going to be just as exciting as ever. At 1.7 kilometers, the Circuito Internacional Zuera is one of the fastest and longest circuits in Europe, with 10 right-handers, 5 left-handers, and some of the longest and fastest straights in the sport. And of course here, engine power and slipstreaming are crucial to getting good lap times and great race pace. The top speeds here can reach 140 kilometers an hour, and it's obviously going to provide a lot of G-forces and therefore physicality and demand on the body. The first sector is particularly high speed, with the slowest corner on the track at turn 4, resulting in fast straights but also one of the heaviest of braking points that the drivers will ever face in a karting season. The second sector gives the sport one of its toughest corners, with a fast-flowing but very tightening left-hander that puts a lot of demand on the body and the kart chassis. So obviously, drivers are having to balance their setup and their tyre pressures as they go through. In the third sector, the corners open up and are a little bit more dynamic. You've got a lot of overtaking opportunities with a lot of high tyre degradation, which means a lot of hard work from the drivers through the course of the weekend as they balance the speed with the grip. With this being the second round of the Euro Series, it's obviously still very much open season as far as the title fight is concerned. There are 3 drivers covered by just 2 points in the junior category, and it's incredibly even and open in the OK senior category, with many drivers contesting the victory. And obviously, with the weather conditions being beautiful and perfect, it's all going to come down to tyre strategy, gamesmanship, and great racecraft. Who has the best engine and who has the best slipstream skills will be the ones rewarded on the top step of the podium. You can catch all of the action as it happens on the RGMMC YouTube channel, on the Champions of the Future Karting Facebook page, and on motorsport.tv. Cancel your plans for the weekend and get a good seat, but I promise you'll only need the edge of it. It's Champions of the Future, it's the Circuito Internacional de Zuera in Spain, and it is the second round of the Euro Series. We are very excited to be here, and it's going to be a fantastic day of racing. 21 qualifying heats ahead of us that will lead us into tomorrow morning's super heats on this gorgeous 1.699 kilometer circuit. 70 degrees Celsius air temperature to kickstart the day, relatively high humidity, but there is a strong wind which is going to make things very interesting. They call it Sunburn City if it gets high winds, and it's definitely going to be very exciting as the battles progress out on the circuit. We're going to see some great high-speed racing, good top engine speed, about 140 kilometers an hour top speeds around this place. It really is going to be spectacular, and that's frightening when you consider that the drivers are going to be a couple of millimeters off the ground, and they are traveling faster than you're legally allowed to drive on the public roads. Jake Sanson here on the start-finish line at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. Definitely going to be an exciting race day of action and battle. We already started yesterday with some heats to kickstart the ball rolling, and it was one-way traffic for the pole sitter in time qualifying. We'll hear from him a little later on in the day as we continue to build up the tension. But there were some heats yesterday after qualifying practice. 2 victories out of 2 for the Jamaican pole sitter Alex Powell from the Kart Republic Motorsport team. In the first heat, he managed to beat Kia Nakamura Berta and Oscar Pedersen to the flag ahead of Evan Gilter and Matthias Ferreira. In the next race after that, it was Christian Bratuca of the Birolart Racing team who got his first win at senior level from Thomas Stolchemanis and David Walter ahead of Lucas Samalisto and Nasho Tunion. Then in the third race of the day, it was one-way traffic for the Tony Kart team. Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio first and second ahead of Nicolo Kuman, and then Ian Eichmans ahead of Tuka Tarpanen. The last race of the day saw Alex Powell make it a second victory ahead of Christian Bratuca from Evan Gilter, Dion Gauder of Singapore, and the Chinese driver who will top his groups, Chu Yanpu, the Kart Republic driver, who is one of the 2 junior factory drivers of the Mercedes-AMG program. The other, of course, being Alex Powell, who will start all of his heats from the front of the grid. But now it's time for the first race of the day. It's qualifying heat D versus F, and that's going to put the Danish driver David Walter in pole position for the Koski Motorsport team. Alongside him on the grid will be Joe Turney. And on the second row of the grid, it'll be Freddie Slater for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, alongside the reigning world champion Tuka Tarpanen, with Max Orlov and Max Popov on the third row. Definitely going to be an exciting day of action today, and we get ourselves underway nice and quickly with qualifying heat D versus F. There are qualifying sessions, of course, but they take place on the Friday afternoon, and it's straight into racing. 30 races in total before we get to the super heats. This is race 10 of the weekend and the first of the Saturday. David Walter and Joe Turney, Freddie Slater and Tuukka Tarponen from Max Orlov and Max Popov, Harley Keeble and Karol Pazovic from Oscar Wurz and Francesco Marengi, Zachary David and Enzo Deligny from Gustav Wisniewski and James Egozzi, Nathan Schaap and Kirill Smal from Andrea Vibriantit and Artur Rojon, Rohan Medesh, Rintaro Sato, and at the back of the grid, making her Champions of the Future debut at the age of 46, Sofia Kotala for the Ward Racing team. What a story that is. So the competitors making their way around the course, and it is going to be a fantastic battle from the drivers at the front end of the field. David Walter and Joe Turney from the front row. Joe Turney being one of those drivers on the sharp end of the dais that really can make a difference from the outside row. Traditionally, that first corner tends to see the competitors on the outside row of the grid, on the even side, in positions 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. They get squeezed through that flat-out first corner traditionally, but there are a few drivers who can make their selves known on the inside line through turn 1. So as they go round for the formation lap, they will now go around again for a second. That's just to bed the tyres and brakes in. Race director Martin Bean will make sure that we get off to a good rolling start when the two lines of the tram lines are in position. Then we will go charging around the course once again. David Walter hoping to get to the first corner first. Joe Turney doing an excellent job in yesterday's heat to bang in a victory. He's having a stellar 2022 karting season so far, Joe Turney. Never really outside the top 5 in terms of pure pace, and certainly has been on the podium multiple occasions so far this year. So he's just continuing on with great gusto and determination. The top 3 drivers in terms of the points at the moment, Thomas Stolchemanis, Joe Turney and Luigi Caluccio, all going to be battling away, but there's several other drivers this weekend who could step it up and take the lead of the points series, including the man who will be on pole position for all of his heats after time qualifying faster than anybody else, and that is the Jamaican Alex Powell. More on him later, but for the moment, it is going to be Walter and Turney on the front row of the grid. Hello to all those of you who are watching, wherever you are watching from and however you are watching, whether you're on via motorsport.tv, whether you're on the RGMMC YouTube channel or on the Champions of the Future Facebook page. You can send us a message or a comment there, by the way, if you're on Facebook, and cheer on your heroes over the course of the weekend. I'll try and pick up the messages as we go through the day as well, so that we can have a fully interactive and fully community-based race series, the Champions of the Future Euro Series, full of fun, excitement, and great racing. Out of the final turn, are we going to see Walter to the first corner first or Turney? Well, let's find out. First corner, and Walter does manage to get through, as does Slater. Turney gets squeezed as we got a spin from Tarponen. The world champion has spun. Oh my goodness, Tuukka Tarponen, the first corner of the day, and it's the reigning world champion of karting. Tuukka Tarponen that spins off at turn 1. I think he was assisted there, to be honest. There were a couple of drivers going wide there at turn 5 as well. So there's a couple of drivers going sideways. A crazy start to this one. And we've got a couple of drivers in trouble. That's one of the DBK karts in the Alonso colours. That is Francesco Marengi in trouble. And I think we've had an issue for Sofia Kotala at the back of the field as well. She is still motoring, but all sorts of carnage in the middle of the field. As a result, David Walter is well clear as he's come through ahead of Freddie Slater, and I think that might be Max Orlov that's come through into third position. Yes, it is, and then that is the Birolot of Harley Keeble in P4. So all of the drivers from the inside line managing to get the perfect start. David Walter is on his own. Francesco Marengi, by the way, has got going again. Tuukka Tarponen has not. He tried to recover, but he is walking away. So big disaster for the reigning world champion, and that almost certainly keeps him out of contention for the win. For the moment, he's going to struggle even to qualify for the final if things keep going like that for Tuukka Tarponen, as the battle continues up front. Slater in second, and up to third now comes the British driver Harley Keeble. So we've got Slater and Keeble in second and third. These two have had plenty of great scraps last season. Sarno 2021 notwithstanding, but here they are in the Champions of the Future in the Euro Series, battling away at Zuera for second and third place. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart on the Lando Norris chassis, Freddie Slater, and then the Birolot of Harley Keeble in third position, raining down on his parade. But David Walter has already got about 1.2 seconds clear of our race leader, of our second place driver, I should say, sorry, Freddie Slater. Then it is Keeble in front of Max Orlov. Oscar Wirtz has had a very fortuitous start. There he is in 5th place, but here comes Joe Turney. This is what he did yesterday. Joe Turney going to fight his way through. Up into the position he goes. Max Popov now finds himself in 7th place in the Ward Racing Machine. And then in 8th, it is Gustav Wisniewski, Karol Pazovic, and Arthur Rojon. So the top 10 all pretty safe and sound at the moment. Everybody else just trying to get through in fine style, but Tuka Tarpanen is our only retirement thus far. Francesco Marenghi has kept going, albeit at the back of the field, and now Keeble in 2nd place. Keeble has got past Freddie Slater. So the two British drivers battle for position, and this is the highest that Harley Keeble has run in Senior OK. 2nd position is also as high as Freddie Slater has run in the category as well, of course, so they're two young guns who are up from junior last year to senior this year and battling away. David Walter likewise, so his trend just continues to grow as juniors run at the front end of OK Senior. The likeness of them and the youth of them as well obviously really helps in these sort of situations. It's a fascinating battle, and the contenders are already giving us a lot of drama and excitement as they battle for position. Walter, Keeble, Slater, Orlov, and then it is Turney from Wirtz, Popov, Pazovic, Rojon, and Gustav Wisniewski as Enzo De Ligny has worked his way up to 11th place in front of James Zagotzi. And then in 13th it is Zachary David from Nathan Sharp, Kirill Smal, Rohan Madesh, Rintaro Sato, and Andrea Vibriantit, with only Sofia Catala and Francesca Marenghi struggling at the back of the field. So Enzo De Ligny gets in the fastest lap of the race, the Paralin driver, trying to work his way further forward. This is his first season in the senior category as well, of course. Max Orlov, who is having a very similar kind of season. All 4 of the drivers in front of Joe Turney are new boys to the OK Senior category, so Joe Turney is the one in the top 5 with the experience. He's even got Oscar Wirtz right behind him, of course, who is the younger brother of Charlie, who is here this weekend watching his brother in progress. So Walter still stretching out this lead over Harley Keeble. The gap has opened up to 1.7 seconds now. Slater and Orlov, then Turney, Wirtz, and there's a great train building between Rojon, Pazovic, and De Ligny. Now having a great scrap for 8th position. Absolutely nose to tail, those 3. And we're going to try and see if Joe Turney's going to make his bid on the inside of Orlov, and he gets there into 4th position. Good run from Joe Turney. So that's P4 for the Tony Kart Factory driver. Never out of the top 5 for long. Manages to fight his way back into position. Now he's going to charge after his 2 countrymen, Harley Keeble and Freddie Slater. What are these young whippersnappers doing in front of me? Will think Joe Turney. I'm going to go after them now. 4th position, and he chases after them. An excellent run so far as they come up the turn and charging forward to the hairpin. But Walter, Keeble, Slater, Turney, Orlov, and Popov, with Oscar Wirtz in 7th place in front of Enzo De Ligny, who has come up to 8th position now, then Rojon and Pazovic. Then Zagotzi in 11th position, Gustav Wisniewski in 12th, Nathan Sharp, Kirill Smal, Zach David, Rintaro Sato, and Rohan Madesh, the new driver for the, it's one of the new faces at the Birilat team, I believe, Rohan Madesh. No, sorry, he's part of the Forza Racing team, I do apologise. So Keeble, Slater, and Turney. 3 drivers, all still battling for position. Slater quite close to Keeble, still hunting for an opportunity. I think they've both kind of accepted the fact that David Walter has pulled way too far ahead of them to challenge again for a race victory. So David Walter just needs to keep it together in the Koski Motorsport kart up in front on the Tony Kart chassis. But certainly for Birilat in 2nd and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team in 3rd, their 2 British charges are going to come under some massive pressure now from Joe Turney. Turney with bags of experience at this level. A lot of people already predicting that 2022 could well be Joe Turney's year to command. He's certainly going about it the right way for the Tony Kart Factory team. This is his 4th season with the Tony Kart Factory team. He is definitely making hay while the sun shines here at Zuera. Having an excellent run of it. Joe Turney trying to make his bid on the inside of Keeble. Oh, can't quite make it stick there. Continues his battle. Oh, a big slide from Slater, and that's enough for Turney to get through on the inside line there. The tag slapper from Freddie Slater, giving Joe Turney the absolute invitation he needed to come through and make up a position. So Joe Turney now gets into 3rd place. And that is exactly what he was hoping for, to get back into the top 3 at least. He's going to get into 2nd place the way things are currently going. Still making good time on Harley Keeble. And we have a retirement from the race along with Francesco Marenghi. Just in front of me, Kirill Smal has parked the Ricardo kart chassis as well. That is unfortunate for him. So the Ricardo kart is out of the race. The sole Ricardo kart chassis in Champions of the Future this weekend for Kirill Smal, who is returning to the world of karting again. Here's Joe Turney getting a good run on Harley Keeble. Side by side into turn one, no problem at all. And so Joe Turney is in second place with 2.5 seconds to make up on David Walter with 4 laps remaining. But I don't really see Joe Turney managing that. Even his lightning speed is not quite going to be enough to eclipse David Walter with a gap of 2.5 seconds and 4 laps remaining. But what this means for Joe Turney in reality is that he's only going to take 2 points away from this race. He could have had a lot more, because obviously the points you take from qualifying heats are the amount of points you carry are the points you finish in, other than first place. It's a 0 score for a win, then 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And then it's like the world of golf. Whoever has the fewest points at the end of the weekend is the one that will start at the front end of the grid for the superheat initially, and then if they are still with the fewest points after the superheats, then they will start the final from pole position. So the competitors giving us plenty of excitement and drama out there, but this second place finish for Joe Turney will knock him off the top spot, and it will mean that only one driver all weekend has not been beaten over the course of the Champions of the Future second round of the Euro Series. Obviously the first race doesn't really count. It's after 2 races that you get that impression. As up the inside, that is Max Popov battling away there. Sorry, that's Enzo Deligny, I do apologise. So that's Deligny getting past Popov. And Deligny gets up into 5th position, having just set the fastest lap of the race, a 60.894 second lap. So he's really starting to make an impact now, Enzo Deligny. This is his first time to the Zuera circuit, so he's learning it as he goes. But this is, of course, the 3rd year in succession that Champions of the Future has visited this fantastic Spanish speed freak of a circuit. It is absolutely amazing. Great to be here for the 3rd year running in Champions of the Future. Off the final turn, and charging down the straight, Harley Keeble going closer to Joe Turney again on slipstream. The gap has dropped to 2.7. That's still not really enough of an impact made by Joe Turney to go for the win, so second will have to do. And he's got to see how all the other heats play out. If he stays relatively at the front for the majority, then he can still make good time. The problem Joe Turney has essentially is that he's in the F group, which means he's going to be in 2nd position on the grid for the entirety of the weekend, which is the wrong side of the front row to be. So he's really got to try and be very delicate with how he gets himself through turn 1. Otherwise, you, as we saw at the beginning of this race, you lose so much time that you're then having to combat that all the way through the rest of the race day by trying to make up as much of ground as humanly possible. Here comes Enzo Deligny, closing up on Freddie Slater. So Deligny wants to make his move through in the Paralin. Can he get a move on the inside? He's going to make it happen. There he goes. Enzo Deligny moves up into 4th position. The Frenchman gets on terms with Freddie Slater and gets through, but Slater isn't done yet as we go into the last lap. Walter is your leader, Turney 2nd, then Keeble, Deligny and Freddie Slater ahead of Max Popov and Max Orlov. James Zagotzi is 8th place, then it is Otto Rojon and Karel Pazovic. So still some good battles all the way through this field. It's not done yet, and Deligny's going to make a big lunge to go for 3rd place on Harley Keeble. He drifts out wide. Keeble's going to get alongside him. Freddie Slater's going to hunt for an opportunity here. Deligny through, Slater through. So Deligny into 3rd, Slater through into 4th place, and Slater's now in the box seat to go for a 3rd position run, but Keeble isn't going to give up either. Slater defends, moves to cover, and I think Deligny's already gone. Slater has to accept the fact that 4th position is the best he's going to get from this one. He tries to back Harley Keeble into the path of Popov. Keeble's trying to get through. Popov is going to try and switcheroo round the outside and then tuck back in for a switch on the inside of Harley Keeble for the next corner. But Keeble is now having to move to cover. It's a great start to the day, though, for Koski Motorsport. David Walter takes the flag. Joe Turney in 2nd place from Enzo Deligny, Freddie Slater, Harley Keeble and Max Popov. A very solid start to the weekend then for David Walter. A win and a 3rd place after yesterday's encounter. So David Walter very much a contender now. Essentially the way to get to pole position for the final, or even super pole for the super heats, is to try and stay as consistent as possible across the 5 races each driver gets to do leading up to it. But if you're racing in the final, there are 7 races over the course of a weekend, more than any car race meeting a driver will ever be expected to do. So it's definitely very tight indeed, and very tough physically, very tough mentally, but it really does prepare you for anything that motorsport can throw at you. Poor Tuukka Tarppanen, though, the reigning world champion, walks away from the Marshall post, having had to sit out on the sidelines. What a disaster for the Flying Finn. A big problem for the Tony Kart factory ace and, of course, the 2021 world champion. So, after the first qualifying heat of the day in Groups D versus F, it is David Walter in front of Joe Turney and Enzo Deligny, Freddie Slater and Harley Keeble, then Max Popov and Max Orlov, James Zagotzi ahead of Arthur Rojon, Karol Pazovic and Oscar Wirtz, Rintaro Sato and Gustav Wisniewski from Nathan Sharp and Zachary David. Rohan Madesh finishes ahead of Sofia Kotala with the retirements. Andrea Vibriantit was the first of those, and then Kirill Smal, Francesco Marenghi, and very dramatically indeed, Tuukka Tarppanen, all of whom were unable to make it to the checkered flag. So a very tricky first race of the day. Heartbreak for Tuukka Tarppanen, who has made it back to the pits. He's making it back to the pits because he's obviously collecting his Tony Kart from the first corner. But that's big drama to start the day for Tuukka Tarppanen. And he really didn't deserve to be on the sidelines there. Just unfortunate when you've got so many karts flying through turn 1, flat on the throttle. If there's even the slightest touch when you're already full chat through the right-hander, then the back end can come around. And that's exactly what put Tuukka Tarppanen out of the action in the first race of the day. So this weekend, it's a little bit different to 3 weeks ago at Portimao in the first round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. On that occasion, we had 3 junior heats followed by 3 senior heats. They were all basically back-to-back in groups with each other. Things are slightly different here at Zuera, as it is going to be a swapping of class each time. We'll have an OK heat followed by an OK junior heat, so you'll have to keep on your toes to follow your heroes out there, because we are going to switch classes each race, staggering them between each other. So that's obviously going to keep things very exciting and entertaining through the day. So the man who gets to be on pole position this time, it's the first time he takes a Champions of the Future pole as well. The OK Junior talent from the Energy Course team from France. It is Jules Caranta. We caught up with him after TQ yesterday.
No, I think we did some hard work with the team, and in the laps I have many overtakes, so it could be better, but the pole is always the best thing. Can arrive the weekend, because qualifying is the best thing, most important session of the weekend. So I'm happy, and I think in the future of the weekend it will be better and better, and also in the future race.
Jules Caranta, just reiterating there how important the qualifying sessions on Friday are. You have to get yourself into a decent position. All drivers want exactly the same thing, to have enough pure pace to run out on their own in qualifying, rather than have to worry about getting a tow from another driver, because it's just so much more high risk. But Jules Caranta, very happy after time qualifying, because he was able to carry the pace all the way through his qualifying laps and come up with a very decent result to start off with. Second quickest driver over the course of the weekend, which means that he will start his group from the front end of the field after some very impressive performances yesterday. And for a driver who's really starting to make a big impact as well, it's not taken him long to come up to the sharp end, nor has it taken the man alongside him on the starting grid, the young man from the Czech Republic, Jindra Pezel of the Birolart Racing team. This is still only his first season in OK Junior, and there he is on the front row of the starting grid in Champions of the Future. What an amazing effort this has been from the young Czech. And he's definitely making some massive waves out there on the circuit. Third on the grid, the young man from South Africa for the CRG Racing team. That is Nicolas Roos. And he will be there, third position on the grid. Another great turn from him, actually. Some amazing progress made by him over the last few weeks. Anatoly Kivalkin of the Paralin Motorsport team will line up in fourth position on the grid, the number 24. Dmitry Matveev, who went so brilliantly last week in Portimao, he is there continuing on his great progress as he runs on the third row of the starting grid for this one. Alongside him on the grid, the young man from Mozambique, Ghazi Motlakar. What a weekend he is having so far. Great pace in qualifying. Managed to come up with a very deserving top 6 on the grid for his groups. So very exciting to see him there. Taim Saleh, the German driver, running up in 7th on the grid for this one on the inside of the 4th row. Then the Luxembourger Guillaume Bouzard lines up alongside him. And on the 5th row of the grid, it is the Spanish talent, Aaron Garcia, hoping to take a victory on home soil. He actually battled here a few weeks ago when the Miami Euro Series came here, and he is obviously doing a fantastic job again wherever he races. But on Spanish soil in particular, Aaron Garcia would love a very strong result. And for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, he'll want to put them up the sharp end. And the Japanese star, Shimo Zhang, for the KR Motorsport team, he'll be there in 10th position on the starting grid as the drivers get us underway. So for Champions of the Future, for the first race of the day in the junior category, and this of course being qualifying heat for groups B versus E, we'll see the Frenchman Jules Caranta for the Energy Course team lining up alongside the Czech for Birolot, Jindra Pezel. It'll be a fascinating battle from the get-go. The drivers will obviously put on a bit of a show, and we're going to see just who can match the likes of Nathan Tai, Miguel Costa and Anatoly Kivalkin, who took the race wins yesterday. Kivalkin's having trouble getting away. Kivalkin's having trouble getting out of the pits. Big drama for some of the names out there. Can they get him going? Yes, they can. Thank goodness for that. Well, Jules Caranta and Jindra Pezel on the front row of the grid. Then Nicolas Rus and Anatoly Kivalkin. Dimitri Matviv and Gazi Motlakar. Then Taim Saleh and Guillaume Bouzard. Aaron Garcia and Shimo Zhang from Emanuele Olivieri and Alpac Soy. Tobias Clausen and Zach Drummond. Liverway Sampudo and Louis Leveau. Annie Consani, Enea Frey, Jimmy Helias, Kirill Kutskov, Griffin Peebles, Jensen Burnett, Aryaman Bansal, and after a mechanical problem in qualifying, Kirill Ditiev, who leads the points coming into this weekend, will have to start every race this weekend from the back of the grid. Now, question. Did Anatoly Kivalkin technically get out of the pits in time to be in the gaggle of the cars out there and therefore take up his position on the grid normally, or will he have to start from the back of the grid? Because of course in the CIK classes, if you don't get out onto the circuit in the correct time, you've got to start from the back of the grid no matter what happens. So I've got a feeling that that could have really hampered Anatoly Kivalkin if he's not allowed to take up his position again in the original start, because he was the last one out. But because he started moving, oh, it's tricky. It's tricky. I'm not sure whether he'll be allowed to take up his position or not. We'll have to see how it plays out. But certainly the rest of the field are in their positions, trying to get themselves dialed in. Jules Caranta and Jindra Pezel. So the field are obviously working their way around and need to be in the correct positions. But Kirill Ditiev is the one with the hardest task here, having had a mechanical problem in qualifying. Kirill Ditiev did not get a single lap time in the TQ yesterday, so he's got to start every single one of his races from the back of the grid, whatever happens. Now, what's going to happen with Anatoly Kivalkin? Because that's obviously an interesting one. He was one of the last drivers out onto the circuit. I think he's got to take up his place from the back of the grid. He does. So he's not going to be able to take up his original position. So Anatoly Kivalkin will have to start this race from the back of the grid. Now, fortunately, he only has to do that once, but even so, it's an absolute nightmare. Oh, he is going to try and take up his position on the grid, but he can't slot in. He's going to be out of position. They're already off to a start. So the formation lap is sent around again, because that is a false start as far as Martin Bean is concerned, because Anatoly Kivalkin was trying to get himself back into his original grid position, and the field were already tightened up. So now they're going around for another formation lap. Does that mean that Anatoly Kivalkin will be able to take his original position on the grid again in fourth? Well, an interesting one. For the moment, at least, we'll just have to see how it plays out. But Jules Caranta will definitely be taking his position up on the grid. See, this is already pressure that Anatoly Kivalkin didn't need, essentially. He didn't need to be thinking about this on his formation lap. Because obviously the adrenaline is already pumping when you get out there onto the circuit, but you really don't need the added pressure of having to try and get yourself back into your original grid position. So I think what's going to be the case is obviously because he got out just before the last couple of karts went through, I think he might be all right on that one, but we'll double check obviously after the races. But still, the drivers are getting back into their grid positions, and it's going to be Jules Caranta, the Energy Course driver, in pole position for France. Alongside him is going to be Jindra Pezel, and it looks like Anatoly Kivalkin is in his original grid position. So we're going to get off to a decent start this time, as the rest of the field will come through out of the final turn. In the tram lines, ready, and we're racing up to the first corner. Big squabble as the drivers try to get a strong line through turn one. Pezel is going to get squeezed down to P4 on the run to the second corner. A little dab of the brake pedal and in through the throttle. Everybody trying to get through that long sweeping right-hander without any difficulties. Now the big stop on the brakes, and there's carts have spun around. 2 or 3 carts involved in that one. I'm afraid that's Jensen Burnett caught up with the 45 of Shimo Zhang, the Japanese driver, and on top of him is Tobias Clausen. So all 3 of them involved, and I think there's a 4th car involved. Andy Consani, the Sodi car driver, is also mixed up in that. Has a big lunge up the inside from Anatoly Kivalkin. He takes on the 38 of Tame Soleil. So yeah, there's 3 carts all tangled together. That's Clausen, Consani, and Zhang. So they've all come off the road together there, I'm afraid. And Jensen Burnett was the energy course involved in that one as well, the young Canadian. So all 4 drivers out of the race, I'm afraid. So Gilles Caranta is going to lead them round, with Jindro Pezel having dropped back a few positions by the look of it. Nicolas Roos is still second. 3rd place now is Dimitri Matviv in front of Anatoly Kivalkin, then Tame Soleil, then Gazi Motlekar from Buzar, Olivieri, and Jindro Pezel up the inside. Kivalkin forces the issue to put the nose of the Parolin machine in front of Matviv, and Matviv is going to be on the back foot. There goes Tame Soleil, and it looks like Gazi Motlekar is going to line up the Koski driver as well. So Gazi Motlekar, the Mozambique racer, is just twitching around there into this long flowing turn 5. The left-hander drivers find this one particularly difficult, but it is a really exciting and challenging corner. Here comes the move up the inside as Matviv gets back in on the inside, and he's not the only one to get through, because that was also an overtake from Emanuele Olivieri on the Formula K. So he gets through. So that's Buzar and Olivieri who overtake Gazi Motlekar. Matviv in 5th position in front of them. So Guillaume Buzar now P6 in front of Olivieri and Motlekar. Jindro Pezel finds himself down in 9th place, and Aaron Garcia in the Leclerc by Lennox car has just got him into the penultimate corner actually. So Aaron Garcia now moves up into 9th place on home soil. So there is Buzar battling away with Emanuele Olivieri. He has to pull out to cover the line. It's up the inside further back. That looked like Luvuwe Sam Budler, the South African, trying to make his way on the inside of Jindro Pezel. Not sure if he managed to get the overtaking move done there, but certainly he is threatening on the battleground. Caranta, Roos, Kivalkin, Soleil, Matviv and Buzar. That's the top 6 at the moment. 2 laps done, 6 to go. Still great racing as they come onto the back straight. And is Emanuele Olivieri going to get his run on Guillaume Buzar? He has to think about it. Not quite going to get through there. Still plenty of time. This is only lap 3 out of 8, so you've still got time to make those moves. You don't want to rush things. You certainly don't want to get into hot water too early in the day. But looking at Gilles Caranta's pace here, this is a very solid drive. And if Kivalkin is going to finish down in 3rd position, that's going to cost him his perfect run. And Gilles Caranta is definitely looking at a win and a 2nd place over the weekend so far. The man who was 2nd fastest in qualifying. So Gilles Caranta in front of Nicolas Roos of the CRG team. But is Kivalkin going to get his run on Roos into turn 4? He's certainly sizing up a move. Comes out of the left-hander. Will he throw it up the inside line? Yes, of course he will. Anatoly Kivalkin gets the move on the inside of Nicolas Roos. No problems at all there. A 103 flat for him on the last lap. That shows you that there isn't a massive amount of difference in terms of 1 lap pace between the juniors and the seniors. There's only about 3 seconds in it tops. So Caranta, Kivalkin, Roos, Soleil, Matviv and Buzar in the top 6. Then Emanuele Olivieri, Aaron Garcia, Gazi Motlekar, and the Scottish driver Zach Drummond has come up into the top 10. Just in front of Luvuwe Sam Budler and Jindro Pezel, with the Turkish driver for Tony Kart, Alp Hasan Aksoy, having moved into 13th place ahead of Kirill Kutskov, who is fighting his way back. Dzitiev is trying to make his way forward as well, but he has not been able to get out of the bottom end of the field after getting involved in that earlier incident, I think. Dzitiev and Aryaman Bansal, the Indian, are way down at the back of the field, trying to make up time. So Caranta, Kivalkin and Roos. The gap between Caranta and Kivalkin is only half a second. There's still plenty of time to make up the move. But Jules Caranta is going very well indeed at the head of the field. But Kivalkin, now he's got into 2nd place, can keep a watching brief on Jules Caranta. He's got 4 laps to catch him, and the gap is only half a second. So there's still plenty of time for Anatoly Kivalkin to get back his winning streak. The Paralin driver still going full guns blazing. Shimo Zhang, Tobias Clausen, Andy Consani and Jensen Burnett, the 4 drivers that were out in that first lap incident. Kirill Dzitiev and Aryaman Bansal, the 2 drivers having to take avoiding action and now trying to work their way forward. Oh, Luvuwe Sam Budler is now down at the back of the field as well. So I'm not sure what happened to Luvuwe Sam Budler, but he is just in front of the likes of Dzitiev and Bansal. So I don't quite know what's happened to Luvuwe Sam Budler, but he was definitely battling in the outskirts of the top 10 at one stage, and now he has dropped back behind the likes of Griffin Peebles, Enea Frey, and Alpa Sanaksoy. So Gilles Caranta in front of Kavalkin, Roos, Soleil, Matviv, Bouzard, and Olivieri. Now that looked to me like Emanuele Olivieri in the Formula K, just trying to step up the attack a little bit, in behind Guillaume Bouzard. But the two Koski teammates, here we go, Guillaume Bouzard going to make the move on the inside of his teammate first. So a good move from the Luxembourger. Guillaume Bouzard comes through into position ahead of Dimitri Matviv. Matviv trying to come back at him. They go through that long flowing left-hand hairpin. And a big stop as you tuck back in for the right. I was talking to several drivers in the paddock yesterday. They say it's one of the best corners in racing. That, oh, and up the inside, Olivieri gets the move on Matviv. And Matviv's going to come straight back at him. No hesitation to retaliate. Oh, and a little bit of a moment there for Olivieri because he's also lost the position to the Leclerc by Lennox car of Aaron Garcia. So Garcia gets through as well. We're going to come back to that long flowing hairpin at the left-hander at turn 5. It is one of the toughest corners in motor racing because he just keeps on going forever and ever and ever. And I was talking to a few of the drivers, including two-time world champion Lorenzo Traversanuto. He was telling me it's really difficult to get that corner right because it doesn't matter where you turn in, the back end just wants to keep drifting around, and you're actually having to learn every time you go through that corner. There's no set line. There are 2 or 3 different ways to go through it. This corner they're coming up to is the one I'm talking about, in through the left. The kart starts to slide. You've just got to try and hope that you've nailed the apex as close as possible, and it's the exit where you really pay the punishment if you haven't got it right. So Kavalkin in second and Nicolas Roos in third. Still these two battling for that P2 spot, but with 0.8 of a second, Gilles Caranta has put in another couple of qualifying-esque laps to try and stretch away. So this has gone very well indeed for him as he continues to make good progress. Sam Budler's now made the move on Enea Frey and Griffin Peebles, so he's trying to make up as much ground as possible. But out in front, Gilles Caranta should have enough time on Anatoly Kavalkin going into the last lap, or the Ultima Vuelta. Oh, and Shimo Zhang has picked up a warning flag. Now, in the Champions of the Future, if you get a warning flag, that is a 5-second penalty that comes with it, and that cannot be contested or appealed, I'm afraid. So that is a real hammer blow for the Japanese driver, Shimo Zhang. And that, of course, is basically, it's already been awarded to him post-incident because he was one of the 4 drivers involved in that first corner incident, so that just adds insult to injury, essentially. Kirill Ditiev gets the fastest lap of the race in, a 1:02.8 for the points leader. But he's still 9.3 seconds back from Gilles Caranta, so that isn't going to make him very happy, to be honest. He would have liked to have had a little bit more from this race than 19th out of the 20 finishers. But this man, Gilles Caranta, really has been in a fine position all the way through the race. Hasn't really pushed any harder than he needed to, certainly maximised his opportunity. And the man who started from pole in this one has been able to keep it all the way throughout. Gilles Caranta, out of the final turn, starts his day here at Zuera with a victory. Second for Kavalkin, third for Roos, and fourth for Soleil in front of Bouzard and Matviv. Aaron Garcia, P7 from Olivieri, Motlekar, and Kirill Kutskov, who fights back to the top 10. Good work from our drivers then so far. Gilles Caranta does a really solid race performance there. He can be very, very happy with that. So that's 8 laps completed at an average speed, look, of 96.57 kilometers per hour after 13.5 kilometers of race action. So it's always very, very impressive to see just how fast these guys can go out there. But certainly Gilles Caranta and the Energy Course team doing such a solid job out there to get the ball rolling on this Saturday of racing. So it is definitely going to be interesting to see what they can produce as the day goes on, but they start off their Saturday of the second round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series in fine style, and the marshals go to work. 4 karts to recover. Gilles Caranta takes the win then from Anatoly Kavalkin and Nicolas Roos, Tame Soleil and Guillaume Bouzard from Dimitri Matviv and Aaron Garcia, then Emanuele Olivieri and Gazi Motlekar from Kirill Kutskov and Jindra Pezel. Then it's Louis Laveau ahead of Jimmy Helias, Zach Drummond, Alp Hassoy, and then Enea Frey and Louvouet Sam Budler ahead of a very disappointed Kirill Ditiev. Griffin Peebles and Aryaman Bansal were the last 2 drivers to come through at the end of the race. And then we have the 4 drivers who crashed out on the opening tour. Shimo Zhang, who was later hit with a penalty, Tobias Clausen, Andy Consani, and Jensen Burnett. So a very tough battle there for the competitors. And hopefully they are going to have another opportunity later in the day to make progress. But that's definitely not how they were envisaging going racing at the start of their Saturday here at Zuera. So that's 2 down and only 19 races to go, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're in a decent, comfy chair wherever you're watching from, because it's definitely going to be an exciting, action-packed day of race battles. The marshals, or as they are quickly becoming known around the circuit, the Armada Naranja, the Orange Army around the circuit, looking after us and keeping us well recovered and well replenished in terms of safety resources and keeping us nice and safe due to the protocols. They are the real heroes of this sport, of course, the marshals and the officials. Without them, we couldn't go racing at all. So we are very indebted to them and very grateful that we can return for a 3rd consecutive season to the Circuito Internacional Zuera, one of the fastest and certainly one of the longest circuits in Europe. Fabulous performance from the drivers so far, but now we go back to the world of the OK Seniors, and the man on pole position for the Alpine Academy and the Kart Republic Motorsport team, and for Japan, the man who won last year's Junior World Championship title, Kian Nakamura Berta.
I managed to pole in my group, which is very good. It gives us, hopefully, pole overall. I just managed to piece a lap up behind Pedersen. The first lap, it was quite a lot of slow people, slow karts going around, trying to get the perfect position. But I managed to get a good position behind Pedersen, and yeah, I did a good lap. I think I just need to stay in the top 3 every heat, minimal damage. Starting from pole should make that a little bit more easier. But yeah, just stay in the front the whole week and it should be good.
So Kian Nakamura Berta, who is racing this season under a British licence, he was based there for his tender young years as a cadet, a mini, and then obviously into the world of junior. He then came into the European scene a season and a half ago, won the Junior World title last year at Campillos in Spain, and here in Zuera, he has been going very rapidly indeed. The 2nd fastest driver from time qualifying in the senior category. Definitely putting in an excellent display so far this weekend. He lines up alongside the vice world champion in senior, Luigi Coluccio, on the front row of the starting grid. And the Tony Kart superstar for Italy is definitely going to be taking some names out there on the circuit as he battles for supremacy. It's been a great display from him so far this weekend and this season. After stepping out of the Cosmic Racing department last year when they decided to fold their race team operations. They still produce the karts, of course, for many customers in various markets, but in terms of the main championship racing, they decided to amalgamate the Exprit factory team and the Cosmic Racing department teams into the Tony Kart operation. And so now Luigi Coluccio these days gets to wear the famous green and white colours with the red streaks as he gets to represent one of the most famous teams within Italian karting. Oscar Pedersen lining up in 3rd position on the grid in his Tony Kart, fresh off the back of his first European Championship podium. Great result for the Swede. And now here he is at Zuera, gunning for the opportunity to go a couple better and go for the victory. Ian Eichmans for the Eichmans Grand Prix Racing team. The Belgian will line up 4th on the grid on his Tony Kart chassis. So that's 3 different Tony Kart teams in 2nd, 3rd and 4th as they run in the top 4 positions. There's a 4th team, next up. That's Koski Motorsports. Emili Koivisto, who did a fantastic job on pure pace yesterday. He didn't run in the draft in qualifying yesterday. He managed to have enough speed to run in his own right up at the sharp end. And Emili Koivisto came up with a brilliant 5th position for each of his races on the starting grid. Certainly the 3rd row, I should say. So excellent performance from him so far. Nicolo Kuman, the Forza Racing driver on the Exprit. Always a cool customer in these OK Senior category races, and he is never to be counted out. So much dexterity and poise at the wheel, and always a ridiculously fast driver on his day. 4th row of the grid, Matias Ferreira from Brazil for the Kart Republic team. He, just like Kian Nakamura Berta, has been taken on by the Alpine Academy, so he is there in position as well. 4th row of the grid, alongside him is the German talent Maxim Rem for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Good to see him always fighting for the top 10 and able to start there in his heats. And then on the 5th row of the grid, it is the Brazilian talent Olin Galli for the CRG racing team. So he will be there in position on row 5 on the inside line. On the outside line, it will be the Italian for Koski Motorsport, Simone Bianco, who is really hoping that this is the weekend his fortunes turn around. He's been able to show good pace in the early part of the season, but the results are still yet to come to fruition. Certainly the speed is there. Now he just needs a bit of fortune. So the top 10 drivers are about to get out onto the circuit, and it's going to be Nakamura Berta versus Coluccio to the first corner. Who is going to get there first is going to be fascinating, but Kia Nakamura Berta is still only in his second Champions of the Future weekend as a senior. And after how well he was at Portimao 3 weeks ago, this is even stronger from the, I want to say, the Japanese driver, because that's who he represented for most of last year, but he's racing under a British license these days. Kia Nakamura Berta and Luigi Coluccio on the front row of the grid from Oscar Pedersen and Ian Eichmans. Emili Koivisto and Nicolo Kuman from Matthias Ferreira and Maxim Rem. Then Olin Galli and Simone Bianco from Gabriel Gomez and Nico Lemberg. Victor Gustafsson ahead of Adrian Maliero, then Akshay Bora and Matthias Mogato. Keanu Alazari and Alvaro Simasvara. Max Angelard, Rick Liu and the Belgian talent Nathaniel Den Hont. So as the drivers get themselves up to speed on this rolling lap, they're obviously going to put in a great job as the races get underway. But obviously the competitors are going to be working increasingly hard to be at the sharp end of the field. They have these 2 laps out on the circuit, the out lap and then the additional formation lap. Obviously all masterminded by our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, atop the starting gantry, as he will be looking after the starts of the races for the drivers. Once they are formed up in their 2 tram lines on the main straight, they obviously have to stay in between the 2 white lines that are on the straight. You'll see them as they come down the main straight this time by. So they'll be in their 2 rows, and you have to see those 2 pairs of white lines. The drivers have to keep their carts in the middle of those 2 white lines before the lights go out. When the lights go out, they're allowed to move. But up until that point, they have to stay within the tram lines. So it's obviously a very tricky setup to make up, and it's not always easy to tell if you're actually keeping your carts in the tram lines, because you're so focused on the cart in front, trying to keep the revs up, trying to get yourself into a good position, trying to make sure that you're not getting squeezed at turn 1. There are so many things to think about on the way out of that final turn on the start, so it can be very easy to drop a wheel over the white line. If you drop 1 wheel over the white line, that could be a penalty. If you drop 2, this penalty is even harsher than that, so you have to be so careful on that start as you come off the final turn to make sure that the cart is in the tram lines. And it's very difficult to make sure that you are in a decent position. So the drivers are weaving from side to side. Final bit of temperature to warm the tyres up. There is an actual procedure that the drivers have learned to get the most out of their tyres. They have to do it absolutely spot on to get the most out of their kart. If they get it slightly wrong, it's not going to work out. Johan Andreasen is watching along for the Ward Racing team out on the course in the hope that they can get a decent result. And with Oscar Pedersen running 3rd position on the grid, there's a very good chance of that. So the competition's definitely going to be very exciting to see how the drivers continue on. Are we going to see a clean start from the get-go? They come along the tram lines, and we are racing! First corner, good start from Ian Eichmans. A little bit of contact there between the Ward Racing machine and Luigi Coluccio. They just rubbed wheels there. How on earth they kept away from big disaster is very impressive to see from the competitors as they come through on this first start. Everybody trying to come through without incident at turn 4 by the look of it. They've just about stayed out of harm's way. A big start from Keanu Alazari. I think he's made up several places off the grid. He was doing this in Portugal a few weeks ago, and here he is again, doing an excellent job. So Kia Nakamura Berta now in front of, is that Ian Eichmans in 2nd place? Yes, it is. So that's Eichmans in 2nd, then Pedersen, then Coluccio. So Coluccio lost out at the start there, and Eichmans was able to get full advantage of it. So Ian Eichmans was pretty quick over the course of yesterday's practice sessions, then came into the qualifying again with a strong objective and has been able to keep the kart at the fast end of the field. So Nakamura Berta will complete the first lap for the Kart Republic Motorsport team out in front, but he's got a whole platoon of Tony karts charging him down. Ian Eichmans trying to go his way through. 3rd place, Oscar Pedersen, then Coluccio, Koivisto, Gallin, Ferreira and Bianco on the inside line. There's the move from Eichmans. There's the move repeated by Oscar Pedersen. So Eichmans and Pedersen both get through into first and second. Nakamura Berta just has to sit tight in third position and wait for another opportunity to open up. Several drivers battling away for position further back. It's going to be an interesting race of it, that's for sure. And here comes Nakamura Berta on the inside of Pedersen. Pedersen trying to keep the place, but he has to let it go, as Coluccio's now got pressure from Emili Koivisto on the Koski. And in sixth position, that's the CRG of Olin Gali. Some big pressure coming from them. Up to the pair of apexes at 12 and 13. They come through on the far side and into the final turn, flat on the throttle, still accelerating. Coluccio under big pressure from Koivisto as they come up to the first corner. It's Eichmanns, Nakamura Berta, Pedersen, Coluccio and Koivisto, Gallin, Ferreira, Bianco, Kuman and Gomez. Then Maxime Rem 11th in front of Adrian Maliero, who's having another solid run. Nakamura Berta still fending off from Pedersen, and he's holding them at bay. He's defending on this early stage of the race. That's lap 3. He's just let Eichmanns go into the lead. So Eichmanns having taken the lead, and Nakamura Berta's now basically just parking it, trying to keep Eichmanns at bay. So with Eichmanns now leading the race and Nakamura Berta in second position, here comes Koivisto trying to make his bid on the inside of Pedersen. Coluccio having lost a couple of places now to Gallin and Ferreira. The two Brazilians working together out on the track there by the look of it. That's Gallin and Ferreira teaming up as they go after the man in fourth position. That's Emili Koivisto. Koivisto's lost out to one of them. As there goes Olin Gali, and Ferreira is going to try and make his own bid to get by. So with Eichmanns out in front, Nakamura Berta keeps Oscar Pedersen at bay behind him. Then into the fourth lap, Eichmanns, Nakamura Berta and Pedersen from Gallin. And then Koivisto, Ferreira, Coluccio, Kuman, and up the inside. That's a lovely move from Pedersen. Pedersen gets in a second past Nakamura Berta. So he goes for the overtaking move. Round the outside, Kia Nakamura Berta trying to get the switcheroo move. This racing is fantastic. It's even caught the attentions of former sensation in the world of karting. Kobe Powells is tuning in and watching along. Oh, Koivisto getting a little bit sideways there. Not sure if there was a little bit of rubbing to help him get to that position. But Eichmanns, Pedersen and Kia Nakamura Berta from Olin Gali. And then it is Ferreira, and Koivisto has lost a couple of positions at least there as he was trying to keep the kart on the racing apex. Drifted out a little wide. So some problems there. Oh, a bit of a twitch again from Koivisto as he's desperately trying to... Oh, no, sorry, that's his teammate there getting involved. That's Simone Bianco. A big shuffle of the deck as a result of that little twitch from Koivisto. He's now in behind. He's now got back through, past Simone Bianco, so he manages to get a move. And now, look who's coming through. That's Matias Morgato in the background, the Brazilian on the Castrol colours of his DPK Racing Team kart. So he's got the bright green machine. But he's already trying to fend off from the drivers around him. There's a lot of battles coming through. There goes Coluccio. So Coluccio gets himself back up another place. And now he's battling away with Olin Gali. Back into fourth position, then goes Coluccio, but round the outside. Gallin trying to cut back in. He's got some pressure from Nicolo Kuman and from Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian at the back of this queue. Multiple winner of the Ayrton Senna Trophy. Here he goes on the inside of Nicolo Kuman. Kuman holds it. Well defended by Nicolo Kuman. The Forza Racing driver not going to concede anything he doesn't have to. Big lunge trying to get there of Olin Gali. But Coluccio had already kept his kart on the racing apex. He was not going to give Olin Gali the space. Coluccio back in the fourth position, and they've already lost about a second and a half nearly on this lap to Nakamura Berta in third position. So through they come. It's 1.3 seconds in fact between Nakamura Berta and Coluccio, so not far away from that 1.5 second mark. 8th place now Koivisto, 9th is Rem, 10th is Bianco, then Nico Lemberg in front of Matias Morgato and Matias Ferreira. Chiara Malazzari 14th, there goes the move on the inside from one of the Koskis, but running wide on the exit. Oh, no, that was Nicolo Kuman, sorry. And Kuman drifts onto the curbs and loses out not just to Gali, but also to Gabriel Gomez. So very unfortunate for Nicolo Kuman. He's got to get straight back up to speed again in the hope that he can retaliate for a move of his own. But certainly the CRG Brazilian twins of Olin Gali and Gabriel Gomez making good progress here in the top 6. This is certainly going to make things a little bit more interesting as Ian Eichmanns steps up the attack for a victory. This is going to help him out no end in terms of his score so far for the weekend. 7/10 of a second clear of Oscar Pedersen at the end of the 6th lap. There are going to be 5 to go as Eichmanns comes through. So the Eichmanns Grand Prix driver doing a great job out front. Then Oscar Pedersen in the Ward Racing Team kart. Kia Nakamura Berta is third for Kart Republic. And then in fourth it is the factory Tony kart effort of Luigi Coluccio. The two CRGs are next. That's Gallin and Gomez. So Olin Galli ahead of Gabriel Gomez. Very interesting gaggle of carts starting to build here as now Nicolo Kuman has got himself back together again. He's trying to find a position once more. So we're definitely going to have some good battles here. Competitors still pushing on. Nicolo Kuman closing up on Gabriel Gomez. Can he get close enough? Certainly not on lap 7 he can't. He's going to have to work a little bit harder to gain a little bit more ground on the rear bumper of the CRG in front of him. Eichmanns, Pedersen, Nakamura-Berta, Coluccio, Galli, Gomez, Kuman, Koivisto, Rem and Lemberg. That's your top 10 at the moment. And there is the race leader. Still battling away in Eichmanns. Great run so far from the Belgian. Very fast over the course of this season. Don't forget that he has stepped up from the world of junior to senior in 2022 as well. Oh, that's a problem. That is Simone Bianco. Simone Bianco has had an issue somewhere and he's got a technical flag. So what's the issue for Simone Bianco? That's usually reserved for either a rear bumper that's flailing away behind the kart, or a side pod's come off, or a chain guard is detached from the kart, whatever it might be. But certainly the technical flag has come out for Simone Bianco. Try and figure out what it is. I can't see anything from this distance, but certainly there is definitely a problem with Simone Bianco's kart, and it's been spotted. So he has got to come into the pits for a check, and obviously by the time that that's all done and sorted, it's almost 99 cases out of 100. The driver will park it at that point. They won't carry on. So Eichmanns, Pedersen, Nakamura-Berta, and then Luigi Coluccio. Coluccio's starting to get closer to Nakamura-Berta, so he's starting to rein him in a little bit now. Olin Galli is still there for the opportunity. Kuman having got back past Gabriel Gomez, and Koivisto and Maxim Rem. And in 10th place is Matthias Morgato on the all-green DPK racing car. He's not running the Alonso colours, he is running the Castrol colours. So he continues to battle his way around the course, the Brazilian, having had a lot of speed but not a lot of luck either. So the competitors continue on their way through. Maxim Rem, flat 60.966 time there. And the Ricky Flynn driver, he's not really had the luck on this occasion. 9th position at the moment for him. He was really hoping for a little bit more than that. So into the pits has come Simone Bianco. He has pulled it in, and I think he has parked it for the time being. Certainly in this race he is all done and dusted. Victor Gustafsson has come out of the race as well. I didn't see that, but the Swedish driver, who is of course a former European KZ2 champion, is having a nightmare weekend. Having a nightmare season by all accounts. It's not going according to plan at all. Up the inside, there goes Koivisto. Koivisto gets his run on Gomez into turn 1. And it looks like Maxim Rem might be there to pick up the pieces for turn 4 if he can just hang it out through turn 2, up through 3, up to the inside line. He gets a late decision on that one, but he does make it work. So a good run there from Maxim Rem. He gets his overtaking move on Gabriel Gomez. Left it about as late as it's possible to do, but still, clean move and a good overtake on the penultimate lap of this heat. Qualifying heat for groups B versus E. And the checkered flag will be a lap and a half away for Ian Eichmanns as the Belgian talent continues to lead. Great battles in the midfield though. We've still got plenty of competitors out there gunning for a big move. And it's those sort of overtaking moves that have coined the term send it by kart drivers. Just send it up the inside and hope that they can get a good overtaking move on their opponents. Here comes Eichmanns on the home straight. Last lap for him. Ultima Vuelta for Eichmanns in front of Pedersen and Nakamura-Berta. There we go. Coluccio is running in 4th place in front of Olin Galli and Nicolo Kuman. And Koivisto, Rem, Gomez and Matthias Ferreira. But this has been a pretty flawless run from Ian Eichmanns after a good start when he chopped across into the inside line to make sure that he wasn't going to get squeezed on the outside. He put himself into a solid position, ran a clean race, got himself up one by one. And ever since he took the lead, he has not really looked like he's going to fall out of position. Pedersen is closer to him than he'd be comfortable with. 0.3 of a second. So one little error from Ian Eichmanns, and that's going to be a real problem to hold on to for the last few corners. Just a quick check over his shoulder. Just make sure that Pedersen is there but not close enough to challenge. And so he comes into the final few corners of this lap, and Ian Eichmanns really has done a sensational job in this one, and that'll give him a very comfortable victory. No points to add to his tally. Great job from Ian Eichmanns. He gets the win from Pedersen and Nakamura-Berta. Coluccio hangs onto the line, but it's side by side further back as Nicolo Kuman steals the place from Olingali on the finish line by 0.006 of a second. Excellent work. So a very, very close battle all the way to the death there in their squabble over 5th position between Kuman and Galli. But it is the Italian that emerges victorious in that little squabble. It's Ian Eichmanns, though, who gets the win at an average speed. Look at that, 99.02 kilometers. That's an average speed. Absolutely astonishing. They get it to a top speed of about 140 kilometers an hour. But around a circuit like this, that is a rapid average lap speed. So Ian Eichmanns definitely putting himself into a good position out there on the course and keeping himself very impressive in the early phase of the weekend. There's still a long way to go. He's not going to be under any illusions about that. But certainly for Ian Eichmanns, it is a good start to proceedings, and he can be comfortable with the way his weekend is progressing out in front. Ian Eichmanns with the win from Oscar Pedersen and Kia Nakamura Berta. Luigi Coluccio ahead of Nicolo Kuman and Olin Galli. Emili Koivisto and Maxim Rem from Gabriel Gomez and Matias Ferreira. Then Matias Morgato ahead of Nico Lemberg. Adrian Maliero is ahead of Akshay Bora and Keanu Alazari. Max Angelard and Ricky Liu from Nathaniel Den Hont. And the last driver home was Alva Simasvara. 2 retirements in the race in that one. The Italian Simone Bianco for the Koski Motorsport team and Victor Gustafsson of Sweden, who was out for the CRG racing team on only the 2nd lap. So big difficulties for a couple of drivers in the field. They never really managed to completely get away without incident or drama. But certainly for some of the big names out there, there's already been quite a few to take a bit of a tumble. Victor Gustafsson, Tuukka Tarpanen, to name just a couple. There are a few others in trouble already in terms of the results they wanted to achieve. So they've obviously got to make up some progress as the race continues. So once again, as we're switching between junior, senior all day long and switching them over, it is back to the juniors. And now we come to the fastest driver on the grid from the juniors qualifying session yesterday. He not only topped his group, but he was the fastest overall. For the Sony Kart Factory team, Nathan Tighe of Great Britain. I caught up with him after his qualifying run.
I think, it's going to be a massive help for the rest of the weekend, starting off at the front end of the field. I think it's going to be very useful for across the championship as well. I managed to put the lap together, of course, by track position. I think that's a huge advantage around here with how long the straights are. I think it's just picking your right place and just trying to find the perfect spot. So yeah, it was a good start.
A very solid start to the British Drivers' Weekend, and he's certainly looking very strong about things. But what a resurgence the Sony Kart Factory team has been on in 2022. It was quite funny. I was talking to Nathan Tighe and his family over the course of the last couple of weeks, and they were telling me a rather funny story about how they had a tough time with this team last year. They were obviously trying to make up good progress and do all of the hard work and development, but they stuck it out. They worked, they stayed loyal, and they tried to go through all of the development. There was a driver that Nathan Tighe was racing against last year. He said, "You're not going to beat me. You're in a Sodi." He beat him recently and had to just tap the back of his race suit where the Sodi label was to say, "Don't you even think about counting us out. We are going for this title. We are going to win, and we are going to win relentlessly." Their story is brilliant, and it's really goes to show that hard work and determination really does pay off. And Nathan Tighe putting in an excellent display this weekend. But this is going to be the toughest challenge for him thus far, because alongside him on that front row of the grid is a man who wasn't beaten in either of his races yesterday, Miguel Costa of Brazil, the Sauber Academy driver, who had a bit of a learning year last year, but this year he seems to have nothing to learn at all. He is right up at the sharp end and doing an excellent job yesterday with a clean pair of victories. Lewis Werrell of Great Britain for the Forza Racing team will line up third on the grid on the inside of that second row on the X-Brit chassis. What a whirlwind drive he is having these days. This is still only his first competition at this level. And what a performance in Champions of the Future. He really has come out of the blocks fighting fit for his second Euro Series appearance. Fourth position for René Lammers. The Dutchman really is riding the crest of the wave at the moment in the Racing Team Nederland colours on his Paralin Motorsport machine. And he is starting to pick up some big results now. So what can he do in Champions of the Future? Thibaut Ramakers, the Belgian, on the VDK Racing team. He's going to have a partial campaign in OK Duty this year. So he thought, what better a place to do that than at Champions of the Future? Great to see. He'll also represent his country in the Academy Trophy later this year. Jan Pesadowski, the Polish driver for the Tony Kart factory team. He'll be there on the 6th position of the grid on the outside of row 3. Definitely a driver not to mess with because he will have some great overtaking moves under his belt, I'm sure. 7th on the grid, Alexander Bondarev, the young man from Ukraine in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team on the Lando Norris chassis. Ever fast, ever present, and ever competitive on the inside of that 4th row. His teammate is on the outside. Thomas Strauven of Belgium will be there on row 4. Then the 5th row of the grid, Andres Cardenas, the Peruvian for the Energy Course factory team, alongside the new recruit for Forza Racing, Alex O'Grady from Ireland, doing an excellent job on the X-Sprit this weekend. So it's definitely going to be an interesting start to proceedings in the OK Junior Qualifying Heat A versus D. The only driver who decides he wants to push his own kart out onto the circuit with assistance from his mechanic is Lewis Werrell. All the other juniors get a little bit of a push start, as they always do. So Nathan Ty versus Miguel Costa for the first time, and probably not the last this weekend. Lewis Werrell and René Lammers, then Tibor Ramakers and Jan Pesadowski, Alexander Bondarev and Thomas Strauven. Then it is Andres Cardenas and Alex O'Grady from Alta Dorison and Edu Robinson. Maria Germano Nito and Salim Hanna Hernandez. Then Nicolas Schaufler and Matthias Orweiler from Alfie Slater. And then it is Giacomo Pedrini, Sebastian Kolpeng, Zoe Florescu, Leo Nilsson, Dylan De Vos, and Mohan Kumar Abai. I left out Luna Flusha initially because she picked up a light hand injury yesterday, but apparently she seems to be out there on the circuit, which is great news. Unfortunately, her brother Lucas Flusha had an incident in practice on Thursday and has damaged his arm, so he is not going to be out on the circuit this weekend, which is very unfortunate indeed for him on his home circuit as well. Would have been great to see him in Champions of the Future do such a great job, but it's not going to be on this occasion. So he's going to return, hopefully in time for the next round of Champions of the Future at Kristianstad in Sweden next month. And we all can't wait to go there. It's going to be a fascinating, very, very good battle again. Kristianstad, always incredibly exciting to go racing. And I'm sure that the drivers in Champions of the Future are looking forward to that one next month. So Nathan Ty and Miguel Costa for Sony Kart and Kart Republic, respectfully. Lewis Werrell for the X-Sprit on the Forza Racing team in 3rd position. René Lammers for the Paralin in 4th. And then Tibor Ramakers on the Kart Republic from VDK Racing, the Belgian. Very quiet, but very, very cool and committed behind the wheel. And then Jan Pesadowski, Alexander Bondarev from Strauven, Cardenas, O'Grady. And then behind them, Dorison, who is making good progress on the Tony Kart. Edu Robinson, still making good progress on the Forza Racing X-Sprit. He's got plenty of overtaking opportunities here, and he knows the circuit better than most. But Maria Germano Nito, the Portuguese talent, doing a good job in her season at Tony Kart Racing, which she won as part of the FIA Girls on Track Scholarship. And she's racing a whole season of the CIK classes, so obviously her OK Junior campaign continues here in Champions of the Future. And alongside her on the grid is Salim Hanna Hernandez, who is coached and masterminded by the Montoyas, Juan Pablo and Sebastian. So out of the final turn and onto the main straight. Ty on the inside, Costa on the outside. This is going to be the toughest test yet for the Brazilian. Are we going to get a clean start straight away? No, false start. False start as they go up to the first corner. You can tell because the lights on the gantry stay on and the repeater light, the yellow flashing light, comes onto the gantry as well. It's only when the lights go out that we are under racing conditions. If we're not, then the yellow repeater light comes on, and the race director, Martin Bean, clearly deciding on that occasion, no, I'm afraid not, boys and girls. You're going to have to go round again. So good to see that despite her little tumble in yesterday's heat, Luna Flusha is able to get out there and race. They just put it into a cast to protect it, I think, overnight before they did the assessment this morning, and she's out there, so that is great news to see that she's on the track. It was a very bad day at the office for the Flushas yesterday, by all accounts, but Luna has a great chance to fight back on home turf as well. She is one of the 3 contenders this weekend who is part of the Mercedes-AMG Young Driver Program. So Nathan Ty and Miguel Costa on the front row, Werrell and Lammers, Ramakers and Pesadowski, Alexander Bondarev and Thomas Strauven, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport teammates on the Lando Norris chassis. And down in the middle of the pack, Alfie Slater is celebrating his birthday this weekend. So happy birthday, Alfie. Hopefully it is a very exciting battle for you. And we'll see how many places he makes up in this first heat of the day. Out of the final turn, down the straight. Are we going to go racing? Yes! Up to the first corner. Good start from Nathan Tai. Werrell gets through as well. No problems for Ramakas to get through. Bondarev has to tuck in behind Costa. And as the field swarms down to the braking zone for turn 2, we're going to see a couple of drivers go for the move. Is everybody through cleanly? Just about. A little bit of jostling, but they are okay. Into turn 4, the first big stop on the course. Is everybody going to get through? Not a lot of room to play with, but they do keep it clean. All the way down the back straight they go now, and up towards 5. That long, flowing left-hand hairpin, and out in front, it is Tai in front of Werrell. So Lewis Werrell is going to be hustling behind Nathan Tai for most of this weekend. He gets the race against him if he goes to the final 7 times in total. So Lewis Werrell has got a lot to learn here behind Nathan Tai, but he's got the best possible view. When they were racing in Britain, these two were teammates, of course. So they know each other's tricks of old. Now they are in the Sony Kart and Forza racing operations respectfully. But they have still built a very good friendship. They're still good rivals on track as well. But they keep their racing firm and very, very clean. So Werrell just checking over his shoulder to make sure that Ramakas is keeping a watching brief on Costa in 4th place. Bondarev is in 5th, a good start from him. Then Lammers, then it is Cardenas in front of Pisodowski, Dorisson, Nito, who's got a good start. Then Straven, O'Grady and Slater, who's made a terrific start. 4 places made up already. So a few more choice overtakes in the middle of the gaggle, but Tibor Ramakas is closing up on Tai and Werrell, who are 1st and 2nd. Costa still there in 4th place, the Brazilian, then Bondarev, and then there's a bit of a gap back to René Lammers. So the quintet continues. Tai, Werrell, Ramakas, Costa, Bondarev. All the way through in this junior heat. It is going to be very close indeed between the competitors at this sharp end of the field. From the outside of the grid, only really Miguel Costa able to stick it in the top 5. Everybody else struggling to maintain position. As up the inside, Costa has a think about Ramakas. Can't quite get close enough to commit, especially considering that Tibor Ramakas basically kept his car a little more to the centre of the road to stop that opportunity opening up then for Miguel Costa. The top 5 go through, no major changes on lap 2, but into lap 3, and we could see a move or 2 because Costa is getting threatening behind Ramakas. He's got good company in Alexander Bondarev. So as they come through once again, Tai continues in the lead, and Costa makes his bid on the inside of Ramakas. Ramakas has to relent. Bondarev decides to tuck back in 5th position, just waits for his opportunity. After a difficult day at the office yesterday, Bondarev definitely doesn't want to lose too many more places if he can help it. Have to fight his way back, but certainly in the Euro Series there are 3 very exciting drivers battling for the title at the moment. Kirill Dzitiev is 2 points ahead of Tai and Bondarev, who are tied for 2nd position at the moment, so it really is open season in the OK Junior category. Still they battle for position, and up the inside there's the move from Costa, gets on the curb and manages to make the move there on Werrell, and that's enough for Bondarev to seek an opportunity on Ramakas. Lammers has been catching up, so Lammers gets through as well. Great overtaking moves there from Costa, Bondarev and Lammers. They both, all 3 of them, sorry, managed to make up some moves there. Costa trying to shake off Werrell, and here comes Lammers on the inside. No, you don't, says Alexander Bondarev. I'm going to hold on to 4th position for the moment, thanks very much. Costa is actually defending from Werrell, as on the inside there goes Lammers, making his bid, but Bondarev holds him off. So Bondarev holds on to 4th position in front of Lammers. Lammers tries again, can't find the space. Bondarev keeping it absolutely planted on the way through. Oh, and that's Edu Robinson who's got a warning flag. Not sure what it's for, but Edu Robinson has the warning flag, and of course that comes with a 5-second penalty in addition. So that's going to drop Eddie Robinson out of the top 15, and that will plummet him to the back of the queue, I'm afraid. Still, all 24 drivers that started the race are circulating. And at the end of this one, it's going to be 4 down and 4 to go. So the competitors continue in fine style at this point. Nathan Tai in front of Miguel Costa and Lewis Werrell. Great racing so far, but can Costa catch back up to Nathan Tai? He certainly seems to have good pace on the Sauber Academy kart in 2nd place. There is the warning flag going out to Edu Robinson. That will come with a 5-second penalty, of course. A real shame there as Bondarev battles with Lammers. Lammers goes for it again on the inside. Bondarev has to leave him space, which he does. He gets back tucked in behind him again. But Bondarev is going to come straight back at Lammers on the inside of the hairpin, and he's through. And so too goes Ramakas. Lammers tries to get him back on the undercut. No chances. Tibor Ramakas, I'm going to have the place, thank you. So Bondarev is now 4th. Ramakas is now 5th, and here comes Lammers back for a retaliation and a good move, but he drifts out wide. He hugged the curb. Ramakas can't quite get him back on the switch, so Jan Pisodowski is now closing up on them. Bondarev's got a bit of daylight now between himself and Lammers. That'll do for the moment. So Ramaker's trying again to get back on with Lammers. Pesarovsky still dueling with Andres Cardenas. It's so difficult to get the long game played out here as Cardenas goes side by side. Oh, they bang wheels, Pesarovsky and Cardenas. And here comes the opportunity from Thomas Strauven. He's going to out-drag Cardenas down the straight. He gets through. So Thomas Strauven picks up the move. Strauven just about managing to split them, but they stayed out of trouble despite how close things got. That was a very near thing. Miguel Costa, a 1:03.1. Very quick pace indeed from the Brazilian as he keeps close to Nathan Tai. He wants to make it 3 out of 3. So he's not going to hold anything up. Nathan Tai got 2 out of 2 yesterday. So did Miguel Costa. So one of them is going to have to concede. Costa doesn't want it to be him. Tai doesn't want it to be him. Sodi Kart versus Kart Republic. Britain versus Brazil. Tai versus Costa. And Lewis Werrell in third place is just doing exactly what he needs to do, keeping close to them, giving a watching brief. If anything were to happen and the two of them were to run wide, he can snatch the victory. So Lewis Werrell doing exactly what he needs to do in third place, just keeping hungry, staying in this battle. Now the slipstream from Costa. That comes down to less than 2/10. Costa can reel him in, reel him in, reel him in. He's got a good slipstream here, good toe. So too has Lammers on Bondarev. Lammers gets through, makes the move on Bondarev. Bondarev trying to come back at him. So Bondarev will try again. Lammers is parking it on the inside of the apex. Bondarev trying to get straight back out of it. Lammers is holding him at bay. And look further back, we've got Strauven, Pesarovsky and Cardenas dueling for position. Bondarev trying to shake off the attentions of Ramakers. And Strauven gets on the inside of Pesarovsky. Cardenas tries to go with him. He manages to. And Arthur Dorisson picks up a move. Great racing from the juniors. But now we can see Nathan Tai. Oh, he's in second. He's in second. Costa's got through. Now, I didn't see where Miguel Costa made the move, but Costa has got ahead of Tai. So it looks like the Brazilian is in charge of things at the moment. Great racing from Miguel Costa. He has caught and passed Nathan Tai, and with 1 lap to go, now the roles are reversed. Tai is going to have Costa on the slipstream. Down the straight. Flat out through turn 1. Tai will have a go. Costa's going to be ultra defensive. Towards turn 2. Tai had to think about it there. Tai is going to make a late bid, and Nathan Tai gets through. Lovely overtake. Costa's going to come back at him. No, you don't, says Nathan Tai. Excellent racing between these two. So Nathan Tai and Miguel Costa basically battling for the win in the Super Pole later because they're both tied for victories. But this is the first time they've got to race against each other. So whoever beats the other gains the psychological upper hand. Tai ahead of Costa. Werrell very close. He could get a second place here, and he knows it. Out of the right-hander. Using plenty of curb. Tai doesn't need to protect the inside line. Costa does. Werrell is all over him. Lewis Werrell tries again. Costa protecting the inside line. Werrell going slightly faster around the long way route. And he might just get a run on Costa. Costa's trying to get close enough to Nathan Tai, but it's going to be Tai who gets the hat-trick, not Costa. Costa second. Third is Werrell, and to the line. Lammers just hangs on in front of Bondarev and Timo Ramakers. Now that is what OK Junior Racing is all about. Epic stuff. Amazing reel-to-wheel. And some spectacular duels in that one between Tai, Costa and Werrell. Similar from Lammers, Bondarev and Ramakers. They kept it as close as humanly possible without big drama. But great racing, and Nathan Tai, despite losing the lead, gets it back again on the last lap from Miguel Costa. That was the perfect overtake at the perfect time. Midway through the apex of turn 2, he managed to create the gap to Miguel Costa. Never lost the lead from there. That's the point. The only lap you need to lead is the last one. Going into the last lap, Nathan didn't lead, but he set up the move that made it happen. So Nathan Tai on the Sodi kart coming through once more. Pole position in time qualifying, and 3 wins out of 3. Miguel Costa only drops 2 points though for coming home in second place, and that puts him joint second with Caranta and Kavalkin at present. So Nathan Tai, Miguel Costa and Lewis Werrell from René Lammers and Alexander Bondarev, then Thibaut Ramakers and Thomas Strauven. Then it's Andres Cardenas in front of Arthur Dorisson and Jan Pesarovsky. Edu Robinson 11th, although he will carry a penalty. Salim Hanna Hernandez and Maria Germano Nito ahead of Luna Flusha and the birthday boy, Alfie Slater. Matias Orjuela in front of Zoe Florescu Alex O'Grady in 18th place. Two drivers there in Florescu and O'Grady, both making big progress this weekend. Nilsson is in 19th place. That's Theo Nilsson in front of Giacomo Pedrini and Sebastian Kolping. Then Mohan Kumarabai of India, Nicholas Schaufler of Austria, and the Dutchman Dinan de Vos. And I'm delighted to say that all 24 drivers that started the race were also able to finish it. The driving standards increasing and growing in stature in the OK Junior qualifying heats as the day goes on. Drivers learning their lessons as they go. That's what this sport is all about, keeping yourself in a good position throughout and making light work of the opportunities that come their way. So back to the action in the OK Seniors as we go from junior to senior, all the way through the day. And there's another very talented and very deserving driver in pole position, as he will be for all of the heats this weekend. Not only did he get the pole position in group and overall yesterday, but he also won his first two heats as well. The Jamaican sensation, they call him, coined by our esteemed rival commentator Ian Silvestrin. But yes, a fabulous name and a great moniker for Alex Powell, the Jamaican talent for the Mercedes-AMG Junior program. And he is there on pole position once again. I caught up with him yesterday after a whirlwind lap in qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great qualifying session, of course, being pole overall. It makes the weekend a lot easier, you know, except for starting on the second or third row. We're on the top step, so that's obviously for a positive side of things. Qualifying itself was a little bit stressful for me because we waited an extra lap compared to the other drivers. So I won't lie, I was getting a little bit anxious in the pit waiting to go. But, you know, once we got out and I did the correct tire sequence to warm it up, I think I was in a great position because I had Walther right in front of me, which was second fastest, I believe. So it was a good reference to have, and then also the kart felt really good. So we've been working at it during the practice sessions. We've been thereabouts, so it's good now that we can pounce at the right time.
He's definitely going about things the right way so far, young Alex Powell. He's come so close in the past in Champions of the Future to getting on the podium. He's got a lot of fourths, a lot of fifths, a lot of sixths, and won a lot of heats over the years. But this is his third season in Champions of the Future, his first as a senior, and he has come fresh out of the blocks here at Zuera under the tutelage of the multiple world karting champion Mike Wilson and embedded into the Kart Republic Motorsport team. He couldn't be working with better people, and he is really starting to make that work here this weekend. Alongside him on the grid, David Walter, who won the first race of the day earlier, of course, to an absolute canter. And he's definitely getting on with things at his current berth at Koski Motorsport, having some really great racing as well. Second row of the grid, Evan Gilter, known to his friends as Gigi, for the VDK Racing team and the Kart Republic chassis. He's going to be a real threat this weekend. Didn't really have the pace in his heats yesterday, but he can certainly find that overnight, and this is the team that never gives up. So expect Evan Gilter to be challenging from the get-go today. Freddie Slater, fourth position on the grid, had a very solid run in his opening race earlier and didn't take away too many points from that one, so he can be quite happy with the way things have started, but he'll want a little bit more than that. So Freddie Slater and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team will continue to charge forward from that second row of the grid. Then Dion Gowda, his teammate, the young man from Singapore, although he races under a British license nowadays, racing on the inside of the third row. Sixth position on the grid for Maxim Orlov. He'll be there for the Paralin Motorsport team once again on the outside of the third row this time. Then Caspian Hagman. What a drive he's having this weekend. The Swedish talent for the Ward Racing team. He was at the back of the field for the majority of last year. Managed to get it together in the midfield at the tail end of 2021. And now here he is in the top 10. And deservedly so. He works incredibly hard, as Caspian Hagman. And the whole Ward Racing team thoroughly behind him. He absolutely deserves his place there. So great to see him in the top 10. And that just shows you that hard work and determination really does pay off. Harley Keeble, alongside him on the fourth row of the grid. He's another driver who's had a very difficult start to the season, but the Birolart team are also very committed. They never give up. They never stop pushing to find that little bit of extra pace. And Harley Keeble has definitely found his way towards the front end now. Great to see him. He's going to be competing for victories all the way through this weekend. Just you watch. And his determination and his resolve are definitely going to push the boys in red and white even further forward. Fifth row of the grid, Josh Erfan will be there in ninth position on the grid. Good to see him strong in qualifying. Didn't have a lot of luck in his heat yesterday, but Josh Erfan, having made the switch to the Ward Racing team, definitely seems to have found himself a good home. And he knows he's got good equipment, and he's been able to put it to good use so far. Another man who's had an upturn in fortunes as well is the Austrian talent Oscar Wirtz, who has had a much better qualifying this weekend. Great to see him get a result that he deserves, up in the top 10 and able to fight for the victories from that position. Obviously, it's on the outside of the row rather than the inside, so it's going to be significantly harder. But isn't that the whole point? They've got to be challenged. They've got to be pushed. And Oscar Wirtz in the Tony Kart factory machine ahead of his teammate Juho Valtonen, and also ahead of Zachary David, the young man from Malta in the Sauber Academy. So some good talent around him, and he's able to make good use of the opportunity, I'm sure. The yellow light comes on at the end of the pit lane, and that lets the drivers know that with 30 seconds to spare, they've got to make themselves ready to charge up to turn 1 and get out onto the circuit for the outlap. They have one outlap and a single formation lap. They warm the tyres and brakes during that point and obviously get themselves into the 2 tram lines. Then after the second of those laps, it's up to race director Martin Bean to release them. If he decides to, then we go racing. 11:55 local time, qualifying heat A versus D. Getting out onto the circuit. Another thriller ahead of us. Can Alex Powell take the hat-trick in the same way Nathan Tye just did in the OK Juniors? We'll find out shortly. Alex Powell and David Walter on the front row of the grid from Evan Gilter and Freddie Slater. Dion Gouda and Max Orlov from Caspian Hagman and Harley Keeble. Josh Erfin and Oscar Wirtz from Juho Valtonen and Zachary David. Marius Christiansen and Gustav Wisniewski from Ella Stevens and Nathan Sharp. Hio Yamakoshi, Andrea Vibriantit, Jacob Rashki, Rohan Medesh, Max Hebicht and Sofia Kotala. 3 ladies in the field, the most impressive of them through time qualifying, of course, the British driver Ella Stevens. Great to see so much progress made from her in the first Champions of the Future weekend 3 weeks ago at Portimao. She was struggling to get off the back row. Now she is firmly in the midfield. Amazing progress made under the tutelage of W Series racer Alice Powell, who I'm sure is watching very closely to see how her young protege gets on. The W Series star is obviously going to be joined by Ella Stevens the way things is currently progressing. She's making massive progress here and doing a fantastic job. She was actually up in the top 10 in one of the heats yesterday by staying out of trouble and going wheel to wheel with some of the best in the sport. So the potential is definitely there for the Richard Mille Talent Academy driver to make the progress. And along with the likes of Andrea Vibriantit and Sofia Kotala, she is not alone out there amongst the female stars of racing. Always nice to see that it is a very open and equal in terms of gender, and representation is very strong here amongst the females in karting. There's quite a few more talents emerging in the world of junior racing, of course, as well. You've got the likes of Maria Jimana Nito of Portugal, you've got Luna Flusha of Spain, and you've got Zoe Florescu of Romania, to name but a few. So great to see that there is a nice split of genders in the categories. So Alex Powell hoping to make it 3 from 3 from the front row of the grid. David Walter has won a race today though, so he'll definitely want to get another one done. And in 3rd place, Evan Gilter, the Frenchman on the VDK Racing Kart Republic chassis. So Freddie Slater, 4th position. It may be his brother's birthday. Happy birthday, Alfie. But he certainly wants to get a decent result of his own out there this time. So let's see how it's going to be for the competitors as they come off the final turn. Powell on the inside line. He led every single lap of his heats yesterday. How's it going to be today with David Walter fired up and motivated? Here we go. We're racing. Good start of the first corner. Powell is going to control it. Gilter through to 2nd place. There's a little bit of rubbing through the first couple of corners. I think Slater got a little bit connected. Oh, flying off the road in the background. 2 or 3 karts involved, and there's more problems at turn 2 as well. 2 or 3 karts facing the wrong way, and that is one of the Koskis, I believe. Getting back into the position, that is the 257. That's David Walter. That is David Walter, who won earlier on today. David Walter up at turn 2, trying to push start the kart. That's ruined his weekend. So David Walter in massive jeopardy here as the rest of the field try to get themselves out of harm's way. Only Powell and Gilter have got away scot-clear. But in 3rd place, that is Max Orlov, I believe, trying to charge his way through. No, sorry, that's Caspian Hagman. Having got through to 3rd position and now up into P4 comes the 271. That's Juho Valtonen staying out of trouble on the opening lap. And David Walter has tried to get started again and it has failed. So David Walter is walking away from the scene of his accident. And that is devastating for the Dane. He was looking so fast. He won earlier on and now it's all over. Hagman in 3rd behind Powell and Gilter. Then Valtonen, Slater, Zach David. And then it is Marius Christiansen is up in 7th position. That just shows you how much he's been able to make up in this one. Christiansen is in 7th place, ahead of Gauda, Keeble, and Wisniewski. Well, whatever homework VDK Racing did yesterday, they're definitely getting back on terms with things today as Christiansen steps up the attack on Dion Gauda, battling for 7th position at the moment. And it's 4 wide further back very nearly as they go into the turn 8 hairpin. So that got very close for comfort. But Powell still in front of Gilter, and they have pulled 1.7 seconds clear of Caspian Hagman. Now Alex Powell has a little bit less experience running at the front in Champions of the Future Euro Series as a senior than Evan Gilter does. And Evan Gilter was so strong last year. Here he comes in his first Champions of the Future weekend this year. He didn't actually get the chance to compete at Portimao as he was testing elsewhere, but now this is his first Euro Series weekend of the year, and he wants to come out of the blocks fighting fit. If he can be the one driver thus far to have overtaken and beaten Alex Powell, he will have a massive feather in his cap as Slater gets into 3rd, Valtonen gets into 4th, both at the expense of Caspian Hagman. Zachary David is in P6 though. The Maltese is right there in the Sauber Academy machine in P6. So fantastic performances so far, but a really exciting battle and some great competition still coming for the drivers. Let's see just how things continue to progress for all of the competitors as they run in position. What a sensational battle for all of the competitors at this point. So let's see how the competitors continue on their way as the drivers continue and they battle for position down the straight. Powell ahead of Gilter. Here they come. To the top end of the straight. Slater running well in 3rd position. You do get the sense that Gilter is lining up a move here on Alex Powell. He keeps the card in the middle of the road at the perfect point to keep Evan Gilter at bay. Whatever it was that kept Gilter from the top of the race charts yesterday, they've certainly fixed it overnight. He is threatening Alex Powell big time here as Slater pulls a little bit of gap between himself and Caspian Hagman, who manages to get back past Juho Valtonen. So Powell still present in front of Gilter. That's the gap back to Slater in 3rd. Hagman is 4th, then Valtonen and David. A bit more of a gap back to Gustav Wisniewski, the pole for the Forza Racing team. As Alex Powell continues to keep Evan Gilter at bay. He did so twice yesterday. He certainly doesn't want to lose ground to him today. And in the final turn, Alex Powell still looking likely to be a triple winner. Fantastic performance from him so far. He comes down the main straight and across the line. Slater, Hagman, Valtonen, David, Wisniewski, Dion Gauda, Harley Keeble and Hio Yamakoshi in the top 10. In front of Ella Stevens, another great drive from her so far. Keeping herself out of harm's way. Josh Erfan was the one who flew off the road on the first lap. He's now managed to catch and pass Sofia Catala. But Evan Gilter still all over the back of Alex Powell. They skate through that left sweeping hairpin once again, and Alex Powell just keeping himself a little bit more present than Evan Gilter, but Gilter still very close indeed behind the Jamaican. Slater in 3rd, Hagman in P4. Juho Valtonen running a very solid 5th position in front of Zachary David at this point. Gustav Wisniewski in 7th place. Hagman's got past Slater. Hagman has got past Slater in the hairpin, so that puts the Swede into 3rd place now for the Ward Racing team. There is the battle. Slater has now fallen into the clutches of Juho Valtonen and the other Sauber Academy driver this weekend, Zachary David, the Maltese, going very well indeed in position. Going down the straight. Through turn 1, flat on the throttle. Slater, Valtonen, David battling away from position. Is that Gilter in the lead? I thought Gilter had got through. He hasn't quite managed to do it yet on Alex Powell, but Powell is keeping his card in the middle of the road regardless as Slater tries to back up Valtonen and David. They still continue in procedure, but Slater's now side by side with Zach David. Valtonen trying to get back in on the inside. He's made that one work. Zachary David trying to get back on the inside line, and they've lost so much ground that Gustav Wisniewski, having set the fastest lap, is now right on them. So instead of being a trio, it's now a quartet. Wisniewski's going long into the braking zone. He cuts back in on the inside line and into 6th position. Good move from Wisniewski. He lets the 3 of them battle away, picks up the pieces, makes up a place, and now here comes Dion Gauda and Harley Keeble in the tow. And all of a sudden, there are 6 drivers battling for a position that 3 were battling for a lap ago. Excellent racing in the OK category again. As we look back, there are the two leaders, Powell and Gilter. Hagman has got clear now in third position. Then Slater, Valtonen, Wisniewski, David, Kiegel, Gauda. Here Yamakoshi's not far away either. Here we go, bit of defensive driving now from Slater to try and keep them all at bay. Valtonen squeezes in on Wisniewski, and here comes the Maltese driver on two wheels on the grass and up in the air for one of the Forza Racing drivers. That was Wisniewski, I do believe, going airborne. How he managed to land it, I don't know, but he has, and he has now just fallen to the back of the queue rather than gone off the road. Hiroo Yamakoshi on the Praga is now trying to get himself into this little tussle, and he is in the middle of it. So Valtonen up to P4 as a result of all of that. Fifth place is Slater, then David, Kiebel, Gauda, Yamakoshi and Wisniewski. Excellent racing so far, and they are still giving us plenty of entertainment and drama out there. Kiebel looks like he's going to step up the attack and go for the move on Zach David. He goes from the outside of the corner, settles himself in for a move in the penultimate bend. Lovely move from Kiebel, and there's room enough for Gauda to get the move as well. Yamakoshi will want to take full advantage of this as well in the Praga. He gets in the draft through turn one. If Zachary David doesn't shut the door, then Yamakoshi is going to make his bid to get by. The Japanese driver, oh! Two carts together! A little bit of contact, and that is the 212 of Dion Gauda for the second time this weekend. Dion Gauda on the grass and off the road. He just tangled in there with Harley Kiebel. They banged wheels, and Dion Gauda is out of it. Very unfortunate indeed for Dion Gauda. A second retirement is almost certainly curtains for his chances of getting through to the final. He won't give up, but certainly for Dion Gauda, he did not need a second DNF. But Evan Gilter still all over the back of Alex Powell for the remaining 3 laps of this one. Alex Powell is going to have to be like a brick wall. He cannot let Evan Gilter get even a whiff of an opportunity to come by. Down the straight, Gilter still all over the back of Alex Powell. He's not going to make the overtaking move until lap 10. This is lap 9. And Alex Powell knows that Gilter is just playing the long game strategy here. He's all over the back of the Jamaican, stepping away from Caspian Hagman. Just got to be so careful. What a drive from Caspian Hagman into third position, and having now got clear, this is definitely the best drive we've seen from Caspian Hagman in Champions of the Future. Great to see him in third place in the Ward Racing Machine, and thoroughly deserving of the accolade. But with 2.5 laps to go, this is all about Evan Gilter making his bid on Alex Powell. Come off the turn, very close together. Hoping for an opportunity on the inside line. Evan Gilter still hunting for the move. Alex Powell just keeping it nice and tidy for the moment. 2 laps to go. These are going to be the hardest 2 laps of this race. Alex Powell won both of his races yesterday. Can he get the third? Evan Gilter going to give him plenty of pressure and opposition. Here we go, lap 10. This is when Evan Gilter is going to want to make his move. He doesn't want to leave Alex Powell with a lot of opportunity to come back at him. Up towards turn 4, expect the slingshot manoeuvre. Alex Powell holds it, but not enough. There goes Gilter on the inside line. So Gilter takes the lead on lap 10. I did say that was going to be the lap he'd make the move, but now Alex Powell trying to come back at him. So can Evan Gilter hold this for the remaining lap and a half? All he has to do essentially is keep his kart in the right part of the racetrack, and Alex Powell will have no response. He even manages to pull out a kart length and a half there on Alex Powell. So I think Evan Gilter has just been biding his time, waiting for the ultimate pace to be unlocked, and here it comes. He's already trying to step away from Alex Powell. So it looks to me as though in the senior category alone, I don't know about how it's going to go for the juniors, but in the senior category alone, there's not going to be a single race driver that will go unbeaten this weekend. And as a racing fan, you always want to see that last lap. You always want to see drivers having to work incredibly hard over the weekend. It's not going to give Gilter the lead, quite a long stretch away from that, because he obviously collected 7 points yesterday. Powell didn't collect any points at all, so he will now take 2. Evan Gilter won't add any to his tally with his win, but it puts him back in contention. That's the main news headline for Gilter, as Alex Powell is going to have to find something to combat that in the later heats. Let's not forget that Evan Gilter is in the same group as Alex Powell. It took him 2 races to get off the boil yesterday. Now he is there. So Evan Gilter is going to have the position in front of Alex Powell. Caspian Hagman, 3rd position. Juho Valtonen ahead of Freddie Slater. It's going to be a very exciting battle between these two for the rest of the day, though. Evan Evan Gilter, the final couple of corners, tries he might. Alex Powell just can't quite get close enough to Evan Gilter. The checkered flag flies out of the final turn, and for the first time this weekend, Evan Gilter is victorious and Alex Powell is beaten. A great run from Alex Powell so far, and a very exciting challenge it has been. Caspian Hagman, what a drive, third position for the Swede. Juho Valtonen and Freddie Slater in the top 5. But now we know there's not a single driver who can be perfect in the OK category this weekend. Everyone can be beatable. And Evan Gilter has definitely made this race come alive as he gives hope to all the other drivers out there. He may have been fastest in qualifying. He may have won both the races yesterday. But there's an open race for the victory. Alex Powell is not going to be ultra dominant. Evan Gilter makes certain of that. So Evan Gilter in front of Powell and Hagman. A great battle all the way through. Sadly, the two retirements. David Walter on the opening lap and Dion Gowda for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Two of the big names in this category. Big drama for them. Not everybody's had it all their own way, that is for sure. So it's not going to be particularly home and dry for them. So Evan Gilter wipes the perfect smile from Alex Powell's face as he takes the win from the Jamaican. Caspian Hagman in third from Juho Valtonen and Freddie Slater. Gustav Wisniewski is ahead of the rapid Japanese Hiyu Yamakoshi. Harley Keeble, Zachary David and Nathan Sharp in the top 10. A great drive from the Dutchman Oscar Wirtz and Ella Stevens. Another great race from her. Marius Christensen and Maxim Orlov ahead of Josh Erfen and Andrea Vibriantit. Jacob Rashke coming home in 17th place ahead of the Indian talent for Paralin, Rohan Medesh. And then it is Max Hebicht in front of the new girl, Sofia Kotala. Retirements for Dion Gowda and also for the Danish talent, David Walter. So it was always going to be very tight between Alex Powell and Evan Gilter in the OK senior category race. But it is very much going to be tricky between them for the rest of the day. We'll have to see how it goes for them. Well, joining me up into the commentary box as we turn our attention back to the world of OK Junior is one of the drivers who's been almost flawless for the entirety of the race weekend so far, Miguel Costa. Miguel, 2 wins and a second place. It really couldn't have started much better than that so far.
Yeah, so far it's been really good. The chassis and engine's been feeling amazing, and we definitely have the speed to win this weekend.
Now, last year was a bit of a learning year for you as you kind of came into the CRK classes. You did a great job in OK Junior last year in Champions of the Future. This year, you've come fresh out of the blocks. What's changed over the winter?
We've been developing really hard working with the team as well, and just learning from me. Every race experience has made me a better driver and learn from it, and now it's time to win.
Certainly in terms of the qualifying pace, that was where this weekend really started to come alive for you. Just how confident were you in qualifying that you could actually manage to be in that position? Did you have the speed to go alone, or did you have to be in the tow?
I think I had the speed to go alone as well, but it's always nice to have a reference, especially in this track where the tow can mean 2 to 3 tenths.
And this is one of the toughest circuits in European karting as well. It's one of the longest, 1.7 kilometers. What's it actually like to drive here at the limit in the OK Junior class?
It's a very fast track, and you have to run a very small sprocket, since it's a very long straight, and you have to manage the exit of the corner. So you have to quite brake a little bit earlier than you should to get a good exit out of the corner, and that's where I really shine this weekend.
Awesome. Now, one of the questions I've been asking a few of the drivers this weekend, we've had a slight change in the schedule for this weekend. Instead of having 3 OK Junior races and 3 OK Senior races back to back, they've been split. So it's Junior, OK. How big a difference does that actually make in terms of your preparation? Because there's 2 different tyre manufacturers out there on the circuit putting rubber down. How big a difference does that actually make?
I think it's more fair this way, because since last year, or last race, we had 3 OKJs. The last group in qualifying would always be quicker due to the Vega having more grip than the MGs. So I think it's more fair this way. And it doesn't really make that big of a difference, because it's a different track for everyone, and it's quite the same for everyone.
Awesome. Now, obviously, we've seen which drivers are going to be quick up at the sharp end. You're definitely going to be one of those, having already taken a couple of race victories. But tyre degradation is a really big factor here. It's going to get hotter as the day goes on, and you only have a certain number of tyres to look after until you get to the finals. So how have you been coping with tyre degradation? Has it been a bit of an issue?
Not really for me, since I'm very smooth normally, and when I just get in the lead normally, I just try to be as smooth as possible and focus on my driving.
Awesome. So obviously we've got 2 more races for you over the course of the day that you're going to be looking for. Is it going to get harder as the day goes on, as the temperature rises, or are you able to combat that?
I think so for the tires and especially physically with the heat, but I think I'll be able to manage.
Awesome. Good luck, and I'm sure everybody back home in Brazil is watching along, so have a great race day.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Good to hear from Miguel Costa. More great race action from the juniors on the way. And you can see them out there on the starting grid. It has been absolutely fantastic work from them so far. Jules Caranta takes back his position on the front row of the starting grid alongside the Belgian hot shoe Len Nys, who really has been on a bit of a whirlwind tour in the category from Champions of the Future's Winter Series back in Franciacorta when he made his first real impression. He showed that he was going to be a bit of a star in the making. 3 weeks ago at Portimao, he really raised his game. Here at Zuera, he's been absolutely mighty in qualifying, so good to see that he is there at the sharp end. He wants to stay here, and he certainly seems to have the racecraft to match it. So we'll see how things progress for him. Second row of the grid, Nicolas Roos will be alongside the Singaporean talent Tiziano Monza for the DPK racing team on their home turf, don't forget. And on that third row of the grid, it'll be Dimitri Matveev and the very talented young man from Thailand, Enzo Tarnvenichkul, who's been very strong, not just in qualifying, but in race stream yesterday. He put off some great moves. So let's see how the competitors will go as they run around the course on the outlap and formation lap. So Jules Caranta and Len Nys from Nicolas Roos and Tiziano Monza, Dimitri Matveev and Enzo Tarnvenichkul, then Tame Soleil and Alexander Dahlstrom, another whirlwind talent. Aaron Garcia and Due de Decker from Emanuele Olivieri and Kian Fardin, Tobias Clausen and Francisco Macedo from Luvoe Sam Budler and William Go, Andy Consani and Renaud Franco from Jimmy Helias and Thomas Kinsey, Griffin Peebles, Filippo Fiorentino, Aryaman Bansal, and rather sadly, Lucas Flusha will not start due to the injury he picked up in practice. So the competitors will continue on their way. Only one driver in the junior category so far this weekend then has remained unbeatable, and that is Nathan Tighe from Great Britain and the Forza Racing team on the Expert chassis. So we'll see what he can do as the race day progresses. But there's definitely going to be some interesting battles for the OK Junior drivers to conquest out there. Jules Caranta back in his position at the front end of the field with the Belgian talent Len Nys alongside him. This could be one for the underdogs to really start to make progress and come through, because we've already had a great performance from Jules Caranta, who's taken a win in a second so far. This is his third heat of the weekend now that he gets to go and battle for. So we'll really get to see what he can do out there on the course. He's got an interesting afternoon ahead of him. Quite a few of the junior drivers only have one race to come later this afternoon, so it's a staggered schedule, but it definitely evens things up for the competitors out there and makes it a very even playing field in terms of who's going to have pressure through the day and who's going to have to be a little bit more conservative. But certainly for Jules Caranta and Len Nys on the front row of the starting grid, things are very hectic for them. Nicolas Roos, third position on the CRG. The favourites to go into turn one in second place, because we've seen it so many times, of course, from the inside line as they sweep through that first corner. Tiziano Monza and Dimitri Matveev, along with Enzo Tarnvenichkul in the top six as well. Watch out for Alexander Dahlstrom, the 8th position starter for Finland. The Energy Course driver has been absolutely spectacular in terms of the last couple of weeks. 3 weeks ago in Portimao, he was struggling to get off the back row of the grid, and here he is on the 4th row. Incredible work from Davide Fore to mastermind him, and he's doing an amazing job with the talented Finn. Here we go. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. First corner dash, and it's a good start from Jules Caranta. Len Nys is going to lose 3 positions at most, I think. Alexander Dahlstrom with a good start to try and hustle in for the inside line, and he's made some good moves already. But the field gets its way through without incident on the 1 to turn 3. Now we're going to get into the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? A couple of drivers on the curbs, running wide. Are we all going to face the right way? Yes, we are. Good stuff. They just about stay out of trouble. So it is Caranta who leads. Roos is in second. Tame Soleil has made a terrific start and now finds himself in third position in the Kart Republic. Great work from the German. So he is now there in third position, and that's one of the Koskis in P4. I would have expected that to be Dimitri Matveev off the start. Then Tiziano Monza battling away with Len Nys, and I think that is one of the Tony Kart factory drivers there. That must be Enzo Tarnvenichkul, unless he's got squeezed and has dropped further down the order. So the competitors are just working their way through on the opening tour. Everybody just trying to keep themselves to themselves on the start. A lot of opportunities for decent overtaking moves, but as they come onto the main straight, Jules Caranta still leads the way. Roos is second, then Soleil, then Matveev, then Monza, then it is Len Nys in front of Tarnvenichkul, Garcia, Olivieri and Dahlstrom. Some great performances so far in the first lap. Everybody just trying to keep it nice and tidy. Nobody getting into hot water. And Caranta just holding his position in front of Nicolas Roos and Taim Saleh. Oh, bit of a moment there for Matveev. He just ran wide and has got over the curbs. So a big problem for Matveev. That's cost him about 3-4 places, I'm afraid. So Monza's got through, Nys has got through, and so too have Tan van Ichgul, Garcia and Olivieri. So Dimitri Matveev down to 9th place in front of Alexander Dahlstrom. And that will obviously up the ante for a lot of the drivers to try and make some overtaking moves. Very easy to run wide of that curb. Another thing, I was talking to, had a very long conversation as well to one of the drivers who can give you amazing amount of insight to this circuit and to all circuits in general. I'm speaking to Lorenzo Trevisanuto. He was telling me that one of the disadvantages on this circuit is that for most places you have an entry curb to use as a frame of reference for braking. At Zuera you don't. So the drivers are still learning about their braking positions in the middle of races. Look to the right side, you can't see an entry curb, as there is Garcia making his bid on the inside of Enzo Tan van Ichgul. So that's put him into a decent position, I believe, if he's made that one stick. We'll look back in the rear quarter. No, he hasn't got through. And in fact, Olivieri actually drifts out wide, losing a bit of ground there to Tobias Clausen. And Griffin Peebles is making a spectacular launch forward now. So a good comeback and a good recovery from Griffin Peebles as he continues to make progress. So Caranta, Roos, Saleh, Len Nys and Tiziano Monza in the top 5. Enzo Tan van Ichgul running a solid P6. And then it is Garcia from Matveev, Dahlstrom and Tobias Clausen. And then it is Emanuele Olivieri. He's just trying to keep himself in front of Macedo, I think that is, who has got himself now up into 12th position. Disappointment for Griffin Peebles. He's lost out to Douwe de Decker and Kian Fardin. So some good battles out there in the junior category. Looks like a big move from Kian Fardin out of the penultimate turn. I think he's just made the move on Douwe de Decker, who's having a real struggle of a race at the moment, the Belgian. But there is Tiziano Monza, trying to get close enough to the Belgian, Len Nys, to make his move. But Jules Caranta, the Frenchman, still out in front from Nicolas Roos, the South African, and the German talent, Taim Saleh. So Roos sets the fastest lap of the race. We've been really wanting to see this raw pace from Nicolas Roos unlocked. He's had his moments before in Champions of the Future. He's come close a few times to a decent result, but this is really the strongest weekend we have seen from the CRG driver, who is based here. Continuing on and making good progress of things as he works his way round the course. Tiziano Monza tucks up behind Len Nys, and then Enzo Tan van Ichgul. Just making the point of Nicolas Roos, one of the South Africans in the field. The other one, of course, is liveaway Sam Budler in the midfield. But Nicolas Roos, based out in Europe these days, as so many drivers feel they need to if they're going to be in strong karting prowess. You leave your domestic countries, whether they be in the Americas, in Africa, or even in Asia and Australasia. And a lot of drivers, they move over to Europe to be based here to race in the karting categories. It's always a very tricky situation for a youngster. If you want to be successful in racing, that's one of the major commitments you obviously feel you need to make, or a lot of drivers do. Enzo Tan van Ichgul, fastest man on track now. The young Thai, 6th position in kart number 6. And the Tony Kart factory driver is the leading Tony Kart factory driver in this race now, as he continues to make decent progress, closing in on the Singaporean, Tiziano Monza. But Enzo Tan van Ichgul, who is based in Italy these days, very much lives and breathes for the sport. Absolutely huge Ferrari fan. No wonder he's in the Tony Kart factory team. There is an affiliation between the two brands. So Enzo Tan van Ichgul pushing on very hard indeed behind Tiziano Monza in the hope he can step it up. Len Nys in front of them, the Belgian talent for the Kart Republic Motorsport team, definitely having his best weekend in Champions of the Future so far. And Jules Caranta, likewise, out in front from Roos, Saleh, Nys and Monza. In fact, the top 6 drivers are all pretty much having their best weekends so far in terms of their raw pace in Champions of the Future. Always nice to see the talent rise to the top. It takes a little bit of getting going and getting used to. They've obviously had the Winter Series at Franciacorta back in February and last month in Portimao in Portugal 3 weeks ago. But it's definitely going full guns blazing now for the drivers up at the sharp end of the field. Jules Caranta, Nicolas Roos, Taim Saleh, Len Nys and Tiziano Monza from Enzo Tan van Ichgul. 2.5 seconds covering the top 6. And in P7 is the Spanish talent, the local star Aaron Garcia, who knows this place as if it were his back garden. So Caranta just keeping things nice and tidy with 3 to go. No major pressure for Jules Caranta in this one. The energy course just seems to have really good pace and rhythm. All going according to plan, and it looks as though we've got a warning flag going out, and that, I'm afraid, is for the 62. That is for Kian Fardin. So Kian Fardin is getting a warning flag. That is obviously going to come with a 5-second penalty attached to it, as it always is in Champions of the Future. What a shame. What a shame for Kian Fardin. So he is going to continue, but that's going to cost him a lot of time. I think only William Go and Ariman Bansal are behind him at the moment. So he's obviously got himself into an incident, but he's also picked up a penalty as Tiziano Monza tries to close up on the two teammates at Kart Republic, Len Nyes and Tame Saleh. Saleh in third position, Len Nyes in fourth. So what can Len Nyes do about his own teammate, Tame Saleh? Two very new faces in the Kart Republic Motorsport fold in 2022, and both very likeable characters indeed, the German and the Belgian. Had the absolute delight to play football with them in Portugal a couple of weeks ago. It was great to see such wonderful young characters making their appearance in Champions of the Future for the first time when we came to Franciacorta in February. And they are settling into the championship very well indeed, and settling into the Kart Republic ordering just as quickly. Last lap begins for Jules Caranta, and he doesn't really have a massive amount of pressure from Nicolas Roos. Roos is still there. He's not really close enough to challenge. Meanwhile, Tiziano Monza is definitely close enough to challenge Len Nyes, but Nyes is trying to encourage him. Come on, let's go after Tame Saleh. We can go for third place if we keep pushing. So he's going to make the opportunity open up, but Tame Saleh opens the door for no one in the hairpin. So Nyes and Monza now side by side. Monza trying to scare Nyes into conceding the position. He goes right round the outside. Nyes is not going to be intimidated. Good move from the Belgian. And they are going to lose ground here to Tarvanitschkel and Garcia on the last lap. Saleh is still defending. Big launch forward from Len Nyes in the hairpin. And Monza's going to get through as well. In fact, he could get past both of them. He has. But back on the inside comes Len Nyes. They rub wheels, and Nyes gets through. So does Saleh. So does Tarvanitschkel. Saleh's going for his own teammate now. They are side by side. They rub side pods. And Tarvanitschkel's trying to keep Garcia at bay. Excellent final lap dash here as Nyes goes up on the inside of his teammate. Caranta is oblivious to it all. He takes the win in front. Roos is second. There's only one Kart Republic there. Nyes has lost ground. Saleh in third from Tarvanitschkel and Garcia. Monza, Matviv, Nyes, Dahlstrom and Clausen. What a race. Excellent stuff all the way. That last lap got very heated indeed in the OK Juniors. One of the best races of the weekend so far. But certainly for Jules Caranta, it is perfect. No problems at all for him. Nicolas Roos is close, but not close enough for the entirety of the race. And the Energy Course team just add another one to the tally. So Jules Caranta has only dropped 2 points over the course of his heats. It's wins and a second for Jules Caranta now. Really has been extraordinary as they have battled away for position. Some great racing and some fantastic drives. But Jules Caranta in front of Nicolas Roos and Tame Saleh, with Enzo Tarvanitschkel just staying very patient and very, very careful, picking up fourth position with Aaron Garcia in tow. So some great work there and some great maturity from the drivers out there on the circuit, but excellent racecraft. Jules Caranta in front of Nicolas Roos and Tame Saleh. Enzo Tarvanitschkel is fourth, ahead of Aaron Garcia and Tiziano Monza. Dimitri Matviv just managing to pit Len Nyes at the end there. Alexander Dahlstrom in the top 10, along with Tobias Clausen. Francisco Macedo is ahead of Emanuele Olivieri, then Due De Decker and Griffin Peebles. Liverway Sam Budler and Renaud Franco, then Thomas Kinsey and Jimmy Helias, the two Frenchmen. 19th position for another Frenchman, Andy Consani. Kian Fardin will pick up a penalty, unfortunately, despite coming home in 20th. Then Filippo Fiorentino, the other Brazilian for CRG, William Go and Ariman Bansal, and all 23 drivers who started the race were able to bring it home for the finish, covered by just 16 seconds. So only Nathan Tai is unbeaten in the junior category. It's obviously been very close and very exciting between them up until this point, but the battles will continue. So again, our attention turns from the world of OK Junior to the world of OK Senior, and one of the stars that is coming in and giving us a bit of a story this weekend. It's great to see Sofia Kutala for the Ward Racing team. Sofia, this is quite a mission for you this weekend, but you have come into this with eyes wide open and you are ready to go battling.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is a dream of mine to drive the best of the best, and where else to do that than here in European Championships. So yeah, I'm all in and yeah, trying to improve lap by lap.
And your husband, Jussi Kitala, tells me that, you only started racing in anything only about 6 years ago. So this is quite an incredible achievement for you to come up to Champions of the Future in the pinnacle of direct drive.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I know. I think it's mixed emotions about me. I mean, some people are like, why? But I'm just like, well, why not?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the whole point of karting. It's meant to be an equal playing field for anybody of any age. And you are out there smashing barriers and proving to anybody that it doesn't matter how old you are, you can come at this at the high level. And your lap times throughout practice and qualifying, you were within 2 seconds of the pros. So this is not bad going at all.
Yeah, well, it's a bit better than I thought. I thought if I'm under 3 seconds, then okay, then that'll do. But yeah, I'm aiming to get under that 2 second, but maybe later in the year, maybe in the season. So yeah, still learning a lot.
And obviously on one of the fastest circuits in Europe as well, you've actually had to learn about this the hard way, because this is not only a really long and fast circuit, but it's very physical in the middle sectors as well. It must be so difficult to keep a control of the kart when you're literally flirting with every single curb you come near.
Yeah, and I had in the previous race, I had a crash and my steering wheel was not straight. So it was even harder to turn to the left, but I said, well, never give up. And yeah, I fought to the end and happy with that. So
that's amazing. And I know for a fact that the Ward Racing team are right behind you in this as well. The spirit of competition within this team, it's such a family squad. And they came at you and said, well, we have an absolute opportunity for you here. We've got the package we can give you to give this the best possible chance. So I don't think it would have been possible for you to really be as competitive as you are without them.
No, absolutely not. And of course I was a bit afraid to ask, so would you like to have a very old lady in your team? And I was like, but they were straight away, they were, yeah, absolutely. That's fantastic. So yeah, they've been super supportive, and it's really a great team to be in, and you feel very welcome. So thanks to Ward.
It's a wonderful story, and it gives, I think, all of the dads and mums sitting at home the opportunity that they can go racing as well. You might start a trend if you're not careful.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, come on. Let's do it.
Great stuff, Sophia. Thank you so much, and keep going, and we really hope for the best. And you never know, the way things play out, we might even see you in a final or two.
Well, you never know. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Sophia. Great to see that stories like this are happening in Champions of the Future. We turn our attention back to the OK Senior paddock as the racing continues. So back to the action then in the senior category, and it has definitely been an exciting one leading up to this one, but this is now an interesting fight ahead of us for qualifying heat in groups B versus F, and it's going to put Kian Nakamura-Berta back to the front of the grid alongside Joe Turney. How do you like your racing? I hope you like it as spicy as I do, because putting these two on the front row of the starting grid is definitely going to make things entertaining out there. Joe Turney from that outside of the front row, he always does things the hard way, but he always seems to find himself in a competitive position to do so. And he's definitely going to be pushed to his limits in this one. It's always very, very tricky when you've got so many competitive racing drivers up at the sharp end. The 3-minute board goes up for Kian Nakamura-Berta and Joe Turney. On the second row of the grid, it is Oscar Pedersen, who is turning into a bit of a superstar, as it turns out, the Swedish driver for Ward Racing. He really has come alive since his trip to Portimao. He did a fantastic job in Champions of the Future 3 weeks ago, and here he is again, right up at the sharp end at Zuera. So let's see if he can convert this into a podium. Tuukka Tarpanen, the reigning world champion, had a miserable first heat of the day, but that's ancient history now. It's forgotten. It's in the past. And Tuukka Tarpanen, the one that we know, is going to be fighting for another opportunity to go for the race win. He'll know exactly where it all came apart, so he will keep himself out of harm's way again, I'm sure. Emili Koivisto, the Koski Motorsport driver, will be on the 5th position of the grid on the inside of the 3rd row. The Ward Racing talent, Max Popov, will be 6th position on the starting grid on his Tony Kart chassis. And then 7th and 8th on the grid, it is Matias Ferreira, who is going to be there battling with Karel Pazovic. So the Kart Republic on the inside line and the Biralat on the outside line. So it'll definitely be fascinating to see how those drivers continue their quests forward. 9th on the grid, it'll be Olin Galli. And then in 10th position on the grid, it'll be Francesco Marenghi. Well, no guesses for who Siobhan Turney is going to be rooting for. It'll be the Tony Kart Racing Factory team and her boy Joe on the front row of the starting grid. She always tunes in, never misses a broadcast. And it is great to see once again that Joe Turney is keeping the family very much proud and strong on the front row of the starting grid. This is definitely turning into Joe Turney's season. Consistency is the key. As long as he stays within this top 5 competition in the OK category for the remainder of the season, he has every chance of sealing a couple of titles. And certainly he has his eyes firmly set on the Champions of the Future Euro Series crown. It is the first step towards massive accolades in 2022, and it's a great opportunity for him to steal a much coveted title in the world of karting. So Joe Turney alongside Kia Nakamura-Berta on the front row of the grid, but the pole sitter definitely wanting to go for the title in Champions of the Future in his first OK Senior season. Third on the grid though, Pedersen, and fourth on the grid though, Tarpanen will have something to say about that, as there's plenty of talent within this top 10 to try and charge forward. And there's a lot more talent just outside the top 10 as well. The likes of Gabriel Gomez, Enzo De Ligny, Victor Gustafsson, James Igotzi, to name a few. Keanu Alazadi had a difficult qualifying session, as did Akshay Bora. They're both on the inside line for the start of these races. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one for them to try and charge forward. Rintaro Sato hasn't had the best of qualifying, but we know how aggressive he can be behind the wheel. He'll make up as many overtaking moves as he possibly can as early as possible. So, Kia Nakamura-Berta and Joe Turney on the front row of the grid then, from Oscar Pedersen and Tuka Tarpanen, then Emili Koivisto and Max Popov, from Matthias Ferreira and Karel Pazovic, Olin Galli and Francesco Marenghi, Gabriel Gomez and Enzo De Ligny from Victor Gustafsson and James Igotzi, Akshay Bora and Kirill Smal, Keanu Alazadi and Arthur Rojon from Max Angelard, Rintaro Sato and Nathaniel Den Hont. 21 competitors out there on the circuit. And as we know, there's not going to be a single driver who will get a flawless weekend through the qualifying heats, as every driver out there has been beaten at least once. There are 3 drivers who have collected 2 points from the qualifying heats so far: Alex Powell, Joe Turney and Christian Bertucca. So if Turney gets the win in this one, then he will continue that bandwagon rolling. And to be fair to Joe Turney, he has every opportunity to do that after his win yesterday and a second place today. There is every chance that he can continue for his third race of the weekend to keep that bandwagon rolling on. The only problem he's got is the same problem he's going to have for the remaining 3 races that he will drive, and that is that he'll be on the front row of the grid on the outside line, which is danger zone for anybody not wanting to be squeezed into the first corner, because that is a problem. But Joe Turney has always kept himself out of trouble despite that. May have lost a couple of positions initially, but he fought through for the win and then for second over the first 2, so it's not done and dusted for him yet. Tuka Tarpanen hoping to stay out of trouble after his pirouette earlier on today that put him out of the race. And there's going to be some charges forward from several competitors in the field. Watch out for the CRG boys, Olin Galli and Gabriel Gomez. Both of them are going to want to put on a show. There is race director Martin Bean looking out over the Spanish skyline. A fabulous, fabulous location this as well, in the heart of the Aragon province. Nearly 750,000 people living in the nearby city of Zaragoza, and the Ebro River running right through the centre of the city to make it a very picturesque location. And what a backdrop here in the Spanish countryside. It is a wonderful location, and we are always absolutely overjoyed to be going to Zuera at any point, and it's the 3rd time that we are here for the Champions of the Future Euro Series. So Nakamura-Berta and Joe Turney, front row of the grid. Second row for Pedersen and Tarpanen, Koivisto and Popov, Ferreira and Pazovic from Galli and Marenghi. And then Gomez and De Ligny, Gustafsson hoping for a decent run from Igotzi. And then Bora, Smal, Alazadi, Rojon, Angelard, Sato and Nathaniel Den Hont. Here we go. Are we going to go racing first time of asking? Oh yes we are! Up to the first corner, Nakamura-Berta sweeps in. Joe Turney just slots into 4th place. That's a good start from Turney. And a good start from Tarpanen as well. He's only lost a couple of positions, so they really have made a much better job of it this time. And the gaggle of drivers further back gets a little bit squeezed. 1 or 2 drivers off the road, but they get back on quickly through the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? Oh, there's a little bit of a wobble in the middle of the pack from one of the CRGs going off the road. I think that was Olin Galli. Just about saved it, but he has lost ground to Ferreira, and now his own teammate Gabriel Gomez trying to get through. That looks like Karel Pazovic trying to keep one of the Alonso karts at bay. That's got to be Francesco Marenghi, who made a reasonable start. He's going to go right round the outside, and there's a bit of a pressure from James Igotzi. So some great racing in the early doors as drivers try to make their way up. Whoops-a-daisy, that's not gone well at all for the CRG on the far side. The 207 of Gabriel Gomez, I think that is. No, sorry, that's Victor Gustafsson having yet more problems on the opening lap. So Victor Gustafsson, the Swede, really struggling to keep it together. But Nakamura Berta is the leader. Then Pedersen, Koivisto, Turney and Tarpanen. Ferreira, Galli, Gomez, Pazovic, Merengue, and the fast starting Keanu Alizardi has done it again. Up to the lead comes Pedersen. He makes the move on Nakamura Berta. And so now Nakamura Berta is going to have to go defensive to stop Koivisto getting a run. Turney's going to get a fabulous run out of the hairpin. Can't quite get up alongside Emili Koivisto, but he's having a think about it. Tarpanen's there in P5. This race is set to have a lot of overtakes in it already. But one man who's definitely been getting on with it nice and quickly is Keanu Alizardi. He's already in the top 10. Here comes Nakamura Berta, making his bid for the lead. Little bit of a run wide from Koivisto as Tarpanen tries to squeeze Ferreira. Ferreira getting on the inside though. Matthias Ferreira through. Here comes Pedersen, wheel to wheel with Nakamura Berta. The Swede has to bail out of it. There's a lot of ingredients in this one to make this one the most tastiest of races. Here comes Turney on the inside of Koivisto. Perfect, into third position. Now he's on the hunt after Oscar Pedersen. Down the straight. Nakamura Berta, Pedersen, Turney, Koivisto, Ferreira, Tarpanen, Galli, Merengue, Pazovic and Alizardi in front of Enzo Deligny. Pedersen having a look at Nakamura Berta, and here comes Turney. He's going to try and get his run, surely. Nakamura Berta is defending on lap 3, and that's going to be enough for Turney to get through on Pedersen. Pedersen squeezed out. Here comes Koivisto. A spin! Is a spin in the middle. That's Matthias Ferreira. Matthias Ferreira spins in the middle. That is such a shame for the Kart Republic driver. He just got caught. Ran a little bit wide, tried to get back in, pitched into a spin. And there goes Tarpanen. Tarpanen now gets his move on the inside of Oscar Pedersen, who has lost ground. So Tarpanen through in a 4th position. Ferreira walking away, absolutely dejected. So the Brazilian is in major trouble as Turney gets in behind Kia Nakamura Berta. Nakamura Berta is just parking it on the inside apex. He clearly doesn't have a lot of confidence in the straight line speed because Turney is already hunting him down again. Lap 4 begins. Nakamura Berta, Joe Turney, Emili Koivisto. So Nakamura Berta trying to keep Turney at bay. No, you don't. Turney's through, slides in. Koivisto goes with him. Nakamura Berta had to have a quick look over the shoulder. There was a little bit of doubt, and that was enough to think Joe Turney thought, right, he's vulnerable. I'm going to go for it. Tarpanen into 4th place, right in behind Nakamura Berta. Pedersen and Olin Galli, the Brazilian. Enzo Deligny is up in 8th place now behind Francesco Merengue. He sets the fastest lap. Then it's Keanu Alizardi and Victor Gustafsson in the top 10. Nakamura Berta charging in behind Emili Koivisto. Easily the best race we have seen in Champions of the Future from Emili Koivisto. Good to see him making good progress, the Finn. He is definitely on form here at Zuera. So in 4th position, Tuka Tarpanen closing back in on Nakamura Berta, but Koivisto running a solid race in 2nd position. He can be very happy indeed with this drive so far, but he knows that there's still 7 laps of it left. There's no point getting complacent. You've got so many drivers to duel with. Nothing is done until the checkered flag drops. Here comes the move from Tarpanen on the inside of Nakamura Berta. Nakamura Berta tried to resist him, and he's held him off. So Nakamura Berta keeps Tuka Tarpanen at bay. Tarpanen tries again, has to move to defend the inside line from Pedersen and Galli. And so Tarpanen thought that was going to be pretty plain sailing past Nakamura Berta. Not on your Nelly, says Kia Nakamura Berta. Holds on to 3rd position. So Gustafsson 9th now, having got past Keanu Alizardi. Igotzi, his teammate, is into 11th position. So the 2 Tony Kart teammates, Alizardi and Igotzi, who were in the junior team last year, they've both stepped up to senior in 2022. They are trying to crack the top 10 in unison with Karol Pazovic and Akshay Bora giving chase. Rintaro Sato's made up good progress. The Japanese driver now finds himself in 14th. So just like his father Takuma Sato, Rintaro is picking them off one by one and making his way through the field. Excellent stuff. Main straight, turning in front of Koivisto. A little bit of a look there from Enzo Deligny to have a go at Olin Galli. CRG versus Parolin. Galli is trying to keep Deligny at bay. Protects and covers the inside line. We have a yellow flag up at turn 4 there briefly. I think we had an off. I think that was still for Matthias Ferreira's car. And a bit of a run wide. Whoops! That's Olin Galli dropping it out of the last couple of corners. So that's going to be Gustafsson through into 7th. 8th now is Alizardi. And Galli is trying to hold on in front of James Igotzi. So Gustafsson and Alizardi are the ones that pick up the pieces. Normally these two have been the cannon fodder. Now they're making good gains. Igotzi goes long into the hairpin, gets through, and Olingali goes rally crossing. Oh, it's so roughhouse there. I can't tell you how tricky it is to run at that far part of the circuit. So Olingali, I'm afraid, becomes a rally car in that far distant part of the course. And just in behind him there, that is Max Popov, who's had his own problems in this one. Gabriel Gomez likewise. A lot of big names down towards the back, having tried to skate out of trouble. So Turney and Koivisto. This is excellent from Emili Koivisto. He is hustling Joe Turney. You do know that's a Vice World Champion in front of you, don't you, Emili? Absolutely brilliant from the Koski Motorsport driver, as Karol Pazovic picks up a warning flag and Tuka Tarpanen bangs in the fastest lap of the race. But this is magic from Emili Koivisto. He's driving around Joe Turney as if he's in a midfield battle just with any old driver, but that's Joe Turney you're battling against, mate. And Koivisto is not phased. He's not worried at all. He is just giving it full guns. Excellent stuff. So Emili Koivisto, pedal to the metal, flat out in behind Joe Turney, and the Koski Motorsport driver is actually going to be a pressure for Joe Turney if he was able to look after his tyres and follow in behind the British driver. And Koivisto could even snatch the win away from Joe Turney the way things are currently going. Turney's job is quite clear. He's got to pull out a gap. Seems to have had a good third sector though. That's opened up the gap to 3/10. That will make the tow easier to benefit from. There is the warning flag for the 236, I'm afraid. So problems there for Karol Pazovic. That will cause him a little bit of a headache at the end of the race when he comes in and realises that he'll have the 5-second penalty added to his time. But there is Tuka Tarpanen, tucked up behind Kian Nakamura-Berta. 5th position for Pedersen, 6th for Enzo Deligny. So those two having a good scrap. Then Gustafsson and Alizardi. It's almost ended up being a bit Noah's Ark between these 8 drivers up at the front. Almost 2x2 hurrah, although Gustafsson has now dropped Chiara Alizardi a little bit. But still, a top 10 finish for the young man from Dubai. Will be very happy indeed for the Tony Kart driver. Igotzi, his teammate, is about 7/10 back. And he's got almost a second on Francesco Merengue, the Alonso Kart chassis in 10th place, ahead of Pazovic, Rojean, Bora, Sato and Max Popov, who's still battling away with the CRG twins, Gomez and Galli. Kirill Smal in the Ricardo Kart is just behind them. Some good battles everywhere you look. Here's Deligny closing up on Oscar Pedersen. As we watch Nakamura-Berta and Tarpanen still going wheel to wheel. Is Tarpanen going to get his move? No, Nakamura-Berta just keeps him at bay again. On lap 9 out of 11, they're running out of time. Turney has opened up the taps a bit now. He's started to pull out a couple of qualifying laps in terms of raw speed and pace. So this is where he's starting to get his own opportunities to charge forward. Great racing battle for Joe Turney, but he is opening up the gap a little bit now to Emili Koivisto. He doesn't need to do it by much, just enough to be comfortable. And there is Tarpanen having got through past Kian Nakamura-Berta now. 3rd position for the Finn. These were the 2 drivers that were crowned world champions in their respective classes at Campios last year, Tarpanen and Nakamura-Berta. The last time they were this close to each other, it was at the Gala at the end of 2021, and now they are battling for position here at Zuera. Great work as the Champions of the Future continues here. 2 laps to go. Tuka Tarpanen and Kian Nakamura-Berta racing for supremacy, and that's a bit of a twitch there from Alizardi. That's enough for Igotzi to get through on the inside. So the Tony Kart drivers, who have both stepped up to the senior team in 2022, having a nice little race with each other. Koivisto sets the fastest lap though. He's not done the Finn. 101.1 for him. He hasn't quite got it into the 60-second mark, but let's not forget that it's going to be harder and harder to do that over the course of the weekend, because the track will get hotter and the tyres will get more worn. So don't expect too many laps inside 61 seconds for the rest of the day in race trim from the senior category. Certainly it's been a very exciting one for Joe Turney. He's had to work for it yet again from that outside row, but just give him an opportunity, give him a bit of racetrack to play with, put him in that Tony Kart and just watch. Stand back in amazement, as Joe Turney always seems to deliver when it counts. Last lap, and he's got nearly half a second on Koivisto. His teammate Tuka Tarpanen in 3rd, and Nakamura-Berta with the Kart Republic machine in 4th, ahead of Enzo Deligny, who has now got past Oscar Pedersen and started to stretch away. Lots of great overtaking moves and passes here. The standout drive from qualifying Heat B versus F has got to be Emili Koivisto. You come to expect this from Joe Turney. He always knows how to get himself into a winning position when it matters. But certainly for Emili Koivisto, this is his best ever Champions of the Future race. And he's been absolutely on it from the start of it. And it looked like he wasn't quite going to be matching the sort of pace in the earlier races he's had this weekend. Koivisto really has stepped it up. And full credit to the Finn. He has come through better than everyone except Joe Turney, who is certainly looking like a potential Super Pole winner. Out of the final turn comes Joe Turney. Great victory. Excellent work from Joe Turney, but Emili Koivisto comes of age in second place ahead of the world champion Tuukka Tarponen, the junior world champion Kia Nakamura-Berta, and the Frenchman Enzo de Ligny on the parallel. Great drive from Joe Turney. Massive achievement from Emili Koivisto, the Koski Motorsport driver who's had lots of bad luck over the years. Is now finally reaping the rewards and the benefits. I'm sure Jan Koski and the team will be elated with that. Second place for Emili Koivisto. That's very well deserved indeed. So some good performances there from the crew, and they're keeping him very much even in the battle with Joe Turney in the race there. Tuukka Tarponen, third position. That will do an awful lot for his confidence. That will boost him forward after his earlier spin in the first race of the day. So Tuukka Tarponen obviously trying to get himself back into prominence. It's been a much harder Champions of the Future series than he would have predicted it would be. For Joe Turney though, it's just another day, another dime, another dominant drive. So Joe Turney takes the win from Emili Koivisto, who hustled him all the way. Third place for Tuukka Tarponen, Kia Nakamura-Berta and Enzo de Ligny in the top 5. Then it is Victor Gustafsson from Oscar Pedersen and James Zagotzi, Chiara Malazzari and Francesco Marenghi from Karol Pazovic and Arthur Rojon. Rintaro Sato fights the 13th ahead of the CRGs of Olin Gali and Gabriel Gomez. Max Popov, a real race of struggles for him as he drops to 16th place ahead of Akshay Bora. Kirill Smal on the Ricardo kart chassis for the Birolart Racing team. Then it is Max Angelard in front of Nathaniel Den Hont. The one retirement from the race on lap 3, Matias Ferreira, the Brazilian, spinning off the road after a very difficult moment on the exit of turn 4. So a very tricky race battle. It was always going to be one in qualifying Heat B versus F because there are so many strong and talented drivers out there on the course. So you knew it was always going to be a bit of a hectic one, but certainly for Joe Turney from the second position of the grid, dropping initially to P4 and then working his way through one by one, managed to get himself back to the front. OK Junior up next, and it's the final group of drivers that have yet to race on Saturday. And the first position goes to the man who was fastest in his group after an excellent run, and that, of course, is the very talented Polish driver Maciek Gledizh, who won the Winter Series at Franciacorta 2 months ago, and he is out for another couple of wins this weekend. I caught up with him after his run to the top of his qualifying group.
So the fastest lap, I knew it will be the fastest lap because I had good gap to driver in front, and after I saw this one guy made mistake in the last sector, so I had good slipstream, and when I saw I did that lap, I knew it was good. And yeah, and after my mechanic showed me it's P1, so now I'm very happy, and now I will start some heats from P1, so it's very good for me.
So Maciek Gledizh, the Polish talent who took the victory in the Champions of the Future Winter Series back at Franciacorta in Italy in February, still continuing his march forward with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team and doing a fantastic job on the Lando Norris chassis, which is in its first year of competition, part of the OTK group. Alongside him on the starting grid for this one, he's going to have pressure right from the start. No two ways about that one. He's obviously going to have his work cut out with Jindra Pezel, who is making rapid progress in his OK Junior journey. Not so easy to predict how far he can climb, but certainly he is hunting down a few heat victories in Champions of the Future this weekend, and certainly looks like he could get one or two. He was in pole position for his heat yesterday and really had his work cut out trying to fight his way forward. But Jindra Pezel, good to see his progression, and he is there in second position on the starting grid. On the front row for the Birolart Racing team, the young man from the Czech Republic. Third position on the grid is Newman Chi. A very impressive performance from the Chinese driver so far. And he has a good opportunity to continue stepping up his game for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. Then Anatoly Kavalkin for the Paralin Motorsport squad in fourth position. So an excellent run from him so far. Martin Molnar, the Hungarian, lines up on the inside of the third row. So some good performances from him so far. And then it is Gazi Motlakar, the Paralin driver, who has been incredibly consistent so far this weekend, but also rapidly fast. And good to see how well the young man from Mozambique has been getting on. He's made massive steps forward through the Champions of the Future weekend, and he looks like he could get a decent result or two under his belt here. Adam Hideg, the Hungarian who has made the switch this weekend to the Sodi Kart factory team. He is there in the inside of the fourth row of the grid. Should be an interesting one for him to see how much ground he can make up. Alongside the Luxembourger, Guillaume Bouzard of the Koski Motorsport team. Interesting to see what he can do from the 8th position on the grid. And the 5th row of the starting grid is going to be occupied by the Norwegian talent Markus Seiter of the Ward Racing team on the Tony Kart. And alongside him on the grid to round out the top 10, it is the Japanese talent Shimo Zhang of the Kart Republic Motorsport team. After a very solid qualifying, a very unfortunate incident in race 1 earlier today, but he has a great chance to fight his way back. So the contenders are about to be started into their out lap, and then they will go around the circuit an additional time for their formation lap. The green light comes on at the end of the pits, and the OK Juniors in qualifying heat C versus E will head out onto the course once more. It'll be Maciej Kledic in pole position, the Winter Series winner. Jindro Bezel in second place. Then it is Chi Newman and Anatoly Kavalkin from Martin Molnar and Gazi Motlakar, Adam Hideg and Guillaume Bouzard from Markus Seiter and Shimo Zhang. Gerasim Skudanov and Alpa Sanaksoy from Elliot Kaczynski and Zach Drummond, Sandro Perez and Louis Laveau from Luca Horton of Bahrain and Enea Frey of Switzerland, Nico Lanolati and Kirill Kutskov from Oliver Kinmark, Jensen Burnett, Dante Vinci of Australia, and after missing qualifying completely, Kirill Ditiev, who went out onto the circuit during qualifying, but the kart broke down. And of course, coming into this weekend, Kirill Ditiev was the points leader for the Ward Racing team by 2 points ahead of Nathan Tai and Alexander Bondarev, so he's going to have a big mission to try and keep that points advantage. He really didn't need a mechanical failure in qualifying to drop him back through the order, but that is exactly what has occurred for him. So some big pressure on the youngster's shoulders now. 5 races to go before our lunchtime pause to allow the Armada Naranja, the Orange Army, around the circuit, a little bit of a breather. Definitely been working hard over the course of the weekend so far. Some big opportunities for the drivers and big shoes to fill in terms of the competitive routes to the top. So Maciej Kledic and Jindro Bezel, the Pole and the Czech, on the front row of the starting grid. Chi Newman, the Chinese driver, will be next up, 3rd position for the Kart Republic team. And then 4th on the grid for the Paralin Motorsport squad, it's Anatoly Kavalkin, who's already had a fairly stable race battle so far. A win and a 2nd place, which is exactly the same as Gilles Caranta. Biga Costa has had 2 wins and a 2nd place, so he is still technically up in that gaggle of drivers as well. But he has 2 races to complete, while most of the drivers in this one have 3 to complete. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as the competitors continue to battle out on the circuit. But for Maciej Kledic, he has a great opportunity here from pole position. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport team will have done their homework overnight as well to give him the tools to get the job done as he fights his way forward. So it is another day and another chapter in the great racing story of Maciej Kledic on pole position. 2nd is Jindro Bezel, then Chi, Kavalkin, Molnar, Motlakar, Hideg, Bouzard, Seiter and Zhang. They come off the final turn. Are we going to go racing? Looks pretty good. We are! Jindro Bezel cuts across, tries to stop himself from going clean off in turn 1. He's actually got a great start as Jindro Bezel, and there's problems further back. 2 karts coming together. That's a Birolot and a Tony kart that have ended up down at the back of the field, but they have kept going. So Jindro Bezel with an awesome start. Len Nyes now dives up the inside. Sorry, no, that's Chi, isn't it? That's Chi going through. I do apologise. So Chi Newman gets up into 2nd place. Bezel gets squeezed, is now down to 4th behind Anatoly Kavalkin. So as they squeeze through the hairpin, it is all guns blazing. Now, who's that at the back? That's Kirill Kutskov, who has dropped to the back of the field. As up on the inside, there goes Kavalkin getting his run on Chi. So Chi Newman has to let his guy go. Kavalkin through to 2nd position. Maciej Kledic, though, with a fairy tale start out in front. No major concerns for the pole at the moment. The squabble for second place has been an interesting one, but fair play to Jendro Bezel. He got the perfect start for a second place driver, essentially. Well, almost perfect. He ran through turn 1 in second. The only way to get better than that is to run in first, and that's very hard to do from that outside line, especially when you can see how many marbles are down there at turn 1, side by side, battling for position. That is close between Al Baksoy and Enea Frey, but it's Frey who gets through at the expense of Al Baksoy. And Al Baksoy, I'm afraid, has lost a few more positions as Guillaume Bouzard gets on the inside there of Ghazi Motlakar. Motlakar on the grass, loses a little bit of ground there, and there goes Gedizim Skudunov. Skudunov trying to get through. Zach Drummond trying to get past his teammate as well, and that's the Sodi car in the middle of the mix there. That is Louis Leveau, the Danish driver. So Maciej Ledij leads, then Kavalkin. This is the battle a little further back. This is Martin Molnar versus Guillaume Bouzard. Energy Course versus Tony Kart. Energy Course versus Koski Motorsport. Come off the turn, and Maciej Ledij is still leading from Kavalkin, but Kavalkin is definitely catching Maciej Ledij. So the Polish driver still out in front. Kavalkin doing his best to get an opportunity to come past and get the position, but Ledij is being caught rapidly by Kavalkin. Down the straight. Maciej Ledij is your leader, but there is Kavalkin already all over the back of the Ricky Flynn driver. He's going to go for the move. I think he senses that he's quicker, so through he goes. Makes the overtake. Ledij comes back at him. Kavalkin going to try and hold the position, which he does. Ledij is still there in second place. So Maciej Ledij just trying to hunt down Anatoly Kavalkin in their bid for second place, in their bid for the victory, sorry. Ledij is still putting a lot of pressure on Anatoly Kavalkin. Very talented pair, these two. The Paralympic motorsport driver always seems to be in the top 5 in junior. Maciej Ledij had that fantastic drive in the final at the Winter Series of the Champions of the Future at Franciacorta when he drove back from 10th on the grid to take the win in majestic style. So Maciej Ledij very much a Champions of the Future champion already. But he wants to get the Euro Series under his belt. He needs to start banging in those top 5 results. Second will do for the moment. It's definitely a step in the right direction, but there is a long way still to go. He knows that. There's obviously a lot of work still to do. So they continue to make solid progress as the drivers continue. But it is now Kavalkin ahead of Ledij, Chi, Molnar, Bouzard. That's a move up the inside to defend a move. Oh, that was going to be an overtake, I think, by the look of it. As Kirill Kutskov is battling away in the middle of the field, trying to make up some ground. Kirill Ditiev, I think it was the one who was battling with Kutskov. They were the two who won the first lap, ended up down at the back of the field. So Ditiev's charge to get through the field has been pretty miserable so far. And there is a genuine chance that the man who leads the points tally in OK Junior coming into this weekend might not even make the final the way things have been going for Kirill Ditiev. What a demoralising state of affairs that is for the talented man for the Ward Racing team. Anatoly Kavalkin in front of Maciej Ledij. Then it is Chi Newman. Chi Newman going well. There is the battle further back. This is Bouzard versus Molnar, 4th and 5th position. They're both trying to get into the slipstream of Chi Newman, the Chinese driver in front of them. So there is Guillaume Bouzard. Martin Molnar just hustling him at the moment as they go through. Lap 5. And Anatoly Kavalkin has completed 4 of the 8 laps so far. And the Paralympic driver just keeping it nice and tidy at the moment. No major concerns or catastrophes at this moment in time. But Anatoly Kavalkin just stretching out a bit of a gap. Half a second made up on Maciej Ledij as Guillaume Bouzard gets the fastest lap of the race in. Just in behind him is the Hungarian Martin Molnar. Chi Newman, though, in the 41, the Kart Republic kart in front of them, is causing a bit of a headache for Guillaume Bouzard. He'd probably have a lot of clear track to play with if he could just find a way past Chi Newman, the way things currently are. And there is the 77 of Guillaume Bouzard ahead of Martin Molnar. So still a duel and quest away for position. Not easy in this gaggle of karts, and certainly not easy in this field because you've got a lot of drivers who want to push up the sharp end. Kavalkin pulls nearly 0.6 of a second clear with 3 laps to go over Maciej Ledij. There's Chi Newman in 3rd. 4th is Guillaume Bouzard. 5th is Molnar. Then leading the charge behind them is Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, in the Sodi Kart factory operation. There's the move on the inside upon Chi Newman. So Chi Newman loses out to Bouzard. And Martin Molnar is going to try and get through as well. Now that's going to give Maciej Ledij a little bit of breathing space. because Chi Newman will not want to let Guillaume Bouzard get too far ahead, but Bouzard gets a 103.1 out of the tyres. So a good run so far from the Koski Motorsport driver. Kavalkin still looking good in front of Gladys. And then it is Guillaume Bouzard from Chi Newman and Martin Molnar. Still they battle away. The gap between Gladys and Kavalkin staying steady at half a second. It's not like Kavalkin has to push any harder. So they are continuing to get wheel-to-wheel battles out of each other. Martin Molnar is just starting to line up Chi Newman. So Chi Newman on the Kart Republic Motorsport machine, just trying to stay close to Guillaume Bouzard. This is not easy for them, but Molnar's going to try to squeeze through on the inside of Chi Newman. Chi Newman is not going to let that one happen. A great manoeuvre there, thwarted as he makes a good overtaking move and a good pass. So that one wasn't going to happen. 2 to go, and Kavalkin still has 7/10 over Maciej Gladys and increasing, but can Guillaume Bouzard, the Luxembourger, close up on Maciej Gladys? He's definitely going about it the right way. Guillaume Bouzard has dropped Newman and Martin behind him, so Chi Newman and Martin Molnar, who are in 4th and 5th position at the moment, lost a lot of ground to Guillaume Bouzard. Bouzard is absolutely rocketing onto the back bumper of Maciej Gladys, and so the pole is actually going to have a lot of trouble here, trying to keep him at bay. Oh, Martin Molnar tried to sneak in on the inside of Chi Newman, and that backfired massively. Chi Newman was already turning in. And I think he quite got a nose alongside enough to make the move happen. Final lap. And there is Gerasim Skudanov. He's going to try and go for 5th place now. Guillaume Bouzard swarming in on the inside of Maciej Gladys. He goes out wide. Gladys trying to cut back in. Guillaume Bouzard will defend the inside hairpin for the next corner. Maciej Gladys is going to try and get back on terms with him, but Guillaume Bouzard has the place. So Maciej Gladys has got himself a bit of an issue now. Down to 3rd position he goes, but he's still there in the top 5. So Guillaume Bouzard trying to skate away. 2nd will have to do. He's definitely not got the time to go after the race leader, Anatoly Kavalkin. So an interesting challenge moving forward, but Anatoly Kavalkin and Guillaume Bouzard in the top 2 positions. Then Maciej Gladys, Newman Chi is next up. But Martin Molnar looks like he has been able to hold off Gerasim Skudanov on the most part, with Adam Hideg through in behind them in 7th place. A perfect run from Anatoly Kavalkin. He continues his point score of 2 points over the course of the heats thus far. Bouzard in front of Maciej Gladys. And then it is Chi Newman in 4th position ahead of Martin Molnar and Gerasim Skudanov. Great work from them all. But Guillaume Bouzard getting his homework done and making the overtaking move into the final lap to make it all come his way. But Anatoly Kavalkin, a very solid effort from the Paralin Motorsport racer. That's solid and smooth and very, very strong racing around this 1.699 kilometer circuit. And Guillaume Bouzard finishing up in 2nd position. That gives him 11 points to carry in terms of the tally. So he still has a very good shot at a decent starting position for the superheat tomorrow. He just needs to keep this bandwagon rolling. But for Anatoly Kavalkin, it's pretty good work so far as well. The Paralin Motorsport driver just hanging it out there in the lead of the race, picking his moment to get the overtaking move. Could see when he was going to be quicker in the tow behind Maciej Gladys and swept past. So Guillaume Bouzard doing the same thing on the last lap with Maciej Gladys able to bring it home in the top 3. And that's going to be a bit more like it as far as he's concerned. Newman Chi in 4th position from Martin Molnar and Gerasim Skudanov. Adam Hideg in front of Marcus Saiter from Zach Drummond and Jindra Pazel. Enea Frey is 11th in front of Ghazi Motlakar, then Louis Leveau and Kirill Kutskov. Shimo Zhang and Oliver Kinmark. And then it is Sandro Perez ahead of a very unhappy Kirill Ditiev, who is having a nightmare weekend. Luca Horton in front of Alp Hassan Aksoy, and then Elliot Kaczynski is in front of Nico Ladalati, Dante Vinci, and Jensen Burnett. Despite a little bit of wheel banging at various points in the race, every single driver was able to bring that one home to the finish line. Great resolve and great work from the competitors out there. OK Junior impressing once more. So there are just 4 races left before we get to our lunch break in order to give the marshals and officials a chance to have a bit of a breather. They've been out in the Spanish sun ever since 8:30 this morning when they went onto their marshal post positions. So they deserve a bit of a breather after their hard work this morning. But the man in pole position is in very unfamiliar territory. It's great to see new faces on the front, and certainly for his first Champions of the Future Euro Series pole position, a very deserving one. Chu Yanpu of China, and he is very impressive indeed after his time qualifying display. The Mercedes AMG Junior Young Gun doing an excellent job and getting the kart to the front row of the grid. I caught up with him after he topped his qualifying group.
So we did a great qualifying sessions, and yeah, we were doing the time alone in front, no one with no reference, and then it was a bit unexpected to make pole position. That I thought it was not really a lap, but it was. So big thanks to the team and mechanics for the hard work, as well as the engine tuner. So far, we look really strong, very competitive, and we have a good starting position, definitely, and we will see how it goes.
He's not going to have it easy from the start of this race, though. That is for sure. Chu Yanpu of the Kart Republic Motorsport team, because alongside him on the grid is the Italian stallion himself, Luigi Coluccio. And he is going to be there on the front row of the starting grid for the Tony Kart Factory team. Third position on the starting grid will be Christian Bertucca, who took a win and a second place yesterday. So the Birolot driver definitely in good company as he battles for supremacy in this one. Fourth on the grid, Ian Eichmans. After his excellent performance earlier, he'll be wanting to have yet another great result. So the Eichmans Grand Prix team have given him some amazing opportunities this weekend. He's going to take them with both hands and go for another win. The Eichmans Grand Prix team name still firmly at the front end of European karting then, it seems. Fifth position for Luca Samalisto of Finland. They're on the third row of the starting grid on the inside of row 3. And Luca Samalisto continuing to get amazing performances on Friday. It's when Saturday and Sunday comes that the luck seems to desert him. And hopefully he'll be able to make his own luck out there in this one. Sixth on the grid for the Italian Nicolo Cuman. So Nicolo Cuman is going to be in a strong position from the get-go. Nacho Tunion, the Spanish charge in the DPK racing machine, will be 7th on the grid. Then Maxim Rem for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. He is going to be there in position on the 4th row of the grid. On row 5, it's very unusual to see Thomas Stolchemanis so low down on the grid these days. 9th position, still on the inside of row 5, but we've come to expect massive things from him. He currently is out in front of the points standings in the Champions of the Future, of course, and he's had a real struggle so far this weekend. It's likely that his main rivals, Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio, are going to be working very hard indeed to get that points deficit decreased massively, but Stolchemanis really needs to do some fighting in order to get himself back up the order once again. And then alongside him on the 5th row of the grid, it is the Italian driver Simone Bianco for the Koski Motorsport team. He'll be there on the outside in position 10. Then on row 6 of the grid, we have the Frenchman Malo Bollier, who is still doing a fair job for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. Good to see how much progress the Frenchman has been making. Alongside him on the starting grid for the Koski Motorsport team from Finland, it is Nico Lemberg. So Nico Lemberg has been working incredibly hard to get himself into a good position once again, and he finds himself there. 3 minutes to go before the drivers are released out onto the circuit once again. So alongside Rafael Modenese on the 7th row of the starting grid, the Peruvian driver will be there in position, having had a solid race battle so far. But Rafael Modenese for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Team will have a bit of a challenge from Adrian Malheiro. He carries a Spanish flag, Spanish license, but he is a very passionate Portuguese racer. Just races in both countries, of course, and doing a fantastic job so far this weekend. Rashid Aldaheri is next up, the Forza Racing driver. Very unfortunate in time qualifying. Didn't quite get the laps strung together, but he's hoping that that will change a little bit as he goes back into the progression of the races themselves. Alongside him on the grid is Matthias Morgato, who is in the DPK kart, although from a distance you won't recognize it because it's a very different color scheme that the Brazilian driver is running this weekend. It is the bright green Castrol Racing colors on the Alonso kart chassis this weekend. So a little bit of extra support for the Brazilian driver as he continues to make progress. 17th on the grid should be Bruno Mulders, the Dutchman, but I'm afraid he was involved in an incident in yesterday's races and suffered a slight injury to his right arm. It's not serious, but unfortunately it is enough to keep him from racing. The doctors obviously, he posted on his social media last night that he was hoping for approval from the doctors to go racing today, and it's quite clear that unfortunately that has not been approved. So we hope that he will be ready in time for the next round of the Champions of the Future in Kristianstad in May next month. Alongside where he should be on the grid, 18th position on the grid, is the Ward Racing driver Alvar Simasvara, the Finnish driver who will line up 18th on the grid for this one. Alone as he will be on the 9th row of the grid. The 1 minute board goes up at the front end of the pits. 19th on the starting grid, very disappointing from time qualifying for the Sri Lankan Ivan David, who has been absolutely mighty in terms of his overtakes with the Biralat factory team. He really does know how to charge his way through the field. He knows how to get himself out of adversity, does Ivan David. It's not always textbook, and he goes about it the hard way, but he really does give us great entertainment. And alongside him on the grid is the Chinese driver, Liu Ricky. So Liu Ricky is going to be there in 20th position on the starting grid, as he runs in the number 202 Tony Kart factory operation. And at the back of the grid, it is the CRG racing driver, Bernardo Pinheiro, the Portuguese driver, who will line up 21st on the starting grid as he continues to try and make up progress from his position. So this will be an interesting test to resolve. Chu Yanpu versus Luigi Coluccio. Who is going to get the best of it as they charge through to the first corner? That'll be an interesting one. Here we go. Qualifying heat, C versus E. It's definitely going to be a tough mission and a very interesting ask for the competitors out there. So Chu Yanpu and Luigi Coluccio on the front row of the starting grid, then Christian Brentuka and Ian Eichmans on the second row, Lucas Amalisto and Nicolo Kuman from Nasho Tunion and Maxim Rem, then Thomas Stolchamanis and Simone Bianco, Malo Bollier and Nico Lemberg ahead of Rafael Modenese and Matthias Morgato. And Adrian Magliero, I should say. Then Rashid Adaheri and Matthias Morgato. There we go. Bruno Mulders is not there, sadly. Alvar Simasvara is, though. Ivan David, Liu Ricky, and Bernardo Pinheiro. So 20 drivers out of the 21 that should be there, minus the Dutchman Bruno Mulders. So the race will continue for all those concerned, as the competitive spirit will continue in fine style, as always, in the OK category. But certainly qualifying heat C versus E should turn a few heads as the drivers are getting themselves ready for a good bit of drama out there on the course. And we'll see some exciting battles from the get-go as the junior drivers are now coming out of their position in the holding area because they want to see the start of the race. Always great to see the juniors learning from the best, as they obviously want to be in the OK Senior category of Champions of the Future very soon indeed. Some of them are going to have to wait a couple of years to do that. Obviously some of them are in their very first season of OK Junior competition, so you've got to wait until the year in which you turn 14. So there are only 2 drivers, to my knowledge, that are in the OK Senior grid that are 13, and they are Enzo Deligny and Freddie Slater. As far as I'm aware, I don't know if there are any other 13-year-olds on the OK Senior grid, but I'm sure that if there is, someone will deem to message me and go, Sanson, you've messed it up again, mate. So the drivers getting themselves ready for the battle, and it's definitely going to be an exciting run for the competitors as they continue to charge forward. So they are now getting themselves into position once again, and we will have some fascinating duels and some great races from the competitors as they run out on the course. But now they will come through out of the final turn, and we will see just how quick this start is going to need to be from Chu Yanpu to outfox Luigi Coluccio on the run to the first corner. Definitely going to be an interesting one. Let's see how the drivers come out of the final turn down the home straight. How are we going to go? We're going to go racing. Coluccio forces himself towards Chu. They bang wheels and round the outside. Coluccio gets into the lead. Brilliant start from the Italian. And a spin further back. That's one of the DPKs. Is that Morgato? I'm afraid it is. Matthias Morgato spins off then at turn 1. Didn't see how that one started, but certainly Coluccio, with his elbows out, goes for the lead and takes it, and takes Ian Eichmans along for the ride. Chu Yanpu has to settle for 3rd position then, the Chinese driver falling back. as through comes Christian Bertucca. He finds himself in 4th position. So Luigi Coluccio completely outfoxes the Chinese driver in pole. That was absolutely awesome from Luigi Coluccio. Not easy to do that from the outside of the front row as well. So Coluccio steps up the attack. Ian Eichmanns goes with him. And I'm afraid only one kart gets spat out of it all, and that is Matthias Morgato, who now finds himself giving chase to the rest of the drivers who are about 20 seconds up the road from him. So Coluccio, Eichmanns, Chu, Bertucca, Tugnon, Kuman, Bianco, Rem, Samalisto and Thomas Stolchemanis. Stolchemanis already making his bid up on the inside to get through and make up another position, although he's dueling away at the moment with the Rafael Modenese as Bertucca gets through on the inside of Chu Yanpu. So Chu drops to 4th position, but he might be going further back than that because Nacho Tugnon is stepping up the attack now, the Spanish driver on the DBK Alonso kart. So things could get pretty interesting from here on out. And Chu is already starting to look a little bit pressured here as he desperately tries to get clear of Nacho Tugnon. 6th place for Nicolo Kuman. He's always there or thereabouts, isn't he, the Italian? Great to see Nicolo Kuman still putting on a good attack. But Coluccio versus Eichmanns is still very, very hot at the moment. A good battle between them all as they run in position. So this is going to be absolutely extraordinary from the front end of the field for Luigi Coluccio as he continues to run in position. Absolutely amazing. Coluccio, Eichmanns, Bertucca, Chu. Here's come the move from Ian Eichmanns. Gets through on the inside of Coluccio. Steps it up. Goes for the overtake. No worries for Ian Eichmanns, the Belgian. Absolutely in fine style. So a very interesting battle stepping up between Eichmanns and Coluccio then. So it is very, very tricky as the battle continues on here. Very exciting runs. The competitors are still giving us plenty of excitement and a lot of entertainment out there on the course. Coluccio having now got through again past Eichmanns and taken Bertucca along for the rodeo ride. And Bertucca is actually hunting down Coluccio. This could be a fascinating run for the Birala driver. The OK team has really struggled in recent times. They've been trying to make up the gains in terms of raw pace. Their gearbox team has been absolutely flawless in recent times, but it's been a long road to get the OK team up there. Bertucca dives for the move on Coluccio. Eichmanns is going to try and get up alongside. Bertucca takes the lead. Now Bertucca is parking it. Eichmanns squeezes on the inside. Coluccio trying to go right round the outside of Chu, holding on to it. Chu is still there, but Coluccio holds the line, and now Nicolo Kuman is trying to get there. Chu trying to hold it right round the outside. Can he keep Kuman at bay? Yes, he can. Good work from the Chinese driver. Whoa, Kuman on the grass. And that's cost him 3, made that 4 places as Maliero goes through. And a big dive further back. That looked to me like Modenese going wheel to wheel with Samalisto. So some good tussles all the way through. Modenese did actually get through. He's actually made the move on Simone Bianco and Lucas Samalisto. Some good overtakes there from the Peruvian. But Christian Bertucca has got through into the lead of the race with Ian Eichmanns now coming through into 2nd place from Coluccio, Chu, Rem and Stolchemanis. So Thomas Stolchemanis, the Latvian, is getting himself back into position once again. Some good comebacks. But I'm afraid Matthias Morgato, who spun on the opening lap, has only managed to get himself back to the pits rather than back into contention. So Matthias Morgato, he carried on for a couple more laps, but I'm afraid it was game over by that point. So he has elected to park the car. So very difficult so far for the drivers as they continue their battle forward. And we are definitely going to have some exciting runs for the drivers as we continue to make... Oh, that's a very slow moving Thomas Stolchemanis. What happened there to the Latvian? I didn't actually see it. I do apologise, but Stolchemanis has had a bit of a moment there and dropped back down the order. So Stolchemanis, I think, got a little bit squeezed in the battle there. So Stolchemanis finds himself now down in 17th place. So a big moment for the Latvian. You know that moment when you're looking at the timing screen at exactly the wrong moment and you miss the big moment for the type of contender. Stolchemanis is ahead in points in the standings at this point, but I'm afraid he has dropped all the way down to 17th position. So this is a big problem for Thomas Stolchemanis. Bertucca, Eichmanns, Coluccio, Chuyanpu. Here goes Coluccio on the inside of Eichmann's. Thank you very much. I'll take second place away, thanks. And that gives him another perspective, another good overtaking move there. So that will go very nicely indeed with his team as Coluccio gets himself back in a second. Now, can he close up on Christian Bertucca? That age-old battle once again. Birolart versus Tony Kart. Bertucca versus Coluccio. Two Italians at the top of their game. And they are going to race for the victory if Coluccio can get close enough to Bertucca to make an ultimate challenge. But Bertucca is still ultra competitive. He's not going to give up easily, and he's not going to be an easy man to overtake when he gets close enough to him. As Christian Bertucca is definitely going to be pushing all the way to the flag. Now, can he make the overtaking move? It's not easy to decide who's going to get this one because you've got Bertucca, who managed to get a win earlier in the weekend, Coluccio, who is always pretty fast in the Tony Kart factory team, and Ian Eichmann's, who has won a race already today. So three very evenly matched drivers gunning for it. It's a very solid and sturdy effort at the moment from Bertucca, Coluccio and Eichmann's, but Chuyanpu remains in fourth place ahead of Nicolo Kuman and Adrian Maliero, I think that is, in P6. A good run from the CRG driver. Nacho Tunion in front of Maxim Rem, Lucas Amalisto and Rafael Modenese. Then it is Rashid Aldaheri in front of Ivan David. Two drivers who have made stellar comebacks in this one. Again, Aldaheri and Ivan David putting off some great overtaking moves, and they are there in 11th and 12th as side by side battling for position. Behind them, that is Stolchimanis against Malo Bollier, and I think it's Stolchimanis that's got through into 13th position as they come through across the line. But the damage is already done for Thomas Stolchimanis. He's lost a lot of ground. Bollier actually losing out over the line to Nico Lemberg, and that's for the lead. Coluccio closes up on Bertucca and makes the overtake. Into first position then comes Coluccio. Bertucca's not done yet. Kuman sets the fastest lap as he tries to close up on Chuyanpu. But I tell you what, Christian Bertucca is under pressure now. Luigi Coluccio, having got the lead and got through, they're going to be fighting back. And these are two amazing Italian talents here who are going to be going wheel to wheel for the victory in this one. Luigi Coluccio and Christian Bertucca. Ian Eichmann's just keeping a watching brief in third position. Doesn't need to get too stressed out here by this. So I think there are going to be phases in the race when we're going to see Bertucca get back on terms with Luigi Coluccio. They're so even in terms of raw one-lap speed. But Eichmann's may just give his rival a bit of assistance to close up. Either that, or he thinks, well, I can go for the overtake myself on Luigi Coluccio, so I'm just going to get through and prove to you how it's done. But certainly for the moment, it's going to take a little bit of hard work to get close enough to Luigi Coluccio to throw it up the inside. But Coluccio's getting on with this now. He is going to try and go for the race leader. So Nicolo Kuman with a new fastest lap, a 101.235 from the Forza Racing expert. Bertucca closing right up on Coluccio again. Fascinating duel between these two drivers. Some good battles going on further down the field. A lot of great banter between the competitors in the mid-pack. Coluccio still running solid in front of Bertucca and Eichmann's. Then it is Chuyanpu. Nicolo Kuman is in fifth from Nacho Tunion. Then Maxim Rem, Rafael Modenese, Rashid Aldaheri and Lucas Amalisto ahead of David, Stolchimanis, Mariero and Lemberg. And then Aldasimas Vara has got in front of Malo Bollier and Lou Ricci from Simone Bianco and Bernardo Pinheiro. Only the one retirement so far, and that is Matthias Morgato. One non-starter as well, and that is Bruno Mulders. So as the competitors come off the fourth corner for the penultimate time, we have only got 2 laps remaining, so Bertucca's got to get on with this to get back past Luigi Coluccio. Don't think for a moment he's going to ease off. He's definitely going to push this as far as he can stretch it. Very tall order from the drivers so far. They're just trying to maximise the most they possibly can out of this extraordinary situation. Coluccio, Bertucca and Eichmann's. Eichmann's just hanging 10 in third position for the moment, but Chuyanpu is falling very close to the back. Oh, that's Ivan David off the road. And he's not the only one involved. Well, Maxim Rem has got a warning flag. I'm not sure what that's for, but Ivan David there with Lucas Amalisto. Lucas Amalisto continues. But Ivan David does not. The Sri Lankan, I'm afraid, is out of the race on the penultimate lap. Very unfortunate indeed for Ivan David of the Birolart factory team. But certainly for Coluccio, he's now having to go into ultra defensive mode because here comes Christian Bertucca. He's going to get alongside, side by side. Bertucca is absolutely on the resolution to come back through on Luigi Coluccio. He's going to try and tuck in for the inside of the hairpin. Not quite close enough. Ian Eichmann's in third, just watching it all unfold. Coluccio, inside hairpin, rolls back off the power. Eichmann's nearly gets the undercut for Christian Bertucca. And Bertucca's now going to try and hold on, whilst also getting a little bit aggressive with Coluccio. He's also going to try and hold on to second place from Eichmann's. Eichmann's can really spoil the party here. Final couple of corners. Will Bertucca go for it on Coluccio? Coluccio keeps it a little bit wide, but that's going to be a faster line for Bertucca. It's also going to be quick out of the final turn for Eichmann's. He's going to go for it over the line. It's Coluccio from Eichmann's. He does beat Bertucca to the flag. So close on the finish line. But Coluccio, Eichmann's and Bertucca. Eichmann's did just get past the Birilat on the finish line there. Very frustrating indeed for Christian Bertucca. Chu Yanpu not quite able to close in on them or stay with them. Nicolo Kuman was almost through into fourth position on the last lap. But certainly an absolutely extraordinary run from Luigi Coluccio. Held on to that despite the pressures from Christian Bertucca throughout. So there is Ian Eichmann's, the man who managed to come through in second position. There's Luigi Coluccio. Great run from the Italian. Really hungry for as much opportunity to drive away to the distance like that as possible. Slightly stressful out there, dealing with the likes of Bertucca and Eichmann's, I'm sure, but he certainly managed to hang on for a crucial victory at a rather important stage of the weekend as well. He wanted to go into his lunch break, even though it's not the lunch break, with a little bit of a relief and a fantastic result. Luigi Coluccio in front of Ian Eichmann's and Christian Bertucca from Chu Yanpu and Nico Kuman. Maxim Rem and Nacho Tugnon from Rafael Modanese and Rashid Al-Daheri ahead of Thomas Stolchemanis. Adrian Maliero is ahead of Nico Lemberg and Malo Polier. Lou Ricky and Alva Simasvara from Simone Bianco and Luca Samalisto. Bernardo Pinheiro came home in 19th place, and he was the last of the finishers, I'm afraid, in 18th. Ivan David and Matthias Morgato out of the race, and very disappointing to see two big names like that struggling to bring it home in a decent position after what has already been a bit of a tricky race out there. So 3 races to go before we get ourselves to our pause in proceedings. We have had 9 heats for the juniors and 9 heats for the OK seniors. So 18 races completed. This is the 19th race and the 10th junior qualifying heat that is coming up. It's been a fascinating battle so far, but the man in pole position once again is going to be Nathan Tye from Great Britain alongside the Belgian star Len Nige, who has been very impressive over the course of the weekend, as we know. Lewis Werrell will be on the second row of the starting grid alongside Tiziano Monza. And then on the third row of the starting grid, it will be Thibaut Ramakers of Belgium alongside the Thai star Enzo Tarnvanitschkel for the Tony Kart Racing team. The man who's going to be there on the fourth row of the grid alongside the talented Alexander Dahlström is going to be the ever-impressive man from the Ukraine, Alexander Bondarev, one of the favourites to go into the lead of the Champions of the Future Euro Series here this weekend. He was only 2 points off the top spot. I caught up with him on Thursday to see how things are going.
I'm feeling quite confident. We were fast here last year, even while we were privateers. So it's nice knowing that we already had the pace last year, and we still have the pace this year. Today it was a good day for us, and hope to show it all tomorrow in the qualifying. It's all looking good. In every single race of the season we're towards the front, and our goal is to win the championship. The final is long around here. It's a very long track, 1.7 kilometers, and I think it's going to be 15 or 17 laps. So it's going to be a long race, of course, very exciting. So we're going to try to win this Sunday. It's a very fast track, especially the first 2 straights are like very long and fast, and then also most of the corners are high-speed corners. So some also like hairpins. So it's a very like mixed track, and I like it around here. Yeah, the fight was very, very good throughout the race. Even the first round in Portimao, we had a really big fight in the final between me, Nathan Tai, and Kirill Zitia. So I think that around here it's a very close. Everyone together, it's very close in times. So I think it's going to be even a harder battle.
Great work so far this season from Alexander Bondarev, one of the title contenders in the Champions of the Future Winter Series back in Franciacorta, and obviously battling for the win 3 weeks ago at Portimao in the first round. It's a little bit tougher here at Zuera so far. He goes off the fourth row of the grid, I should say, on the inside line, admittedly, but in the seventh position of the grid in every single heat this weekend. He is alongside Alexander Dahlström, the Finnish talent, who is making incredible strides forward. The son of Toffa Dahlström, one of the top rally drivers in Finland. And of course, ninth on the grid, Andrés Cardenas, the Peruvian for the Energy Course squad, alongside the Belgian talent for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, that is Douwe de Decker. You just saw the recovery truck come back into position. And that shows us that the circuit is now clear, which is very good timing because it's only 30 seconds until the drivers are released out onto the circuit. So 2 drivers in the field this time will push start their karts because that's what they're like. Lewis Werrell and Enzo Tarnvanitschkel. They want to be prepared for the OK category as soon as is humanly possible. So they will try and build as much upper body strength as they can. Everyone else is sat in their kart, ready to go. But Lewis Werrell and Enzo Tarnvanitschkel have obviously been taught by their mechanics to learn about the sport the tough way, the hard way. And they're certainly doing things correctly, as they have been doing over the course of the weekend so far. So qualifying heat for groups A versus F. It's the fastest group versus the slowest group, but that is only by a couple of hundredths of a second in most cases. Nathan Tai and Len Nyes from Lewis Werrell and Tiziano Monza. Tibor Ramekes and Enzo Tarnvanitschkel from Alexander Bondarev and Alexander Dahlström. Andrés Cardenas and Douwe de Decker from Arthur Dorisson and Kian Fardin. Maria Germano Nito and Francisco Macedo. Nicolas Schaufler and William Go from Alfie Slater, the birthday boy, and Renaud Franco, the Dutchman. Giacomo Pedrini and Thomas Kinsey. Zoe Florescu and Filippo Fiorentino, with Dylan de Vos alone on the back row, after Lucas Fluscher will not start any of the races this weekend due to the light arm injury he sustained on Thursday's practice sessions. He is okay, in essence, just very frustrated that he's watching. He would much rather be racing. And that is the same fate that was suffered by the Dutchman Bruno Mulders in the senior OK category. The thing is, here around this particular circuit, you really are on the ragged edge, and in pure pace and speed, this is one of the fastest kart circuits in the world. A top speed of 140 kilometers an hour around this place. By the time you get to turn 2, and even then you're not very hard on the brakes. Just a dab of them is enough to slow the kart down enough. You can then get back on the power and hold the way through. And as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, one of the significant factors that was pointed out to me by Lorenzo Trevisan-Nuto is that this circuit is unlike many of the others in the sense that this place does not have entry curves on the opposite side of the turn-in on the way into the braking zone. So the drivers are having to choose all sorts of items around the circuit as they go through each corner for frames of reference. Some are even counting how long they've come off the final turn and down the straight in order to get themselves a decent braking point for the turn-in. So it is difficult to learn a circuit when in many other places you use those run-off curbs to the outside line as a frame of reference point for braking. But the drivers don't on this particular occasion, so it does make it a little bit harder, which means, of course, that the racing is even more tense than usual. Nathan Tai and Len Nyes on the front row of the grid from Werrell and Monza, Ramekes and Tarnvanitschkel from Bondarev, Dahlström, Cardenas and de Decker from Dorisson and Fardin. So can Nathan Tai continue his winning streak? He's the only driver this weekend who can now win all of the races he starts. So let's see how it all plays out. Down to the first corner, ready, and we're racing. Good start from Tai on the inside line. Werrell's going to go with him. No problems at all for that. Ramekes and Bondarev are trying to go there as well. Len Nyes just gets a couple of wheels on the grass, and that's going to drop him back a little bit. So Bondarev through into 4th position, tucks in, and in 5th place, that is one of the Energy Course karts. I'm fairly sure that is Andrés Cardenas, having made the move into 5th position. So Len Nyes has lost a few positions, I'm afraid. Enzo Tarnvanitschkel's made a solid start. He now finds himself in 6th position by the look of it. So a bit of a difficult start all the way down the field, but certainly out in front. Nathan Ty from Werrell, Ramakas, and then Bondarev, who is in... oh, hang on, is that Bondarev in third position? I think the young man from Ukraine has actually got through on the first... Yes, he has. So Bondarev is into third position. Much stronger from the young man from Ukraine this time. Then Cardenas, then Enzo Tanvanichkul, who ironically, again, is number 6 in P6. Wonder what happens if he puts the number 1 on his car. He's out of the final turn. Down the main straight again. And it's Ty from Werrell, Monza, now behind quite a few drivers actually. He's in 7th position behind Tanvanichkul, but ahead of Len Nyes. Nicolas Schaufler's made a magnificent start in the BWT-backed kart. There it was going through. But Nicolas Schaufler, the young Austrian, has gone into 9th position ahead of Arthur Dorisson and Mario Germanonito. So here they are again, and Nathan Ty trying to stretch out just the tiniest little whiff of a gap over Lewis Werrell and Alexander Bondarev if he can. Because even though it's early doors, you may as well go the whole hog if you're going to try and get a decent run. Here comes Bondarev on the inside, makes the move on Lewis Werrell. No hesitations, no holds barred, and that's second. Now he's going to set off after Nathan Ty in the hope that the Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart combined with the Lando Norris chassis is going to be fast enough to take him further forward. As up the inside goes Cardenas. Cardenas now gets the run on the 53 of Lewis Werrell. So Cardenas, who has a couple of seasons experience over Lewis Werrell, makes a decent move to go ahead. And Tiziano Monza is starting to hustle Lewis Werrell as well now. Let's not forget that Lewis Werrell still hasn't done a massive amount of racing in Europe outside of his native Great Britain. And this is his first year of a real full-time onslaught. As up the inside of Bondarev goes Cardenas. And Thibaut Ramakas as well. So Ramakas into second, Cardenas into third, Bondarev down to 4th in front of Monza, Tanvanichkul and Lewis Werrell. And at the back of that queue is the Belgian Len Nyes. Now, if you're Nathan Ty, this is absolutely awesome because he's out in front yet again. And if these guys continue to battle, look at the gap that Ty's already made up. As Len Nyes manages to get an overtaking move of his own done there. Came through on the far side and actually managed to get past a couple of drivers in the fray. Here they come sweeping onto the final part of the course once again. But Nathan Ty has got himself the lead. It's stretched out to over a second. Here comes Cardenas having a look at Thibaut Ramakas. Not going to get through there. So how about this for a strong challenge, because we've got 4 completely different kart manufacturers in the top 4 positions here. Up the inside, there goes Cardenas. He makes the bid on Thibaut Ramakas, and that statistic is still safe for the moment at least. Nathan Ty on the Sony kart leading. The Energy Cores of Andres Cardenas in 2nd place. 3rd, the Kart Republic, rebadged as the Alonso kart chassis for Tiziano Monza, closing up on Thibaut Ramakas, who is in the Kart Republic. And Thibaut Ramakas doing a very good job on the Kart Republic chassis for the VDK Racing team, the Belgian talent. As everybody still just trying to keep themselves out of trouble and be there when the checkered flag is ready to fall. Nathan Ty, Andres Cardenas, the Peruvian star for the Energy Course team. He's trying to go with Thibaut Ramakas and Tiziano Monza to close up on the race leader Nathan Ty, but they've already let him go to the tune of 1.6 seconds. 4 laps done, 4 to go. Looking pretty academic for Nathan Ty and the Sony Kart team at this moment. So they've got plenty of reasons to be cheerful. And so we're going to continue to see a lot of great progress from the competitors as this race day goes on, but certainly some overtaking moves need to happen to really shake things up. Alexander Bondarev finds himself now down in 7th position behind the likes of Werrell, Tanvanichkul and Ramakas. Make that 8th position, in fact. So still a tricky race of it, as up the inside making the move. I think that was Len Nyes losing out there to Lewis Werrell. So that was for 4th position. Good start then from Lewis Werrell, considering he is still learning about rolling starts in the junior OK category. Sorry, he's obviously still working very hard to ensure that he's got as much of the knowledge of where to place the car as humanly possible. So Nathan Ty looking very confident out in front. The gap opens up to 1.8 seconds between Ty and Andres Cardenas. It's looking almost academic now for the Sony kart driver to take their first Champions of the Future Euro Series win, that would be. Francisco Macedo, the Portuguese driver, appears to have incurred the wrath of the stewards. So that has dropped him down to, well, he was down in 19th position, but he still has technically a little bit of time still to make up. There is Nathan Tye, ahead of Andres Cardenas and Tiziano Monza. Werrell is 4th, Nice is 5th, Tom Van Ichkel is 6th, from Ramakas, Bondarev, Dorisson and Alfie Slater into the top 10 of this one. There are still some tasty little battles brewing. You can certainly see that Monza doesn't seem happy with 2nd. Wouldn't at all be surprised if Nice wasn't happy with 5th. I think he wants to get a little bit closer there to the man in P4, Lewis Werrell. So with Cardenas and Monza tightening up, you can see those two are actually starting to work with each other. It's not going to be easy from here on out, that's for sure. Nathan Tye, Andres Cardenas, Tiziano Monza. So into the first corner, the drivers have already flown through. On the penultimate lap, Nathan Tye has 1.8 over Andres Cardenas, who was too busy focusing on Tiziano Monza to get involved in a fight for the victory, especially considering that Nathan Tye has pulled well clear on this one with a new fastest lap as well, a 1:03.122 for the Sony car driver. Cardenas in 2nd, Monza in 3rd, then Werrell, Nice, Tom Van Ichkel, Ramakas, Bondarev, Dorisson and Alfie Slater. So the competitors continue on their charge forward. They are going to work some magic out there on the course. So Nathan Tye still leading by 1.8 seconds to Andres Cardenas, but Tiziano Monza is still giving him plenty of pressure as we go into the final lap here at Zuera for the Ultima Vuelta. A good run for the last lap now. So Nathan Tye still out in front. The gap is 2 seconds. There it is, as Cardenas is now hustling to keep Tiziano Monza at bay. This is for 2nd position in the heat. So Monza goes the long way round. We'll tuck back in for a switch gap. But it's not quite close enough yet. He's going to go round the outside in the left-hander. That's brave. Just going to say that's a brave man who tries that. It's an even crazier man who actually makes it work. So Tiziano Monza still hustling Andres Cardenas to the flag. He won't want to lose a 2nd podium position, because Cardenas is still looking very neat and tidy in front of Tiziano Monza. Monza is weaving this way and that way behind Andres Cardenas, trying to outfox him into a mistake perhaps, especially when you consider the battle is going to go all the way to the finish line. The checkered flag is out. No problems at all for Nathan Tye. Canters to the win. 2nd place is actually going to be a drag race. Cardenas just holds on in front of Tiziano Monza. From Ned Nice, Lewis Werrell and Enzo Tom Van Ichkel, from Alexander Bondarev, Timo Ramakas, Arthur Dorisson and the birthday hero Alfie Slater. Great driving in the juniors, but this man, Nathan Tye, just flawless. Absolutely flawless. It's hard to use that word and mean it because it's overused so many times in modern sport, but Nathan Tye, 4 races, 4 wins. Just perfection at the moment. He just needs to do that one more time this afternoon, and then he will get the Super Pole for his race. Excellent opportunity for him, knocking as the drivers continue in their way forward. So the battle is well and truly joined out there, and we're going to have a really decent squabble between the drivers as they can now set the tone for the rest of the day's action. But Nathan Tye, 4 wins out of 4. That will be the perfect tonic for his weekend, the perfect start to proceedings. So Nathan Tye bags the win in qualifying heat A versus F in front of Andres Cardenas and Tiziano Monza. Len Nice is ahead of Lewis Werrell, with Enzo Tom Van Ichkel running in 6th place ahead of Alexander Bondarev, Thibaut Ramakas, Arthur Dorisson and Alfie Slater. 11th on the starting grid is the Dutch driver Renaud Francout. And then in 12th position we have Douwe de Decker ahead of Niklas Schaufler and Maria Germano Nito. Kian Farden is in 15th position in front of William Goh, Giacomo Pedrini and Francisco Macedo. Alexander Dahlstrom in 19th ahead of Thomas Kinsey. Then Zoe Florescu is in front of Filippo Fiorentino and Dinant de Vos. No start from Lucas Flusha, and there's not going to be any presence from him, I'm afraid, for the remainder of the weekend. So just 2 races to go before we take a pause in proceedings and we turn our attentions back to the world of the OK Senior category. Definitely going to be an exciting race to come in this one because there are so many drivers out there who want a piece of this. Alex Powell versus Joe Turney on the front row of the starting grid. How about that for drama? It's definitely going to be an interesting one. The drivers are still making their way to the dummy grid because it's been quite a clean set of races so far. That's one thing that's worth picking up on. We haven't actually had a massive amount of chaos and drama. There have been some moments, but there certainly hasn't been anything particularly lackadaisical out there on the course thus far, which is very good indeed to see. The driving standards remain high in the Champions of the Future Euro Series with a phenomenal collection of talent that are still rising and still coming up through the ranks. But the drivers and teams now make their way to the circuit, and we're going to hear from the technical side of the sport. This racetrack is a very challenging one from an engine builder's perspective in particular. So we caught up with the man who knows, Jiri Maciek, about his chances and his company's chances over the course of the weekend.
Hello, I'm Maciek. I tuned the TM engine for the team Lennox, BRL, IPK Group, and Parolin with CRG, couple of drivers. We make the job together with my father. Then he always do the things in the home, and I try to do best on the track with our engine. I really like this track, yeah, because have really fast corner and along the straight, but sometimes it's difficult for us because if it's headwind and the driver take really good slipstream, then the engine looks quite okay, but when it's opposite, it's much more difficult for us because after that the driver start immediately explain about the engine. The sprocket is very important, but sometimes even if you are short sprocket, like really big, and you have correct carburation, the engine looks quite okay. Yeah. Then the most things for me is the carburation. Yeah, for sure it's very important also the sprocket, but the mostly thing is this. If you are so rich, it's difficult on the top. Yeah, if you are so lean, it's difficult on the bottom. And because of that, we always control the piston, because on the piston, especially in category OK, we see very well how working the engine. We change a little bit things on the carburetor, like pressure, like the membranes and something like that. Yeah, for works in a little bit different part of the engine. It's not so easy, yeah, working with the top team, yeah. Then sometimes it's a little bit difficult to find everything correct for everyone, yeah. But like I always say to everyone, we make as soon as possible, and also we want to win the race because it's really good publicity for us.
Always nice to get behind the scenes at the Champions of the Future. There's some amazing people working behind closed doors. We don't always see all of their hard work because we're so busy focusing on the racing. But a massive thank you to Jiri Maciek for allowing us a little bit of a closer look as to what goes on for an engine tuner at Champions of the Future in the Euro Series. Always great to see just how much in terms of hard work you do get to see in these races. It's not just about the drivers in the karts, their mechanics, the team, the tyre technicians, the engine builders and tuners. There is so much that goes on here, and people have this rather facadic view of the sport sometimes, that it's just a case of get in the kart and go. No, there is so much more to it than that. You need to work on your upper body strength. You need to work on your arm agility. You need to work on how you balance yourself in the kart when you're going through the corners on the far side of the circuit, when you're sometimes pulling a couple of G's in G-force. You're obviously a couple of millimeters off the ground, getting to a top speed of about 140 kilometers an hour. There's an incredible group of people who are working back at the factories in various different parts around the world, who are working on every aspect of the kart, from the different separate components of the chassis, down to the carburetor, to the tires, to the wheel rims, to the bumpers, to every single facet of the engine as well. It is such a technical sport. There is an amazing amount that goes on here. This really is Formula One in miniature. It is an amazing category of discipline of racing, and the competitors here are just as good as any of those drivers that have stepped into this sport before them. There is a massive opportunity for them to continue to climb up the ladder. And here in Champions of the Future, they are literally that. There are going to be so many competitors in the world of sport from this particular championship in years to come, at Monte Carlo, at Indianapolis, at Le Mans, at Bathurst, at Macau. You have no idea where these guys are going to continue their careers as they move through the sporting ranks. Some of them, of course, are going to be staying here in Champions of the Future in the Euro Series for many years to come, and will build themselves a bit of a legacy in this sport. And it's always really nice to see the karting stars who build a little bit of a legacy here in this particular category, bedded in with the famous manufacturers around this sport. But Alex Powell and Joe Turney, front row of the grid. What a build-up this one's going to be. Evan Gilter, the man who beat Alex Powell in the previous race, alongside the reigning world champion, Tuka Tarpanen. This could be a bit of a preview to what we could end up seeing in the final later on this weekend. Dion Gauda alongside Max Popov on the third row of the starting grid. Row 4 of the grid, it is a pair of very talented rising stars. Caspian Hagman on the inside of row 4. On the outside of row 4, it is Karol Pazovic, the Polish driver for Birolart. Then rounding out the top 10, it is Josh Erfen in the Ward Racing Machine, alongside the Italian driver Francesco Marenghi, who is in the DPK Racing Alonso kart. A lot of hard work to come from this race battle then, as drivers are clearly going to work very hard in this one. But there is a lot of hard work still to come. Drivers will be pushing very hard indeed all the way through this particular weekend. But this heat in particular as well is going to give us an awful lot of interesting and exciting battles to talk about, which could go on and rumble on all the way through the weekend. So as the drivers are going to be push-started out onto the circuit, it'll be really exciting to see how the competitors continue on their march. 5 seconds until the drivers are sent out on the circuit. The whistle will go at the edge of the pits, and the drivers will head out on course. Qualifying heat A versus F, the fastest group versus the slowest group, although in reality, when we say fastest versus slowest in terms of qualifying groups, we're talking hundredths of a second, not a massive amount at all. So Alex Powell and Joe Turney on the front row of the starting grid. Then Evan Gilter and Tuka Tarpanen from Dion Gauda and Max Popov. Caspian Hagman and Karol Pazovic from Josh Erfen and Francesco Marenghi. Juho Valtonen and Enzo Deligny from Marius Christiansen and James Egozzi. Ellis Stevens, Kirill Smal, Hiryu Yamakoshi, Arthur Rojon, Jacob Raschke, Rintaro Sato. And at the back of the grid, it's the Austrian star, Max Hebicht. So nobody is going to have a complete clean slate in terms of the victories. So far, the favourites are Powell and Turney, as they have only picked up 2 points apiece. But one of them has got to beat the other in this one, and it's really going to set up an interesting squabble as we head into the superheats tomorrow. Whichever driver beats the other between Alex Powell and Joe Turney is the one most likely to sit on the Super Pole tomorrow. So it's definitely going to be an interesting little bit of banter between these two as they get ourselves ready for an incredible race. But Evan Gilter is the third man in this equation. He's already beaten Powell to a race victory. So Evan Gilter is not going to settle for a third position, which is where he currently starts. But Joe Turney and Alex Powell definitely the class of the field so far this weekend. Evan Gilter has only picked up 7 points, but Alex Powell and Joe Turney have both picked up 2 points apiece for wins and a second between them. So this is definitely going to be ultra competitive as far as the race battle is concerned, but it does mean that whoever it beats the other between Alex Powell and Joe Turney is likely, not guaranteed, but likely to be looking at the Super Pole later on. Certainly it's looking pretty rosy for the British driver Nathan Tye coming into this one, because he has a real shot and a real opportunity to make massive progress as he continues his move forward. But the racing is definitely going to be very close and incredibly tight between the drivers in this one. They will give us an awful lot of excitement out there on the course, the drivers coming through. And we are going to see some spectacular racing between Powell versus Turney. But even Evan Gilter there in third position is one to watch out for. We could see a very thrilling race battle from here on out. The drivers coming out of the final turn. Up to the tram lines. This is it. This could be one of the races of the weekend in the build-up to the final. Here we go. Joe Turney trying to get up alongside Alex Powell as they go through turn one. Shield Tear is not going to beat Turney to the corner. Turney gets there first, and now Turney's going to get straight in there for the lead on Alex Powell on the opening lap, and he's done it. Brilliant from Joe Turney. What a start from the British driver. Amazing from the Tony Kart factory star. He beats Powell off the line and then manages to get around the outside to hold on to the move, tucks back in for the inside. What a launch. Absolutely majestic from Joe Turney. Anybody who is on that front row of the grid on the outside line, just do whatever Joe Turney does. It's clearly working. The rest of the field starting to duke it out for position, battling away. So a terrific start to the race there for Joe Turney, who wastes no time whatsoever in getting into the lead. Alex Powell, though, is rip-roaring underneath him. He'll feel gutted that Turney was able to beat him off the line. So he'll be the one in the slipstream. Watch out for Alex Powell. Surely he'll get a chance to storm along with Joe Turney. She'll turn there in third and Tarpanen in fourth. So it's almost as they started, with the only exception being that Joe Turney was able to launch past Alex Powell into turn two. So Powell is giving it full guns blazing. Powell getting straight back through on the inside of Turney. And so Alex Powell takes back the lead. Turney is going to have it, Evan Shielter alongside him. As a look at the British driver. But the Frenchman Evan Shielter unable to make good work of things at the moment. So a really interesting challenge forward. But Alex Powell getting himself into the lead. Joe Turney having to fend off from Evan Shielter a little bit. This could be the problem now for Joe Turney. It could all come unstuck for him here, as the British driver is going to come under massive pressure from the VDK of Gigi, who is there in third position. Let's see if Evan Shielter can make the move through past Joe Turney, who made an absolutely spectacular getaway and managed to get into the lead after running round the outside of Shielter, holding on to second place, then darted for the inside to take the lead away from Alex Powell. But now, as far as the Jamaican is concerned, normal service has been resumed as he retakes the lead here. So Powell, Turney, Gilter, Tarpanen, the top four as they started. Popov and Hagman, 5th and 6th. Then Pazovic. Kiddo Smal is having an amazing race. I tell you what, the Ricardo driver having an absolute barnstormer. It's great to see him back in the world of karting, having had a short foray into the world of single-seaters. He is back in the Champions of the Future Euro Series, having raced in it last year. And now here he is again on the Ricardo kart chassis and doing an amazing job. So Kiddo Smal keeping himself match fit for when his next opportunity to continue his career in cars moves on. But it's always great to welcome drivers who have made the switch back to karting, because it keeps them match fit, it keeps them very much alert. And a lot of racing drivers will return to the world of karting, be it either in testing or race draft, to bring themselves back up to full strength. So Powell, Turney, Gilter and Tarpanen. Great performances from the competitors out there. So far, so good. Karol Pazovic ahead of Dion Gauda and Kiddo Smal. Smal down to 9th again in front of Juha Valtonen. And here comes Tarpanen on the inside of Evan Shielter. This is a good fight back from the world champion, Tuukka Tarpanen. The Finn is in third position now ahead of Shielter, Popov, Hagman, Pazovic, Gauda, Smal and Juha Valtonen. Although Valtonen now has dropped in behind Erfen and Agozzi. And then Enzo Deligny is only 13th. He's not making the impression he would have liked to. Marius Christiansen is next up ahead of Rintaro Sato and Atto Rojon. Although Rojon has now lost out to the Japanese star Hiyu Yamakoshi in the Praga. 18th place for Francesco Marenghi, Ella Stevens, Jacob Rashke and Max Ebicht. So everybody is still circulating, although it is a tough old race out there. And now we're going to see just how many qualifying laps Alex Powell can put in. See, this is what Joe Turney wants now. He wants to stay close to Alex Powell, but he wants the Jamaican to do all the hard work. He puts in the fast laps, he gets clear. Joe Turney can just follow in the draft. He can look after the tyres and brakes, look after the engine a little bit more. And in the closing stages, Joe Turney can reel Alex Powell in again. He's so good at this. Alex Powell bangs in another fast lap, so at the moment, it is a gain for Powell. But all Turney has to do is remain within 3/4 of a second of him. And within the last 3-4 laps, he'll really bring his A game to the table. This is where the experience of Joe Turney really counts for a lot. But Alex Powell has been very rapid. Whichever driver beats the other of these two is going to be on the Super Pole as it stands. They will still have some races to take on later today. So that will obviously make things very tricky, but Alex Powell has only got one of those races left this afternoon to complete. Joe Turney there in second place in front of Tuka Tarpanen and Evan Gilter, then Popov, Hagman, Pazovic, Gauda, Smal and Agotzi. From Erpen, Deligny, Valtonen and Sato, then Yamakoshi in front of Marengi, Marius Christiansen, Rojon, Stevens, Rashki and Max Hebicht. The 21 drivers still going strong. Now the only driver who's looking likely to make a big gain from all of this is the man sitting on the sidelines, Kian Nakamura-Berta, with Gilter looking to only take a 4th place finish as it currently stands. That would promote Nakamura-Berta up into the top 6 of the standings at this point. But there is still a fair amount of racing to go after this one. There will be 9 races this afternoon to decide what positions the drivers will be starting their superheats from. And I should point out that every single driver in the race will have a superheat tomorrow here this weekend, because there's obviously 72 places available across the 2 superheats for race drivers. And I can tell you that in both entry lists for the OK and Junior, there will be enough competitors for every driver still to have an amazing race in the superheats. Don't get me wrong, there's going to be over 30 drivers in each race, but there is also going to be a really tough opportunity to go right down to the wire as to who is going to get through on Sunday. Now here is Max Popov all over the back of Evan Gilter. He's been hunting. There he goes on the inside. No worries at all for Max Popov. And this will help rejuvenate him for the weekend a little bit more now as well, because Evan Gilter was quite reluctant to let him go, but that was well controlled on the brakes from Max Popov, just keeping the kart nice and planted. Make sure there's enough traction to actually get through the corner as well. That's really an important part of it. So still the drivers continue to quest on. At the end of this lap there will be only 4 remaining, and Alex Powell is going to be battling away there with Joe Turney. Third position for Tuka Tarpanen, and this is the squabble for 4th between Popov and Gilter. Now Gilter was really hoping to have a much stronger 1-lap pace than this, but there is Alex Powell, just 4/10 of a second now. He's going to whisker over, battling away the position. Alex Powell is really going to struggle to keep this lead in front of Joe Turney, because Turney is giving him plenty of opposition, but he is playing the long game here. Alex Powell's been allowed to get into the lead. Joe Turney has kept himself within half a second, so it's only really going to be on the next lap that we're really going to see what Joe Turney can give us. Tarpanen in 3rd. Popov is 4th from Gilter, Hagman, Pazovic, Gauda, Igotzi, and in the top 10, Enzo Deligny. A little bit of pressure now from Popov, for Popov, I should say now, from Evan Gilter. The top 3 are gaining a little bit of ground on everybody else. But Alex Powell will never have wanted to beat a senior driver more than he does right here at Zuera. That is the Vice World Champion from 2020. Joe Turney, who has been an absolute stalwart of the Tony Kart racing team. Signor Abazzi's British golden egg, if you like, because he really does help in terms of the charge forward with the team. He's been instrumental into their upturn in fortunes in both classes, as his data has been extraordinary, and his level of recall is what makes him such an asset to the Tony Kart factory team. But Alex Powell for the Kart Republic Motorsport team, under the watchful gaze of Mike Wilson, and certainly going to be having a great season in the future if his relationship with Mercedes AMG F1 can continue to blossom. But there is Tuka Tarpanen, the man who is the reigning world champion, came into this 2022 season with one objective: I want to win it all. Well, that's definitely going to start with Champions of the Future, Tuka. But the spin off the road in the early race makes that harder. Not impossible, but definitely harder. These top 3 are separated by a fair chunk. This is going to be a significant victory for Alex Powell if he can hang on to this. He wasn't quite able to beat Evan Gilter in a straight fight earlier, but now they've got things together again. There's a big ribbon of rubber down the main straight there. Didn't quite see who that came from, but a big ribbon of rubber. I wonder if that was left there already or if that's come off one of the leaders' tyres, because this is obviously a high degradation circuit. It's the middle of the Aragon province here in Spain. It gets quite hot quite quickly, so obviously this is going to be a bit of a tyre killer. Enzo Deligny bangs in the fastest lap of the race now, a 1:01.1, and that is going to put him into 9th position as he closes up, or at least tries to make an impact on James Igotzi. So still some tough battles out there, but Alex Powell is just doing his best to clear away Joe Turney. Turney keeps throwing everything he can at him. But the fastest second sector of anybody for Alex Powell. He does not want to lose ground. He's had so many chances taken away from him. This is his best chance yet of pole position for the first superheat. Alex Powell of Jamaica really going for it. Final lap. Can the Czech Republic Motorsport driver hang on to this? This could be his most significant win in Champions of the Future. He's worked very hard all weekend. He's got the pole position from time qualifying. He won 2 of his 3 heats earlier. Now this win will almost certainly give him that little bit of advantage over Joe Turney that will set him up for the Super Pole tomorrow morning. If he can hold it for the final race of the day, then it's almost a dead cert. But Joe Turney is still throwing everything he can at him. Alex Powell cannot afford to be conservative on this lap. He's got to drive a qualifying lap for the remaining third sector to keep well clear of Joe Turney. Tarpanen looks pretty comfortable in third. From Popov, Gilter, Hagman, Igotzi, Pazovic, Deligny and Gauda. But this is without a doubt the most significant race drive from Alex Powell in Champions of the Future so far. He comes out of the final turn, and when he had to beat Joe Turney in a straight fight, mano a mano, it was the Jamaican on top. And it's Alex Powell who beats Joe Turney to the line from Tuukka Tarpanen, Max Popov and Evan Gilter. Such an important victory for Alex Powell. He absolutely had to beat Joe Turney. It was always going to be pretty tricky, but Alex Powell had the goods delivered, and that is without a doubt the most important win in a qualifying heat that Alex Powell has had this season in Champions of the Future. That one meant a lot. Turney and Tarpanen, the Vice World Champion from 2020 and the reigning World Champion behind him. This is exactly what Alex Powell wanted. The Mercedes AMG F1 Junior Academy youngster really putting on a magnificent spectacle. So the Jamaican flag will be resplendent at the top of the time charts once again after a spectacular race for qualifying heat A versus F. And what a drive it has been from Alex Powell. Absolutely magic. And that's the most significant win of his Champions of the Future OK journey yet. He beats Joe Turney and Tuukka Tarpanen. Max Popov in fourth from Evan Gilter. Caspian Hagman, James Igotzi, Karel Pazovic, Enzo Deligny and Josh Erfen from Dion Gauda and Juho Valtonen. Then Rintaro Sato in 13th position ahead of the Italian Francesco Marenghi. Arthur Rojon in the second of the VDK carts in 15th place ahead of Kirill Smal. Hiyu Yamakoshi struggling to 17th in the end ahead of Jacob Rashki. 19th place for Marius Christiansen in front of Ella Stevens and Max Hebicht for the DPK Racing team. All 21 drivers that took to the start of the race were able to come through for the victory. And that is the finish to the OK qualifying heats for the moment. They will be back in action once again at 15:05 local time. So that's obviously going to come after our lunch break a little bit later on. But now, for the last time in the morning sessions, our attention will turn to the OK Junior qualifying heats. And the man who is alongside me has already been putting on quite an amazing performance so far this weekend. Len Nice of the Czech Republic team, you have come completely out of the blocks in this one and are already up at the sharp end. Are you surprised by how quickly you've been able to turn this around?
In the beginning of the weekend, I was not that fast as we expected, but then we tried new tires and it was really quick. And I kept up doing that, and it was really good. So I am really happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, this is only your third weekend in Champions of the Future, and obviously back at Franciacorta in the Winter Cup, you did some pretty good performances there as a new boy. It was pretty good at Portimao 3 weeks ago. Now you're here, and you're fighting for the wins. I mean, it's happening very fast.
Yeah, that's true. I'm really happy with that, and I'm just working to get more positions back and having good starts and good races, so working on that, but it's pretty good this weekend.
Now you do have a bit of a tough job out there because you're on the front row of the starting grid on the outside for most of the heats over the course of this weekend. Now tell us, obviously we've seen a lot of these starts play out, and we've seen from your side obviously that it's really hard to hold it through that first corner. Just how tough is it to try and hold that line through the first corner flat on the throttle when the marbles are there ready to catch you?
The 2 first races, it was pretty good. I could go around the outside and go like third, I think. But now the last one was a little more difficult. I had not really good start, and I got pushed a little bit on the outside, so that wasn't really a good start and was pretty difficult. But I'm trying to get more good starts and having everything perfect, so we're working on that.
So just tell us, how much hard work have you guys been doing at Kart Republic? Because a couple of weekends ago, the pace was almost there from the team as a whole, but it wasn't quite there. So what is it about Zuera that you guys have been able to find the speed? Is it just that the kart is really good in a straight line, or have you been completely changing everything?
We've been trying a lot of chassis though, but I don't actually know. Old Kart Republic is actually, or some drivers are actually pretty going good, so I don't know actually.
Fair enough. I mean, you don't want to give away all the secrets as well. I'm aware of that. I'm aware that there are secrets to give away, and I don't want you to do that in front of all the other teams. So obviously this is a big moment for you as a driver to come out at the front end of the field in your first year in OK Junior. Is this going to become a regular thing now? Are we going to see you towards the front? Can we expect you all the time at the front of Champions of the Future?
I hope so. I actually think so, but it is possible though. But we need to work hard for that, for sure.
Excellent. Well, it's been great so far, Len. You've given us so much entertainment, and we can't wait to see what happens for the rest of the day. Good luck, and hopefully we'll see you at the sharp end for the Super Heats. Great stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. Len Nyes there, ladies and gentlemen. One more OK Junior Heat remains. So as I stated, there is just one more OK Junior Heat that remains in the morning session. Then, of course, we will give the marshals and officials a chance for a lunch break. And then when we come back at 3 o'clock local time, 5 minutes before the first race of the afternoon session, then we will have 9 races remaining. There will be 5 for the OK Senior category and just a solitary 4 left for the juniors. It's definitely going to be a very exciting run to the end of the Saturday for the OK Junior and OK Senior drivers. It's Miguel Costa, the man we heard from earlier on, who gets onto the front of the grid for this one. As they go out onto the starting grid, it'll be Jendro Pezel that will be alongside him. OK Junior qualifying heat D versus E. Plenty of excitement from the competitors for this last race of the morning session. So for Brazil's Miguel Costa and for the Czech Republic's Jendro Pezel, it's game on. René Lammers and Anatoly Kivalkin on the second row from Jan Pozadovsky and Gazi Motlakar. Thomas Strauven alongside Guillaume Bouzard, then Alex O'Grady and Shimo Zhang. Edward Robinson and Alp Aksoy. Then it's Salim Hana and Zach Drummond from Matthias Orduela and Louis Leveau. Luna Flusha and Anea Frey. Then it is Sebastian Kopeng and Kirill Kutskov from Leo Nilsson, Jensen Burnett, Mohan Kumar Abay, and at the back of the grid once again, it is Kirill Dzitiev. It must be so demoralizing for the points leader, Kirill Dzitiev, who just came out onto the circuit during his Friday qualifying session yesterday, just a stroke after midday. And, well, big disaster for him. The kart came to a stop on the way out of the turn 5 corner, came to a stop at the edge of the marshal post at turn 6. Devastating bad luck for the Ward Racing star, who currently leads the Champions of the Future Euro Series point standings in OK Junior. But the way things are currently going, he's not likely to maintain it. And of course, let's not forget that that doesn't mean his championship bid is over by a long stretch, because you've got to remember that over the course of a 4-weekend category such as the Champions of the Future Euro Series at this level, drivers are allowed to take dropped scores. So you drop your worst performance over a qualifying heat phase and your worst performance over a final. So even though things have not gone well at Zuera, that doesn't mean that Kirill Dzitiev can't get things back together again, ready for the third round of the championship next month at Kristianstad. And then, of course, for the season finale later in the year at Franciacorta, he's going to have a really great opportunity to seal the title. But it's always a very, very important one. There are a lot of great races in the OK Junior category over the course of the 2022 season. But it's always an important title to go for. If you can get a Euro Series title in this category, it does say an awful lot about your resolve. It says a lot about your consistency, about your rate of development, about your motivation, your perseverance, and your absolute dedication to your craft. It really is great to see that these competitors are giving us a good show. Miguel Costa and Jendro Pezel out of the final turn, leading the two tram lines onto the home straight once again. So are we going to get to go racing this time? The engine revs rise. Costa's gone quite a long way forward, and that's why we've got a false start. So Costa just got a little bit eager off the line there. Let's not forget that he is still learning about his craft as a junior driver, because he still has a little bit more time to play with and still a lot more to do out there. But it's obviously going to be very close and ultra competitive for the Brazilian. He wants to be at the sharp end of the dais for as long as humanly possible, but he also wants to maximize that pole position on the inside of the front row to try and charge his way through to the first corner. He wants to still be there when the musical chairs have stopped rolling on the formation lap. So here they come out of the second sector, and the karts will form up again in the two tram lines, and then when they are released, we will go racing once more. Very exciting stuff from the competitors at OK Junior level. Costa has been so strong over the weekend. He still has only taken 2 points from this weekend thus far. The same amount as Jules Caranta and Anatoly Kavalkin. So a lot of great opportunities, and that's another significant point to make, that Kavalkin only has 2 points on his tally. So too does Costa. So those two are going to be fighting against each other, the pole sitter and the man in P4, for supremacy as to who is going to be ahead of the other. And that could be one of the closest fights in OK Junior we've seen all weekend. Out of the final turn, engine revs rise. Are we going to go racing this time? You betcha! Up to the first corner. Great start from Lammers. He goes through into second place, tucks up behind Miguel Costa as the field sweeps through. A little puff of dust kicked up there from Basil. What about Kavalkin? Did he manage to get through? He has managed to take up a few places there as Basil just kicks up some dirt on the way out. But Kavalkin made a better start than the Birolard driver. Very easy to get squeezed, as we know. Oh, a couple of drivers running out a little bit wide, but so far, nobody actually crashing off the road yet. But out in front, Miguel Costa has the jump. Now, where is Kavalkin? He has come through in 4th position. So a good start from the Paralin. And up into second place. Is there going to be a charge forward? Well, there was nearly one from Jan Pesanovsky, the pole on the Tony kart. Said he had a go. Didn't quite find the gap there to get through. So René Lammers still holds second behind Miguel Costa. Kavalkin will really want to try and move his way forward. This isn't going to be easy for the Paralin driver. He only has 2 points. Oh, a nice move on Jan Pesanovsky there. Just squeezes his way through on the Tony kart as Pesanovsky got a little bit wide. So Kavalkin able to get through into 3rd position. Down the straight into turn 1. And it's Costa, Lammers, Kavalkin, Pesanovsky, Strauven, Buzar. And then it is O'Grady. Another great start from the Irishman, from Ghazi Motlakar, Edu Robinson and Salim Hernandez. Then Kutskov, Pazel, Drummond, Gopeng and Horduela. And that is a move on the inside from Pesanovsky. He gets the move up into 3rd position, back past Anatoly Kavalkin. Meanwhile, Strauven is battling away with O'Grady and Robinson, I think that is, who he was tucking up behind Guillaume Bouzard. So Jan Pesanovsky back into 3rd position. Strauven in P5 ahead of Bouzard. So Kavalkin's going to have to work incredibly hard now to get back past Anatoly Kavalkin, looking at 4th position at the moment, but Costa is being hunted down by René Lammers. Here goes Kavalkin. Big launch on the inside of Pesanovsky. And Pesanovsky almost drifts into the path of Thomas Strauven there. But Anatoly Kavalkin is not prepared to wait around. He clearly has good 1-lap pace on the Paralin, so he doesn't want to lose any ground that he doesn't have to. So the field charges forward. A good battle and a good run. So a fascinating battle. And here comes Bouzard on the inside line, slides into the inside gap that's left open slightly by Thomas Strauven. That'll be enough to get into 5th position. Strauven's going to come straight back at him on the inside. They drift out wide and going to get past both of them. Is young Alex O'Grady, is he? No, not quite, but he does get past one. So he tucks in behind Guillaume Bouzard. And here comes Kirill Kutskov. Good comeback from the Birolard driver, as he now puts himself just a whisker in front of Thomas Strauven. And that's enough to put him in 8th position. Good comeback drive from the Birolard racer. DTF is making a little bit of an impact now as well. 21st position for him at the moment, having got past Frey, Abe and Zhang. So still the battle out front for Miguel Costa and René Lammers unchanged. Kavalkin started to pull clear of Jan Pesanovsky. And Pesanovsky is actually struggling not to fall into the clutches of Guillaume Bouzard and the Irishman, Alex O'Grady. What a run this is from Alex O'Grady. Very shy, very quiet, but when you get him behind the wheel, he is an absolute tiger. In behind Guillaume Bouzard. Really making some big impressions, this one. Alex O'Grady with an opportunity here to continue to make steady progress. So Costa, Lammers, Kavalkin, Brzozowski, Buzar and O'Grady from Edu Robinson and Kirill Kutskov, Straven and Drummond. So Robinson back through. A good run from Edu Robinson as he goes with his teammate. Now the two of them can team up here, Robinson and O'Grady. They can work together, the Spanish driver and the Irish driver. So Miguel Costa still trying to make good impacts on the drivers around him, but pull away from René Lammers. So the Sauber Academy driver, the Brazilian talent, going very strongly indeed at the moment. There's Jan Brzozowski, still trying to hold on to fourth position. Guillaume Bouzard working very hard. Brzozowski just seems to be a little bit wide through those penultimate two left apexes there, as they almost end up losing ground. The drivers behind them, but Brzozowski is trying not to lose too much. Bouzard, Robinson and O'Grady would dearly like to work together here to get through, but Brzozowski is causing too much of a roadblock. There goes Bouzard, there goes Robinson. And it would not surprise me at all if Alex O'Grady could repeat the move. He's going to go right round the outside of Brzozowski, then tuck back in for an undercut maneuver if he can get one. He's not quite able to get one there, but Edu Robinson, the fastest driver on the track now, up into fifth position. Great driving from Edu Robinson. And I have to say that young Edu really starting to make a big impact now on the junior category. Last year was all about learning and development. This year it's about taking names and taking numbers out there, and he's doing exactly that. Meanwhile, Kirill Kutskov losing out just a little bit there to Thomas Strauven, whilst also battling with Zach Drummond. Yellow flags further back. Now what's happened? We've had a Kart Republic spinning off. That looks to me like Shimo Zhang. So Shimo Zhang has had an off there at the tail end of the field, I'm afraid. So the Japanese driver appears to have retired. So Shimo Zhang having a bit of a moment, and he was only ahead of one driver. Mohan Kumar Abe has managed to continue on, so I don't know if there was an impact or not, but certainly for Shimo Zhang, he is off the road and out of the race. Meanwhile, Guillaume Bouzard still under pressure from Edward Robinson on the inside. That'll do from Edward Robinson. Lovely move as Anatoly Kavalkin charges after René Lammers, setting the fastest lap in the process. So Kavalkin still looking good for third position at the present moment. But Robinson ahead of Bouzard, and then Brzozowski, O'Grady, Straven, Kutskov, Zach Drummond, Gazi Motlakar and Salim Hanna, with Orjuela and Luna Flucia in the top 15 ahead of Jindra Basil. Sebastian Kolpeng is in 16th place at the moment, the young man from the Philippines, and then 17th place for Leveau, then Frey, Aksoy, Burnett, Nilsson and Ditiev. A fascinating duel for position currently playing out here as Miguel Costa goes into the penultimate lap of this race. 2 to go, and he's being caught rapidly by René Lammers. Lammers is only 3/10 behind him now in the slipstream on this lap. Lammers can do a lot of damage to Costa's advantage. But there's Edu Robinson leading the charge, 4th position. There is Lammers, tucked up behind Miguel Costa. You've got to be so careful when you go for the overtaking move, because Costa is not going to concede anything. And the battle for 4th place continues. That's Robinson still in front. It's an absolute squabble further back. 5th position is an absolute dogfight as Strauven has come up into P5 now, in front of Brzozowski and O'Grady. And they are dueling away for position. Some great racing. As now we're going to see if Brzozowski can hold on in front of O'Grady. And there's a long train of karts behind them. That's Bouzard, Kutskov, Drummond, Motlakar, Hanna, Orjuela, Flucia and Basil. All the way down to the back of that queue, and then you've got Leveau, Kolpeng and Freya hoping to enjoy the party at some point in the last lap. And certainly Alex O'Grady getting close to Jan Brzozowski. Great to see the Irishman taking a bit of a fight to it on this one. Last lap, Miguel Costa just over a quarter of a second ahead of René Lammers. Is it going to be enough? In the slipstream, Lammers makes a big gain on the Sauber Academy driver, but Miguel Costa does have a good rhythm on this circuit. Lammers is going to need a bold move here. He sets the fastest lap of the race at 1:03 flat. So that is pretty quick from René Lammers. But just how much of a gain can he expect to make? This is not going to be easy at all for René Lammers to get past Miguel Costa, the Brazilian versus the Dutchman. But we are going to see a good fight right to the death. Out of the hairpin. Kavalkin trying to stay close, but he's not close enough to challenge unless these two have a little bit of a Barney. Out of the final couple of corners of the lap though, Miguel Costa has enough intact of René Lammers. He's not going to have to worry too much about this, and it's a great performance continuing on for Costa. It's good news for Costa, not great news for Kavalkin in 3rd place. Lammers consistent as ever, but it is Miguel Costa who wins again. Terrific run from the Brazilian. Lammers and Cavalcin, the Paralympic pair. Second and third from Robinson. What a drive from Eddie Robinson. And Thomas Strauven in P5. Some great duels out there on the course. Magic stuff from Miguel Costa in particular. Really impressive. René Lammers doing a fair job in second place to hustle him to the end. Cavalcin just in no man's land by the last lap. Couldn't catch up to them. And had a decent gap to Edward Robinson behind him. But fair play to Robinson, best of the rest after the top three, and a very impressive composure from him all the way throughout when he was basically being moved up, moved down, moved up, moved down, but he kept his nerve and was able to utilize his superior knowledge of the circuit to a good extent there. That was really well handled. So just the one retirement in the race there as well for the Japanese driver Shimo Zhang, 4 laps from the end, going off the road on lap 5. So at the halfway stage of the day, well, I say the halfway stage of the day, we've had 21 races completed so far. We have 9 to go this afternoon. Miguel Costa takes the win from René Lammers and Anatoly Cavalcin ahead of Edward Robinson and Thomas Strauven. Jan Pesadovsky ahead of Alex O'Grady, with Kirill Kutskov in 8th place ahead of Guillaume Bouzard, then Zach Drummond and Salim Hernandez. Gazi Motlakar in 12th from Luna Flusha, Louis Leveau and Matthias Orweila. Jindro Pezel will be sad to have slipped down to 16th after a front row start, then Enea Frey and Alp Hassan Aksoy. In 19th place it was Sebastian Kopeng in front of the Canadian talent Jensen Burnett, then Kirill Ditiev really struggling again, Leo Nilsson and Mohan Kumar Abai, with only Shimo Zhang failing to finish the race. So after the lunch break, there is definitely going to be more to do and more to say. We'll be catching up with the top 3 drivers in the points in the senior OK category. We'll be talking to Mansell Smith of the Sodi Kart Racing Team and a few more drivers in and around the paddock, as well as finding out about life in general in Champions of the Future. But of course, we'll have 9 races, 5 from the OK senior category, 4 from juniors, and that will take us one step closer to tomorrow's finals here at Circuito Internacional de Zuera. We'll see you back here again, 3 p.m. local time. Back in action once again here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera. It really has been a fantastic day of race action in Champions of the Future so far. Joining me as we get the afternoon session underway is James Zagotzi for the Tony Kart Racing team. James, it's been a very interesting transition into the senior category in 2022 so far. How are things currently progressing?
It's currently progressing well. I had a very good debut in Lanato when I was able to take P5. And it's progressing well, like I said. This week hasn't been the best yet because on qualifying, unfortunately, my lap got impeded in Sector 3. But in the heats, starting far back, I've been able to bring it towards the front. So I'm confident that if I can keep working forward, I can have a good spot for the final and I'll be in it.
Well, let's focus on Champions of the Future, because you obviously started the season really well at the beginning of the year at Franciacorta. And now, obviously, we've gone into the second round of the Euro Series. It's been very, very tough to go up from the junior category into the senior. What's been the biggest change from your point of view?
Obviously, when the valve opens, because that's where the biggest difference is, that from the mid-range, maybe around 10,000 RPM, is when the valve opens and you start to feel a big boost in the speed. And I'd say that's the biggest difference from OKJ to OK.
So now we come into the second half of the day. Obviously, the track temperatures are going to be significantly higher as the heat rises. The air temperature's got more, so the track temperature is going to go with it. Just how difficult is tyre degradation going to be at this latter phase of the afternoon? It looks like it's going to be quite tricky out there.
Tire degradation is certainly going to be very difficult because with 5 heat races and only six tires in total, 4 tires that we've already used in qualifying, then we have to really look after our tires because towards the last 2 heats is when you feel it the most, because just after pushing for the first 3 heats, you start to slide more in the rear. And then luckily we have an extra 2 tires, so we have to choose when to use it. A lot of people are going to use it in the final heat. Some people use it early. Some people use it only for the superheat. But I definitely think that the people who save their tires early in the first couple of heats have a big advantage over the rest of the field.
I was going to ask you a little bit about that, actually, because last year we obviously had a pre-final going into a final in the Champions of the Future format. This year, it's become the superheat, so it's actually a little bit more dynamic in terms of the way the weekend works out. Has that improved it from a driver's perspective, or is it actually quite a challenge that you have to meet?
Depends on whose perspective. For somebody who's probably won a lot of his heats and has had very good finishes, it's better for them because there's less risk in the superheat because they can DNF and still be starting top 15 since the point tally, because they get to keep the points from the heat. But for somebody who's had 2 DNFs in the heat races, they're going to start farther back for the superheat, and even if they were to win the superheat, they wouldn't start pole for the final. They would still start towards the back because you have to take their points from the heat and add it with the superheat.
So it does sound particularly complex. Now, we go into these final 9 races of the day. It hasn't been the most perfect one in terms of time qualifying. You've had to try and fight your way back out of adversity. But with the superheat format, is there still a good chance we could see you starting the final from the top 10? Is there still a little bit more to come from you?
For this situation this week, the older format would have been better for me, but I still think that if I can have a good starting position for the superheat, I can totally be in the front, and then in the final have a good starting position. Obviously, the final is where it counts. So I do believe that if I have a good final heat and a good superheat, that I could definitely be in the final, in the front.
Okay, fantastic. We wish you all the best for it, James. Hopefully it goes well, and we wish you all the best for this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Jake, and we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. I'm sure everybody watching back in the United States is going to be keeping up with how James is going to get on. But of course, we are now underway for the last 9 races of the day. So the battle is going to be intense as we rock and roll around the circuit one more time in the afternoon session. Here's what you've got coming up for the rest of the day. 9 races, as we mentioned, and this time, instead of having all of the junior races and the OK races in a group together, we are actually staggering them over the course of the race day. So it'll be OK followed by junior in quick succession with 20 minutes gaps in between. So we have 5 races that are going to come very quick and fast in between. 15:05 local time will be the first one. That's just in a few seconds, to be honest. And then, of course, after 16:25, when we get to the final end of the OK rotation, it'll be at 5:45, the last race of the day. So we should be done and dusted by the time we get to 6 p.m. local time. But racing is about to get underway once again here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera. 11 laps of the circuit once again. David Walter and Luigi Colucci on the front row of the grid. It is Group D versus Group E. Great race battles, and still a very interesting turn of events to come as we are unclear as to who is going to get the opportunity to take advantage in the second half of the day. David Walter and Luigi Coluccio on the front row of the grid. Freddie Slater and Ian Eichmans on the second row. Then Maxim Orlov and Nicolo Kuman from Harley Kiebel and Maxim Rem. Then Oscar Wirtz and Simone Bianco. Zachary David and Nico Lemberg. Gustav Wisniewski and Adrian Maliero. Nathan Sharp and Matthias Mogato. Andrea Vebriantit, Alva Simasvara, Rohan Medesh, Ricky Liu and Sofia Kotala. So with 21 drivers getting themselves up to speed as they go out onto the circuit, it's obviously going to be an interesting start for everybody. But on that inside line, David Walter came out of the blocks this morning and managed to get a race victory under his belt. He has a great chance to get another one, but he's obviously going to have the hard-charging Luigi Coluccio, who is also a race winner so far this weekend. He's going to be up at that sharp end of the field as well, and he'll want to get a very decent start to his race. So there's a lot of pressure, a lot of opportunity to make good use of the races up in front of us. But for Walter and Coluccio in particular, there is definitely going to be a little bit more drama to come, I fear, between these two, because there isn't exactly a bitter rivalry between them. Let's not talk it up. But both drivers are at the stage of the weekend now where they have already taken some points on board they didn't want to take. Coluccio has 6, and Walter is just outside the top 8 in the standings. So Walter could really use an opportunity to beat Coluccio. Coluccio doesn't want to add any more points to his total, so it's definitely going to get a little bit more intense. Freddie Slater has had a good couple of opportunities from that second row of the grid, but he really wants to maximize this chance now. This is the second opportunity for him to start from the inside of the second row of the grid, and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team will have been more hungry than ever in this particular race coming up to make an opportunity become available to Freddie Slater to get a decent race out of it. So this is a race they will be particularly keen to get a victory in. Ian Eichmans has been ever steady and consistent throughout, and he's actually really good on the starts from the outside of that second row. He's been able to make some fantastic opportunities come his way. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one from his point of view. And we'll be very keen to see how the competitors make good use of the start here. So the drivers will come through in the 2 tram lines. 11 laps of the circuit, of course, once again. Walter and Coluccio will be together on the front row of the grid. Then Slater and Eichmans, Orlov and Kuman, Kiebel and Rem, Wirtz and Bianco, David and Lemberg. So let's see how it goes as they come off the final turn. Straight away we're racing. Coluccio up alongside Walter. And as they dive into turn 1, Coluccio is actually able to hold it all the way round the outside. And Slater is already starting to make a bid to try and keep back Ian Eichmans. Eichmans was obviously there. Oh, and that's an off from one of the World Racing carts. Straight on at turn 2. Couldn't quite make out who that was from a far distance. I think that is, well, I'm trying to make out the number, but I think that might have been Alva Simasvara having problems there. It is Simasvara on the far side of the course, unfortunately. So yellow flags will be out for him there at turn 2 as he tries to recover. So unfortunate for Alva Simasvara. But now the race battle is going on in earnest, and from 4th position downwards, it's an absolute rout as Harley Kiebel desperately tries to hold on to his current position. He's doing everything he can to try and keep the others at bay, but it's a very fiery start for this one. Eichmans has already got pressure from Maxim Rem underneath him. And then that's one of the Koskis in the mix there as well. I have a feeling that that is Simone Bianco, making a very interesting start there as they come down the straight. Kiebel is actually still trying to maintain his 4th position through turn 1. Quite happy to keep the rest of the field at bay. So Walter, Coluccio, Slater, then Kiebel, Eichmans and Rem from Bianco, Orlov, Lemberg, Wirtz. Ricky Liu has come forward. That's an amazing start from him. And then that looks like Adrian Maliero making good comebacks through the field as well. So a lot of drivers making up a couple of places in the opening lap. So this is where what James Agozzi was telling us a short while ago comes into play. Which drivers are going to start to go onto the slightly fresher tyres? Because as he pointed out, you've only got 6 tyres for the entirety of the weekend. So obviously there's 4 that go on the kart at any one time. You can choose when to switch onto the fresher set of tyres on one side. So it's going to be interesting to see when drivers decide that they're going to put fresher tyres on to try and get them a little higher up the rankings. You've got to try and get as good a position as you possibly can for the superheat in order to maximise your chances of a decent finish to get a place in the final. And still these two are battling out, Kiebel and Eichmans, and this time the door is wide open for Maxim Rem. He gets through. So Slater is away clear in 3rd position, but now Maxim Rem is going to get assistance from Eichmans to get past Harley Kiebel. They fly through down the main straight. And now Rem is trying to keep back the challenge of the Belgian Ian Eichmans. Harley Keeble in P6, all over the back. And then we've got Max Orlov and Simone Bianco lining up for a move on the inside. There goes the move from Oscar Wirtz, assisted by Adrian Maliero. And that's one of the forces running wide. I'm afraid that's Nicolo Kuman, who's now dropped back behind Ricky Liu. And it looks like Adria Vibriantit has had a bit of a moment on that lap as well. So she's dropped back in position. And Nathan Sharp has got a technical flag coming his way. So again, didn't see quite what happened to Nathan Sharp, but certainly that is game over as far as he's concerned. A real problem coming the way of the 272 car. So David Walter, Luigi Galluccio, Freddie Slater and Maxim Rem, then Ian Eichmans, Harley Keeble and Max Orlov. As up the inside, there is the move from the Paralymp. So Max Orlov now manages to make his own move on Harley Keeble. The top three are away and clear. Walter and Galluccio. Slater just can't keep up with him in third place. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport package, it's quick, but it doesn't seem to be the quickest out there. So there are problems. There is the technical flag for the 272. I'm afraid that is pretty much game over now for Nathan Schaap. Can't quite see what the situation is, although we've got a kart that is very slow at the back end of the field. Can't quite make out who that is. I wonder if that's Ricky Liu, the Tony Kart driver, slowing to a crawl on the way out of turn 2. It is indeed. So Ricky Liu seems to have had a problem. Not entirely sure what it is, but it's certainly dropped him now down to the back of the field other than Sofia Kotala. So problems there for the Chinese ace. So it is still Walter versus Galluccio up front. Slater now falls 3 seconds behind them. You lose so much time when you're not in the tow. Eichmans and Rem still battling for 4th and 5th. Then Orlov, and there goes the move on the inside from Adrian Maliero. He gets past Harley Keeble. So Keeble down to 8th position. Bianco is 9th and Wirtz is in 10th place. Then it is Morgato in front of Nico Lemberg. And still the battles rage. Gustav Wisniewski going well in front of Nicolo Kuman and Zachary David, and then Nathan Sharp, who continues on despite the fact that he's been given a technical flag. I don't entirely know what it is that's caused Nathan Sharp to have that problem, but certainly he's not stopping. And there is Max Orlov getting through now on Maxim Rem. So he makes the overtaking move up into 5th position. Some great battles out on the course at the moment. So a fantastic run and a really impressive opportunity for the competitors to continue making good moves out there on the course. Up the inside, there is the 2-1-3 of Maxim Rem, getting through in fine style there. And a nice move on the inside from the Birolart. So that's Keeble getting back through on Orlov. And then Maxim Rem and that's Maxim Rem and Adrian Maliero. Oh, and Nathan Sharp, unfortunately, has gone through 3 times now. So he picks up the black flag for ignoring the technical flag, I'm afraid, and he's done that for 3 consecutive laps. So when that happens, you receive the black flag. Now, what has happened to Nathan Sharp? Let's see if I can identify what it is that's keeping him out there on the road. Unfortunately, I can't actually see what it is that's causing the problems, but Nathan Sharp has now come into the pits. As there goes Maliero getting past Rem, but he drifts out wide. So problems already. A couple of carts in the mix. Now his side pod is loose. That's why Nathan Sharp has come into the pits. His side pod was loose on the kart. I think he was hoping he could get it repaired and adjusted, but there's no mechanic down there for Nathan Sharp. So that's him out of the race, I'm afraid. David Walter and Luigi Galluccio, 0.4 of a second clear. 3rd position for Ian Eichmans, and he's now managed to catch and pass Freddie Slater. So Ian Eichmans able to do the job there on Slater, and that's the move further back in the pack. That's Oscar Wirtz getting past Maxim Rem. So Wirtz makes the move stick, doing a great job. Freddie Slater still doing the best he can to try and keep up with Ian Eichmans. There is Orlov in 5th ahead of Keeble, Maliero, and then behind them you've got Oscar Wirtz and Maxim Rem. Maliero going for his move on the inside of Keeble, and he gets there, but Keeble is going to try and fight back on lap 7 out of 11. So still an interesting and intriguing tussle. 5 laps remaining in this one, of course. So Walter, Galluccio, who sets the fastest lap, 0.3 of a second back from the race leader. But still there are some good battles to come. Excellent work from the drivers as they run. So Walter, Galluccio, Eichmans, Slater, Orlov, Maliero, Keeble, Wirtz, Rem and Morgato, who has now pulled it back into the top 10 once again. It's been a while since we've seen him there. So some good tussles out there on the course, and still the battles continue out there. With Walter, Galluccio, Eichmans, Slater, Orlov, Keeble, Wirtz, Rem and Morgato. 4 laps to go, and so for Walter and Coluccio, it really is a battle of wits between those two as to who looks after their tyres better. There is the battle between these two, both on Tony Kart chassis, both pushing incredibly hard to the end of the race. But Luigi Coluccio certainly working hard in here behind David Walter in the hope that he can bring the Tony Kart factory effort to the top spot. Walter sets the fastest lap of the race, a 101.496, but I can tell you that Coluccio's just done a 101.520, so there's not much to choose between them at all. That is 24 thousandths of a second, which in karting is... Oh, we've had 2 karts coming off the circuit there at turn 5. 2 karts have come off at the big hairpin. So they've ended up together on the inside line, I'm afraid, and that is one of the Biralarts going off there, along with the 269 kart. That's Oscar Wirtz and Harley Keeble. So Wirtz and Keeble, 2 close together, and they've ended up falling off the road. That is very unfortunate for Keeble and Wirtz. So their race is over with 3 laps to go. Walter and Coluccio are now the full length of the straight over Ian Eichmans. That's how quick they've been able to go. That is phenomenal speed. And they've been able to pull well clear of Eichmans in the background. You can see him there in 3rd. 4th place, Freddie Slater has lost about 1.5 seconds to it. The yellow flags are still out for Keeble and Wirtz, who are still making their way to the marshal post on the far side. So no overtaking move from Coluccio on this lap, as Walter continues to lead it, but they are 5 seconds clear of Ian Eichmans. My goodness, these two have had astonishing pace. And they just continue to pull well clear of everybody else. So more great racing to come from these two as the weekend progresses, of course, but it would be nice to see which of these two could finish it in a fair fight. And as Walter gets a little bit out wide, Coluccio takes a tighter trajectory. He should get good draft now. The slipstream will really be useful for Coluccio as they come down the straight. He's getting closer, closer, closer through turn 1. Doesn't want to wash out in the dirty air. Getting up close to the hairpin now. Look at the background, you can even see Eichmans coming through. That's how far ahead they've pulled. Maliero, by the way, has got a bit of 5th position. So I wonder if he has put some fresh tyres on the kart there. Only 2 of them, of course, because you only get 6 tyres through the course of a weekend. Until you get to the final, of course. Then it's Walter, Coluccio out in front still. Less than 0.2 seconds between them. Coluccio seems to be dialing up his moment to go for David Walter. Walter is pushing as hard as he can. He's also got to focus on the objectives all the way through the day. He has got another race to do, of course, after this one. So you've got to be very careful how you pitch it. And Oscar Wirtz is the one with the warning flag there. So unfortunately, the officials look at him to be the instigator of that little moment between him and Harley Keeble that put them out of the race. Out of the final turn and onto the main straight. Walter versus Coluccio has only 1 lap to endure. Can Coluccio get on terms with David Walter? He's again fast on the straight and in the slipstream up towards 2. Coluccio trying his best to hoodwink Walter. Walter a little bit wide through 2, but nothing major. Coluccio's going to go for it. Walter's opened the door for him. Coluccio gets the move. So Luigi Coluccio takes the lead on the final lap, and now he's going to have to defend like crazy because Walter will definitely want to make up for that. I wonder if Walter thought that Coluccio would just be a little bit too far back to make the move, but Coluccio absolutely resolute. And now Walter is going to try and go for the maneuver out of the hairpin. They're going to be side by side. And Walter can't quite get around Coluccio on the exit of the right-hander. Oh, and there's yellow flags further back as well. Yellow flags for another incident, so I'll have to pick that one up later. But certainly there's drama everywhere. Coluccio, though, has made the move on Walter at exactly the last moment. So Luigi Coluccio is going to try and out-drag David Walter to the line. Across they come, and it is Coluccio who wins it from Walter. But there are more problems out there. I think we seem to have lost Nico Lemberg on the last lap, so it's Lemberg that hasn't come through. Well, Luigi Coluccio worked hard to grind down David Walter until the very last lap when he was able to make his bid. So Coluccio and Walter, doesn't look like there's a lot of sportsmanshiply gestures between the two. I think there's just bitter frustration from David Walter that he let it slip in the last lap. Ian Eichmans, though, a solid 3rd. 4th position, by the way, for Adrian Maliero, making up 10 places, as did Matthias Morgato, who came across the line in P6, with Maxim Rem in between them and Freddie Slater behind them. So fascinating racing all the way to the death there in the OK Senior category qualifying heat. D versus E. But Luigi Coluccio, a big moment there as he maintains his 6-point streak at the moment. He doesn't add any to his tally. So Luigi Coluccio looking good for a potential front row start in the OK category in the Super Heats tomorrow. Coluccio from Walter, Ian Eichmans in third place from Adrian Maliero, Maxim Rem, Matthias Morgato in sixth ahead of Freddie Slater, Maxim Orlov, Nicolo Kuman and Simone Bianco in P10. Zachary David is in 11th position in front of Gustav Wisniewski, and then Ricky Liu ahead of Andrea Vivariantit. She was ahead of Rohan Medej and Sofia Kotala. The retirements, well, Nico Lemberg and Oscar Wirtz both came off the road in that one. Wirtz was hooked up in a little battle with Harley Keeble, and that's how they both ended up out of the race. Nathan Sharp had a problem with his kart that brought out the technical flags, and then eventually the black flag. And then finally, Alva Simasvara had a problem on the very first lap at turn 2, and he could not get started again. So 21 karts, only 16 of them come home on that occasion. The attrition rate rising just a little bit in the OK Senior category. To be expected as the day goes on, because obviously there's going to be a lot of pressure on drivers to get the most out of their karts as the day progresses. But we're going to see some great battles as the day continues on. Now the drivers are getting themselves ready once again. It is Luigi Coluccio and David Walter that have finished off in fine style, but it's the juniors that will take us around the course once more. And their next race is for groups B versus C, with Gilles Caranta and Maciej Ledij on the front row of the starting grid, Nicolas Roos and Newman Chi on the second, from Dmitry Matviv and Martin Molnar, then Thames Soleil, and the new boy at Sodikart, Adam Hideg. Speaking of Sodikart, I actually managed to catch up with their team manager, Mansell Smith, about how they've turned things around and what this circuit is like from a manager's perspective.
Yeah, Zuera, it offers many different challenges. Long straights, fast flowing corners, some technical, little bit more tight technical parts to the track as well. So it's really quite difficult to find the perfect setup regarding sprocket. The drivers sometimes, they would like to have the grip in the fast corners, but also then you need to have the chassis so it releases and is free in the tighter stuff, so it's not easy. With the long straights, particularly with the new tyre, you can maybe go more long with the sprocket and try to win some advantage in the straights, but it all depends on the position the driver finds himself. For example, if they find themselves alone, it makes it very tricky, because you always need a little bit slipstream. So yeah, it's quite technical, difficult for the drivers to manage. Actually, the last few races, the chassis worked really well for us, and I think we've found that we have some advantage with the tyre condition when we arrive to the later heats. But yeah, it's more down to just making sure the driver stays calm, not pushing too hard in the early laps, and just keeping tyre management, not putting too much heat into them, and just trying to look after them as much as they can, really. We've worked really hard at the beginning part of the season, introduced some new upgrades, if you like, and yeah, it all seems to be coming together. The drivers are happy, the engine tuner's happy, so hopefully all going in the right direction.
The resurgence of the Sodikart team really has been extraordinary in recent months, and great to see Mansell Smith and the crew really starting to get a handle on the material and starting to fight for victories week in, week out. Their team is currently unbeaten in the OK Junior category with their boy Nathan Tai, and his fifth and final heat is coming up later. And of course, if he manages to win that, then he will be guaranteed to be starting the Super Heat tomorrow from pole position, from the Super Pole. So that is a fabulous situation for the competitors to be in as they get themselves ready for the action and the drama to unfold. But this is going to be quite an interesting one for the competitors on the front row of the grid. Gilles Caranta and Maciej Ledij will take up their positions on the front row of the starting grid. They head out onto the circuit now. And it will be a fascinating battle for them all as we get ourselves underway with the final couple of drivers ready to head out onto the circuit. But the competitors are definitely looking forward to an exciting race battle. The juniors will head out, and it'll be Caranta versus Gledige on the front row of the starting grid, and it's definitely going to be an exciting one. So let's see how it all unfolds and plays out in this very exciting contest. Jules Caranta and Mathieu Gledige on the front row of the grid from Nicolas Roos and Chi Genroux, Dimitri Matviv and Martin Molnar, Tame Soleil and Adam Hideg from Aaron Garcia and Marcus Sater, Emanuele Olivieri and Gerasim Skudinov from Tobias Clausen and Elliot Kaczynski, Liverway Sam Budler and Sandro Perez from Andy Consani and Luca Horton, then Jimmy Helias, Nico Lanalati, Griffin Peebles, Oliver Kinmark, Aryaman Bansal and Dante Vinci. So with all of the drivers now getting themselves out onto the circuit once again, they will obviously be there for the outlap and the single solitary formation lap, as they will try to get things accelerated up to a decent speed. But it's obviously going to be an interesting challenge for the competitors all the way throughout. Qualifying heat B versus C for the OK Juniors, so we're definitely at the business end of the day now for them. After this race and the next one for the OK category, so we will just have one race, this race and the next one for the OK categories. Then we will have the last race of the day for everybody. So it's obviously going to be a very interesting and tough challenge from that moment on, because everybody will have just one last chance to make up progress and get themselves into a decent starting position. So obviously it'll all come down to that last gasp effort from the drivers and teams, as they'll want to make sure that this is the one that they do not let slip through their fingers. So certainly a very interesting start for qualifying heat B versus C in the offing. Jules Caranta for the Energy Course team, the Frenchman, who has only dropped 2 points all weekend long. A very similar fate to what has befallen Miguel Costa as well. So you can't really afford to be too circumspect about things, but it's definitely going to be very, very tight up at the top end of the dais now for the drivers as they get themselves ready and in position. So Jules Caranta is going to be... Oh, that's a stop out on the circuit. That is Nicolas Roos. Nicolas Roos, who starts third. Nicolas Roos's kart has come to a stop on the third and final sector before the start. Mechanical problems for the CRG, and that is absolutely catastrophic for the South African. What a disaster. Poor Nicolas Roos, as his race will now not take place at all. Everybody else's is just going to get on without him, and we are racing up to the first corner. So Jules Caranta battling his way to the first corner with a little bit of support now from Dimitri Matviv, who's able to get a perfect start into second position. So Roos' lost is Matviv's gain, and as the field tucks its way through turn 2, there's quite a few drivers with an opportunity to make up some places as they come into the hairpin for the first time out of 8 laps. And has everybody got through? A couple of drivers running a little bit wide, a little bit of dust kicked up, but nothing massive. So it's Caranta from Matviv, and then in third place that looks like Tame Soleil. The German driver has managed to get himself into a solid position as well. Mathieu Gledige still there in P4. And fifth position, that looks like Martin Molnar, the Hungarian, is up the inside. That looked like Adam Hideg, the Sony kart driver, making his impact and getting his way through past one of the Kart Republics. I think that might even have been the battle from Newman Chi. So Newman Chi unable to really maximise his qualifying position. Unfortunately, he ended up dropping back quite a few places as a result of all of that. But poor Nicolas Roos, the South African, unable to get going from third position on the grid, and he will now plummet out of the order. So Caranta, Matviv, Soleil, Gledige, Molnar, Hideg, Chi, Sater, Luca Horton with a great start, and Aaron Garcia in 10th position in front of Emanuele Olivieri and Tobias Clausen. Liverway Sam Budler and Elliot Kaczynski. Up the inside, there goes Martin Molnar. He makes the place on Mathieu Gledige. So that puts him into 4th position. Gledige is still there in the top 5, but they are really struggling for one lap pace, the Ricky Finn squad. It's been a very difficult Champions of the Future Euro Series for them so far here this weekend at Zuera. Up the inside, that's going to be Tame Soleil trying his best. He actually rubs the bumper of Dimitri Matviv's kart and has to get back off the throttle, and that's going to put him into the path of Molnar and Gledige. So Tame Soleil just getting a little bit too close for comfort there. There's nothing malicious about it at all. Just two carts into too small a space. They don't all fit. And now the move comes up the inside from the energy course of Martin Molnar. Tame Soleil trying to get in there with side by side comes Magic Ladish, but he's going to get some support now from Adam Hideg, the Hungarian. Hungarian trying to go through and manages to do so. Almost tucks up for his own overtaking bid on Magic Ladish. Ladish is trying to keep Hideg at bay. Hideg commits to the move and gets through. And Tame Soleil is going to try and get past Ladish as well. He commits to the far side. But Adam Hideg is having all sorts of problems trying to stay in front as Magic Ladish slides in with some support from Tame Soleil. So Hideg drifts out wide. Ladish goes through. Oh, Soleil! Oh my goodness, Hideg didn't realise that Soleil was that far alongside him. And Soleil manages somehow, despite that, to tuck back in on the inside and get back past G. Newman. So there is a very interesting tussle of all positions then between the two teammates. They are trying desperately to thwart the opposition, but Marcus Sita, the Norwegian, is next up for the Ward Racing team, and he's hoping to make a bit of his own. We've had a driver plough off the road in the background, I'm afraid. Someone's gone clean off the road. That is Oliver Kinmark. So Oliver Kinmark has unfortunately left the road. He's managed to get back on the circuit again, but he is down at the back. So Gilles Caranta no longer having the pressure from Dimitri Matveev. It's actually Caranta's teammate, Martin Molnar, that is giving chase to Dimitri Matveev and hustling him at the moment. But certainly the Energy Course juniors are going a lot stronger than they are in seniors. Up the inside, there goes Martin Molnar into second position. Gilles Caranta sets the fastest lap of the race at 103.5. No problems at all from him at this moment in time as the battle continues further down the order. Behind the top five, sixth position downwards is an absolute rout. Chi, Soleil, Saita, Horton, Garcia, Clausen, Skulinov, Olivieri, Kaczynski, Sam Butler, all the way down to Sandro Perez and Andy Konsani, who are battling away with Griffin Peeble and Jimmy Helias, Landalati, Vinci, and then we have that's Ariman Bansal, and then Oliver Kinmark is down at the back of the grid on his own. So very close stuff all the way through this particular category. But this is for second still. Martin Molnar trying to hustle in behind his teammate. Gilles Caranta, who really has got the measure of this Zuera circuit. He's able to pull away and stretch out a gap. Meanwhile, Gladish runs in fourth position in front of Adam Hideg in the Sodi. So there are still good battles all over the circuit. Even after 4 laps, there are still 4 laps of tight racing remaining, and there's still plenty of battles to choose from. Sixth position is the most exciting out there at the moment. I think that was Marcus Sater getting past Tame Soleil in the background. Indeed it was. So Marcus Sater able to get the overtaking opportunity. Nailed there on the inside line. But this is definitely going to be a tricky one for Gilles Caranta in front of Martin Molnar and Dimitri Matveev, then Magic Ladish and Adam Hideg, Newman Shi, Marcus Sater, Tame Soleil, Aaron Garcia and Luca Horton. Tobias Clausen doing as good a job as he can to get into the top 10. He's in 11th at the moment in front of Emanuele Olivieri. So the battles are still going strong then from Gilles Caranta as he goes 2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Martin Molnar and Dimitri Matveev running strong on the second and third position marks there. Magic Ladish in front of Adam Hideg, and then Numachi, Marcus Sater, Tame Soleil, Aaron Garcia and Luca Horton. So some very intense battles as the drivers continue their squabble out on the course. Gilles Caranta, Martin Molnar and Dimitri Matveev. There is the warning flag for Tame Soleil. Now that's a big one. Tame Soleil, who was in the top 10, still is of course. He's in P7, but they've clearly felt that he was a little bit naughty when he was battling away there with his rivals. So Tame Soleil has picked up a warning flag, and of course in Champions of the Future that's also going to give him a 5-second penalty. So that's going to drop him out of the top 10 for sure, especially when you consider that that's an amazing queue of karts that goes all the way from Chi Newman in 6th position all the way down to Ariman Bansal in 22nd. He's going to be outside the top 15 for sure. So a very difficult situation. There's not a lot that can be done about that, but unfortunately that is the bread that's buttered. Now Tame Soleil's got to eat it. There it is. Warning flag comes out. So with that will come the 5-second penalty. Gilles Caranta, Martin Molnar, Dimitri Matveev, and then there is this battle going on further back. This is Marcus Sater up the inside of Chi Newman. Excellent run from Marcus Sater. He gets his run. Now behind him we've got Luca Horton doing a great job for the Leclerc by Lennox racing team. He's making such an impact, the young man from Bahrain. Excellent work from Luca Horton at the moment. But down to the hairpin. This is going to be G. Newman having another crack at Marcus Sater. He's not going to give up easily, that's for certain, as he continues to put in some excellent displays out there for the drivers. So out in front, Gilles Caranta still running very, very close to the limit of what the kart can do, because he's not really backing off any, and he's still in the 103s for the lap times. Last lap, Martin Molnar still trying to keep it in front of Dimitri Matveev. Maciej Ledij doing his best to hold off Adam Hideg. Look at the gap that Gilles Caranta's built up over his teammate. No worries at all for the Frenchman, and Jules Caranta is definitely looking like a real star in the making. The Frenchman for the Energy Course team really has taken this opportunity here at Zuera and run with it. It's been an amazing duel for him so far out on the course, and he is making some really impressive moves out there. So the Energy Course team definitely with a winning package in the OK Junior category. They still need a bit of work to do by the look of it in the OK Seniors, but certainly for Jules Caranta, he is going to be the one to take the fight to Nathan Ty over the course of this weekend in the juniors by the look of things. He's going to have some pressure from the likes of Costa, Cavalcid, Monza and Werrell over the course of the weekend, but certainly Jules Caranta lays his claim to a run at the pole for the Superheats. We'll find out just how well he does a little later on, but certainly for Jules Caranta, no problems, no issues, and he gets the job done. Great work from Jules Caranta. Excellent display. And a really strong challenge, a really impressive performance so far from them. They have really put on a bit of a spectacle here. Excellent stuff. And a really phenomenal drive, a great display. So the drivers will be continuing to hustle us as they run around the course. Great performance there from Jules Caranta. 2.5 seconds clear of his Hungarian teammate Martin Molnar. So no major problems or worries there. He's got every reason to be happy with it. And Martin Molnar will be very happy too, the Hungarian doing a fine job, as we just have a quick look at the OK Juniors, the OK Seniors getting themselves ready for their race, which is qualifying heat B versus C. So Caranta, Molnar, Matveev, Hideg and Ledij in the top 5 positions, and I have to say, the Energy Course pairing did such a good job, but we'll never know just how well Nicolas Roos and the CRG team could have been from 3rd on the grid. We'll never get to find that out, because very regrettably their race came to an end before it even started. Jules Caranta and Martin Molnar from Dimitri Matveev and Adam Hideg from Maciej Ledij and Marcus Sater, Chi Newman from Aaron Garcia, Tobias Clausen and Luca Horton. Tame Soleil in front of Emanuele Olivieri. Gerasim Skudanov in 13th place ahead of Liverway Sam Butler of Kart Republic. Elliot Kaczynski and Andy Consani ahead of the Spaniard Sandro Perez, and then Griffin Peebles in 18th position. 19th position behind him was Jimmy Helias in front of Ariman Bansal and Dante Vinci. Nico Lanalati was the last one to come home. The retirements, well, there were only 2. Oliver Kinmark, who retired on lap 5, at the end of lap 5, I should say, and then Oliver Kinmark was joined off the scene by Nicolas Roos, who broke down before the race even begun. Very difficult situations and scenarios out there. Our attention should turn now once again to the OK Seniors. Let's hear in a fabulous interview that we did earlier in the weekend with the 3 top drivers in the points scoring stakes at the OK Senior, with Thomas Stolchemanis, Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio, about the thrill of the slipstream. It's going to be a really exciting battle, so let's see how it all plays out between these 3. How good is slipstreaming at Zuera? Do we think this weekend that the slipstream here at Zuera is going to play a big role in the qualifying heats themselves, in the races? How big of a factor do you think that's likely to be here?
Not massive. In the races, not quite as big as the qualifying, because I think if you qualify at the front and you find yourself at the front, you're fast enough to be there. And okay, the slipstream might gain you 0.5 tenth to 1 tenth a lap, but the drivers behind you could be 2 tenths slower over a lap by themselves. So the slipstream will help them, but not enough to maybe pass someone quicker.
I think the slipstream is the wind. How is the wind going out? If there is no wind, then you don't have that much like slipstream. it's not a big difference. But if there is a big wind like in Portimao, then it's a big difference.
Yeah, it depends on the wind. Same.
A great new feature for this second round. I like to call it the Driver's Lounge, because obviously we got to have some really exciting banter there with the three drivers who are leading the points tally in the OK Senior category. Hopefully we'll get an opportunity to do that multiple times through the course of the season. And really good to see how the contenders are lining up. A massive thank you to Alex Venardis for that one. He came up with the concept and it works really well. So hopefully we're going to get to see a few more of those intriguing little features through the course of the Champions of the Future Euro Series 2022. But now, of course, the attention turns back once again to the OK category. It's been a very busy day at the office for the OK drivers, and now we get to continue it. But as I mentioned before, at the end of this race from the OK Seniors, every driver in the OK Senior field will have just one race left to endure. So it's obviously going to be very tricky for this particular heat, because the drivers will obviously want to take as much of an opportunity as they can from this particular race. But the temperatures are getting higher here in Zuera, that is for sure. As the temperature gets higher in the air, it's up to 24 degrees Celsius according to my timing screen, but I reckon it's probably closer to about 27 or so. Still mid-April, so it's not as hot as it's going to get on the Zuera circuit. I can remember we were here a little bit later on in the season in the 2021 campaign, and we got to a high of about 36, I think, at one point, 37 degrees Celsius. So at least we're here in Zuera a little bit earlier in the season, because obviously it means that the air temperatures are not quite as intense as they could be. But certainly, obviously, for the drivers and the officials and marshals out there, it's still hot enough, thanks very much. So everybody really enjoying the sunshine here at Zuera and looking out over to that beautiful scenery out in the distance, the heart of the countryside in the Aragon province. And it really does look absolutely extraordinary. A wonderful backdrop to this second round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. So let's talk you through the top 10 of the grid for this one. Pole position goes the way of the Japanese youngster under a British license, Kian Nakamura Berta, who lines up alongside his teammate at the Car Republic team, Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver. Both of them, of course, part of a Formula One academy now. Kian Nakamura Berta for the Alpine Academy and Chu Yanpu for the Mercedes Academy. Then it is Oscar Pedersen, the Swedish driver for Ward Racing, who is there on the second row of the grid on the inside line. Christian Bartuka will line up in fourth position, the Birolart driver. The recovery crew have returned to their scene, so that means that we should be able to go racing on time, which is excellent news. Well done again, and muchas gracias to the Armada Naranja, the Orange Army around the circuit. Well done to all of you. In the third row of the grid, Emili Koivisto. What a weekend he is having. The Koski Motorsport driver really putting on an excellent display in all of his heats so far, particularly in the last one when he shadowed Joe Turdy to the flag. That's a decent result for Emili Koivisto. Second place in his heat. Definitely the best we've ever seen from him in Champions of the Future. In sixth place, Luca Samalisto, the Finnish racer, who is there on the third row. Never really had the luck over the course of the weekend so far, but we're hoping that that will change for him in the next battle out on the circuit. And then we will have the fourth row of the grid taken up by the Brazilian Matheus Ferreira, another of the drivers who is under a F1 program. That is Matheus Ferreira, the Brazilian, who is in the Alpine Academy along with Kian Nakamura Berta. Nacho Tunion, the Spanish driver, not in an F1 program, but certainly in an F1 driver's kart, the Alonso kart chassis. Alongside him on the grid, the DPK kart team, of course, from here in Spain. Then the Brazilian Olin Galli, who lines up ninth on the starting grid inside the top 10. And the CRG driver will be joined on the fifth row of the grid by the 10th place man, Thomas Stolchamanis, who came into this weekend as the ipso facto points leader for the Energy Course team. He was so strong and so brilliant at the Winter Series out in Franciacorta, completely obliterated the field on the same day that we saw titles for Maciej Gledicz in the OK Junior category and, of course, Simo Puhaka in KZ2. We're hoping that there's going to be more gearbox racing action in Champions of the Future in meetings and weeks to come. Obviously, there's nothing planned for KZ2 for the third and fourth rounds of the championship, but it would be wonderful to see KZ2 back on the Champions of the Future program again soon. It was certainly there for the Winter Cup, and it was absolutely phenomenal how great the racing was there. So now the drivers getting themselves ready and dialed in for this, the final race of the fourth rotation. And after this, there will be 6 races to go. And for every driver that comes out after this particular heat, it will be the last time they come out before the super heat. So they really have to make a good impression in their final races of the Saturday, their final qualifying heats. So out onto the circuit the drivers go, and it is going to be a very exciting one from the get-go for Nakamura Berta and Chu on the front row of the grid. Qualifying heat B versus C. A lot of points need to be played for here, and hopefully the leaders will not score too many. That's their aim. Kia Nakamura Berta and Chu Yan Pu from Oscar Pedersen and Christian Bertucca. Emilio Coivisto and Lucas Samalisto from Matias Ferreira and Nacho Tunion, Onin Galli and Thomas Stolchamanis. Gabriel Gomez and Malo Bollier from Victor Gustafsson and Rafael Modenese. Akshay Bora and Rashid Aldaheri from Keanu Alazadi and Bruno Mulders, although he will not be starting. Max Angelard, Yvan David, Nathaniel Den Hont and Bernardo Pinheiro. So the 21 drivers out there on the grid. There is a kart stopped. I can see a kart that stopped on the way to turn 4. So we have a stoppage out on the circuit. And that looks to me like Max Angelard, the Polish driver. Max Angelard is trying to get his kart restarted. Tries to get into the kart in the hope that he's got rhythm in the kart. No, it's not going to happen for Max Angelard. It looked like he was fiddling there with a power valve, trying to get the kart to move. But I'm afraid Max Angelard is not going to go any further by the way things are currently looking. He has got one more rolling lap to make it happen, but no, I'm afraid it's game over for Max Angelard. Bitter disappointment for the Polish driver. And the raw emotion is too much for him as he is out of luck on this occasion. But 11 laps to go here in the OK category for qualifying heat B versus C. And it'll be the 2 Kart Republic teammates on the front row of the starting grid. They are different liveried because Nakamura Berta covers the traditional, carries the traditional colours of the Kart Republic Motorsport team. Whereas in second position, alongside him on the front row of the grid, Chu Yan Pu will cover the, will carry the colours of the Mercedes Junior program, which is the Argenti Motorsport colour scheme. So they will continue on their way through. Kia Nakamura Berta and Chu Yan Pu as they run together in solid formation. Then Oscar Pedersen and Christian Bertucca. Emilio Coivisto hoping for another solid drive with Lucas Samalisto on the outside of him. So the drivers will get themselves into their 2 tram lines once again, minus Max Angelard and Bruno Mulders, in fact. So 2 drivers missing from the tail end of the field. Obviously, the rest of the pack will bunch up in response to that. But Kia Nakamura Berta hoping to hold the start and hope for a good getaway. Looks like a great start from Chu. And we're underway. So Chu is going to draw level, but he's not going to gain any time. He's actually going to drop into 4th position, but at least he's not going to get spat out wide as the drivers charge their way through to the hairpin for the first time. They go through turn 2, everybody en masse, no major problems. Then into the hairpin they go. Is everybody going to get through without incident? A couple of drivers running a little bit deep, but other than that, everyone's still pointing in the right direction. So out through the hairpin, Nakamura Berta in front of Oscar Pedersen. He has got a decent start. It looks like Chu has got himself back into 3rd position past Christian Bertucca. Here comes the move for the lead from Oscar Pedersen. No waiting around. And the Ward Racing driver hits the front. Good move from Oscar Pedersen. So the Swedish driver takes over the lead halfway round the first lap. Bertucca is now back in front of Chu. Chu had managed to get himself into that 3rd position run. But Chu Yan Pu, I'm afraid, has now fallen back. And that's a move up into 5th position for, I think that is Onin Galli. Oh no, my apologies. That is the fast starting Gabriel Gomez, isn't it? Excellent start from him. I'm wrong again. It's Victor Gustafsson. He's up to 5th position. He's made up 8 places on the first lap. Any of the CRGs being up that high would have been impressive, but for Gustafsson, he was behind all of them. So an excellent start. Nakamura Berta back on the inside of Pedersen. Bertucca trying to get there as well. Pedersen doing his best to keep himself out of danger as he jockeys for position with Nakamura Berta. They weave left, right, left, right, left, right. That was pretty tricky. Christian Bertucca now hustling up behind the 2 of them. But Nakamura Berta doesn't seem to have the raw 1-lap pace as Oscar Pedersen is right underneath him, and so is the Birolart of Christian Bertucca. Kart Republic, Tony Kart and Birolart. Oh, and that is another retirement. I'm afraid that is Rafael Modenese. So the Peruvian really struggling. And oh, Bertucca going wheel to wheel with Pedersen. Bertucca thought he had the move on there. I think Pedersen thought he had a move on Nakamura Berta lined up as well. But it hasn't quite come off on that particular occasion. So 2 laps completed, 9 to go. Nakamura Berta still in front of Pedersen. Bertucca, Chu, Gustafsson, and there's the move on the inside. That's Koivisto on in Galli. And Galli is trying to come back at him. Nicely done. He returns the favour straight away. So on in Galli does not lose the place overall. Bertucca now on the inside of Pedersen, and that's Gustafsson on the inside of Chu. So Victor Gustafsson gets into 4th position for the CRG factory team. I wonder if he's decided to make a bit of a dramatic change of tyres there to reverse some of his negative fortunes. He's definitely looking pretty strong now, Victor Gustafsson on the CRG, the former KZ2 European champion, won the title back in 2020. So let's see if the battle is going to continue on here, because Nakamura Berta still putting on an excellent show from Bertucca on the move on the inside. Excellent run from the CRG. Gustafsson now into 3rd position. So Gustafsson passes his countryman. All going very well. From 5th on the beginning of the lap up to 3rd place now. So 2 places made up. Gustafsson is now setting his sights firmly on Christian Bertucca up in front. So now we've got 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 places. Kart Republic, Birolart, CRG and Tony Kart. Very closely competitive. So they will continue to fight their quarter around the course. Drivers on the move. We know that Victor Gustafsson has obviously made up 10 places. Elsewhere, Olin Galli has made up 3, as has his teammate Gabriel Gomez, Ivan David, Devano Den Hont and Bernardo Pinheiro. It's also worth bearing in mind as well that Keanu Adazari has made up the most places other than Victor Gustafsson. He's come up 4 and still has some time to make up a few more as well. So Keanu Adazari up to 13th place, ahead of his countryman Rashid Aldeheri. So he's been able to make up some moves on that last lap, but Lucas Amalisto is trying to get back on terms with him. Adazari is up in 12th position now. Across the line, and Nakamura Berta doesn't have a big lead over Christian Bertucca at this stage. There's still an awful lot of racing to cover here. It's definitely not clear cut as to who's going to get the best of it. Nakamura Berta holding on, but Bertucca diving up the inside, and Christian Bertucca takes the lead here at Zuera. A good move then from the Italian. Nakamura Berta trying to come back at him. So Christian Bertucca hoping for an opportunity to take over the lead of this race. Nakamura Berta trying to ensure that that doesn't happen. A really exciting challenge, and there goes Gustafsson into 2nd. So Victor Gustafsson makes his bid and goes up into 2nd position. So a terrific move from the Swedish driver. Can he pull off a victory? That would certainly be his first Champions of the Future win as an OK Senior driver. He's had great performance in the past in Gearbox, but he has now become part of the CRG team in terms of their development, in terms of their move forward. He was in Gearbox last year, but now he has moved back to the world of direct drive for this season. I wonder if he'll do a double duty for the CRG team, because he could well end up in Gearboxes through the course of the year as well. But certainly here, Victor Gustafsson doing a great job in 2nd position. And there goes Nakamura Berta, making his bid back on the Swede, up into 2nd place again. And this is great news for Christian Bertucca. He can just disappear out front. No need to really break a sweat for him. Nakamura Berta drifts wide. That's enough for Gustafsson and Pedersen to get past him. So a bit of a moment there for Nakamura Berta. He might need a little bit of support from his teammate Chuyan Pu if he's going to move back into the podium positions. But Chuyan Pu wants an opportunity of his own, of course. So they continue on their way. On the far side. Still waiting for the moment, really, for Chuyan Pu. He hasn't quite been able to get onto the toe of Kid Nakamura Berta. He might get his opportunity on the main straight here. Down the straight they go. Bertucca has 9/10 of a second over Victor Gustafsson, Pedersen, Nakamura Berta, Chu and Koivisto. Koivisto makes his bid on the inside, and that'll do. Overtaking move completed. So no major problems there for Emili Koivisto. Certainly not quite as strong a move as he's been able to pull off earlier on in the day. Certainly not as close to the race leader as he has been before. Thomas Stolczer-Marnis sets the fastest lap of the race. He's currently in 9th position. The Energy course driver just hasn't really had the string of luck you need to make it work. This is Gomez and Galli, and the cart behind us is in fact Thomas Stolczer-Marnis. So Stolchamanis, who was just at the fastest lap of the race, who won so brilliantly at Franciacorta back in February in the Winter Series. There's still a heck of a lot for this team to do as they continue to make progress forward. So Nakamura-Berta diving in on the inside of the Ward Racing driver. Oscar Pedersen in third, chasing down Victor Gustafsson in second, but Gustafsson really has got good pace in this one as he slowly starts to stretch away. 4 laps to go. Side by side down the main straight, you've got Keanu Alazadi going wheel to wheel there with Akshay Bora, so they're having a great little duel for position. It looks to me as though they sorted that out pretty evenly between themselves, but Nakamura-Berta back on terms with Oscar Pedersen into third position as Emili Koivisto behind them sets the fastest lap of the race at 1:01.658. So let's see what we're going to get from this one again. Is Emili Koivisto is now going to make his bid on the inside, and he gets through on Oscar Pedersen. A nice, easy move by some of the others that we've seen these drivers make over the course of the day. That was pretty straightforward, actually. So Bertucca, Gustafsson, Nakamura-Berta, Koivisto, and then Oscar Pedersen in the top 5. Chi Yanpu has slipped into 6th position. Done his best to try and carry as much as he possibly can, but hasn't quite come off just yet. 7th place for Gabriel Gomez. There he is in the background, along with Thomas Stolchamanis, Olin Galli, and Matthias Ferreira. 3 to go. Still not done and dusted yet, because even Victor Gustafsson is still under pressure from Kian Nakamura-Berta. And up the inside, there's the move from the Japanese. A great run from Kian Nakamura-Berta, although of course, as you can see there on the graphic, not only does he set the fastest lap, but he actually carries the Union flag as his license. So he races under a British license, but he is very proudly a Japanese heritage. So Victor Gustafsson going to dive up the inside line. Thank you very much. Nice overtake again from the Swede. No major worries on that one, because he pretty much had that one nailed. And now it looks like Koivisto is going to try and make the same move on Nakamura-Berta. No chance, says the young Kian Nakamura-Berta. He's going to try and keep this position all the way throughout. Excellent work so far. He's just got to keep it together now. But what an incredible battle it has been, and what a sensational charge forward. 2 laps to go for Bertucca, Gustafsson, and Nakamura-Berta. Koivisto, Pedersen, Jan Puchu, and then Thomas Stolchamanis ahead of Gomez, Ferreira, and Olin Galli. Then Dunion and Keanu Alazadi, all close between Nakamura-Berta and Gustafsson. You do get the sense that Nakamura-Berta is getting a little bit desperate now to get past the Swede, because he's got Koivisto and Pedersen right underneath him. He could lose 2 more places instead of gaining 1. Stolchamanis sets the fastest lap of the race. He's up to 6th place. He's doing his best to close up on Pedersen up in front. Having dealt with Jan Puchu. Oh, and up on the curbs. Trying to get through there. Koivisto and Pedersen get very close to each other, but fortunately they avoid a big incident. That's a perfect opportunity for Stolchamanis to close up, though. So Stolchamanis may get a look at Oscar Pedersen. Pedersen holds his line, but there is Stolchamanis. Wait for the move, there it is. Thomas Stolchamanis in the penultimate turn. No chance to wait around, you've got to get stuck in and go for it. Here we go, final lap. Christian Bertucca's lead is 1.7 over Victor Gustafsson and Kian Nakamura-Berta. No big problems there for him. He just keeps it nice and tidy throughout. Out on the far side of the course. And Nakamura-Berta's got one last chance. Gustafsson's going to park it on the inside apex. No chance you're going to get through there. I'm far too experienced to let a young whippersnapper like you go for the move. He holds the cart in the middle of the road, so Nakamura-Berta can't go left or right. Koivisto is not far away either. Koivisto will want to get past Nakamura-Berta and Gustafsson, but will he sacrifice the chance to be 3rd position in order to make that happen? Well, he doesn't need to, because Kian Nakamura-Berta is not going to give him a free pass. So great battle all the way to the checkered flag between these two. Nakamura-Berta still hanging it on in front of Emili Koivisto. How brave are you into the final 2 corners now becomes the next question on the minds of 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But here comes Christian Bertucca. A lovely run from the Italian. A great job for the Birolart team, and they can be quite content with that one. 2nd for Gustafsson, his best result as a senior in the OK category. And in Champions of the Future too, Nakamura-Berta, Koivisto and Stolchamanis in the top 5. So some good work out there and some great effort for the drivers. They obviously want to put on as good a performance as they possibly can. So it's definitely been mighty close out there between the drivers. They've given us a lot of good badinage out there. And some good banter on the course as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting as Christian Bertucca lights it up and gets a little bit of a gap to the drivers around him. No major problems then from Christian Bertucca. The Birolart team slowly getting towards the front end of direct drive. It's taken them a little bit longer than they would have liked by comparison to how well they're going in gearbox. And that season obviously starts up for them fairly soon indeed. But here at Champions of the Future, another great run from Christian Bertucca. And that was a needed one. That was a necessary one. He wanted to try and keep in touch with a lot of people in that gaggle of drivers. So it's Christian Bertucca from Victor Gustafsson and Kia Nakamura-Berta. Emilio Koivisto ahead of Thomas Stoltzer-Manis. Oscar Pedersen comes home ahead of Matias Ferreira and Chuyan Pu. Gabriel Gomez and Olingali, the Brazilian CRGs, were in the top 10. Then Nacho Tunion ahead of Rashid Aldeheri and Keanu Alazari. Akshay Bora in 14th in front of Lucas Samalisto. Malo Bollier is 16th ahead of Nathaniel Denhont. Yavan David struggling home to 18th place, and then at the back of the field it was Bernardo Pinheiro, the Portuguese driver. Retirements, Rafael Modenese, and before the race even got going we had Max Angelard and Bruno Mulders not starting, the latter because of an injury, the former because of mechanical problems. Well, that's it for that rotation, folks. From now on in, it is going to be drivers' final races of the day all the way. So it's definitely going to be interesting and intriguing to see how the competitors fare out there on the course for these final 6 races. But the man who starts from pole position is a man we caught up with in the battle for the weekend, because he was obviously coming into this one as one of the 3 title contenders in OK Junior. Let's hear in depth from the Sodi kart racer, Nathan Ty.
Yeah, it was a good first round at Portimao. We managed to get starting pole for the superheat. P2 in the super and P2 in the final put us P2 for the championship, sorry, behind Kirill. So yeah, it's a very close championship, and yeah, let's see what happens this week. Yeah, the first and second sector are very open, very long, and the third sector is definitely a little bit more technical, so it's hard to get the chassis and the engine running right. But I think, yeah, so far we've managed to do a good job of it, and I'm excited to see how the rest of the week goes. Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge, but I think the main part in qualifying will be the track position. Of course, with the high winds and the fast speed in the first and second sector mainly, will be a huge challenging part trying to get the right position, and I think will make a huge difference in qualifying. Yeah, I'm confident to see our results at Portimao. I think we have a good chance, and let's see what happens.
So considering that Nathan Ty came into this weekend just 2 points adrift of the points leader, and the points leader is now having to start every single race this weekend from the back of the grid, this is definitely a swing in fortunes that favours the British driver. But we now go into these last races of the day, and the 2 title contenders, Nathan Ty, are on pole position, and Kirill Ditiev is on the back of the grid. So this is the first time since last time out at Portimao 3 weeks ago that they will actually duel against each other. But this is not going to be an easy one for either driver. Nathan Ty has to try and make sure he continues his unbeaten, flawless run. 4 races, 4 wins thus far. And if he wins this one, then he will be confirmed as the winner of the Super Pole. There are 2 Super Poles, of course, on offer, but that one is definitely going to go his way if he manages to hang on for the victory. All he needs, in essence, in actuality, is a 2nd place finish or better. So if he gets a 1st or a 2nd, then Nathan Ty will progress to the pole position in the superheat, whatever happens. If he then gets a 3rd place or worse, then things definitely get different out there. And it'll be an interesting one. So the competitors know just what's at stake for Nathan Ty and the Sodi Kart factory operation. But they are getting closer and closer to that first win in OK Junior in Champions of the Future. They've had a massive amount of time to fight their way back for it. But the French team, with their British driver, definitely making all the right moves at the moment. Alongside Nathan Ty on the starting grid is going to be Jindra Pezel in the Birolart. He'll be there on the outside of the front row of the grid. Then Lewis Werrell and Anatoly Kavalkin, the Forza Racing driver, alongside the Parolin Motorsport machine. So some interesting challenges out there for the competitors. And then it will be Tibor Ramakers along with Ghazi Motlakar. And we will also have Alexander Bondarev in 4th row of the grid alongside Guillaume Bouzard, the Koski Motorsport ace. And then to round out the top 10 for this one, Andres Cardenas of Peru for the Energy Course team, and Shimo Zhang for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. But let's not forget ourselves that at the back of the grid, trying to charge his way back into contention, is Kirill Dtiev for the Ward Racing team, who may already have written off this weekend to experience, but when they go to Kristianstad in a few weeks' time for the third round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series, you can bet that the Dtiev will be back to his best on the Ward Racing team's home event. So, qualifying Heat A versus E. The drivers will continue in their very exciting battles out in the position, out on the circuit. We will have some fantastic challenges from the drivers as they get ourselves ready. There it is, Nathan Tai and Jindro Pazel from Lewis Werrell and Anatoly Kivalkin, Tibor Ramakas and Gazi Motlakar from Alexander Bondarev and Guillaume Bouzard, then Andres Cardenas and Shimo Zhang. Arthur Dorisson and Alp Hassan Aksoy from Maria Giamononito and Zach Drummond, Nicolas Schaufler and Louis Laveau. Alfie Slater and N.A. Affray. And behind them, Giacomo Pedrini and Kirill Kutskov, Zoe Florescu and Jensen Burnett from Dinon De Vos and Kirill Dtiev at the back of the grid. Perfect timing. Coming and joining me in the box, it is the British driver Harley Keeble from the senior category. Harley, it's been going very well for you so far. How are things out there in general?
Well, I wouldn't say very well. We had a few coming together in the last 2 heats, and you know, it's one of those things, racing incidents. Hope it goes better next time.
And I tell you what, the speed is what's really important from Birolot this weekend. You guys have really turned the corner, and now it looks like you guys are going to be fighting at the front end for a while longer.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, obviously we went to Portugal. Some of us were fast, some of us were not so fast, and then we came here this weekend and we're really fast, all of us, so hopefully we can keep it up for the rest of the year.
Now there's one heat to go. This is the hottest part of the day for you guys as well. Just how big an impact is that potential spare side of tyres left? Because obviously we've got 6 tyres that you can use through the course of the weekend. Have any of you guys had to go to the spares quite early, or is this now the time to use them?
Well, I mean, I used my spare tyres in the first heat, and then to save the qualifying tyres, and then some people use the tyres in the last heat, so it could go either way in the last heat.
Interesting. Well, Harley, I know you've got a busy race and we've got a race to get underway, so good to have a quick chat with you. Thanks very much indeed, and we hope to see you at the sharp end again in the last one. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent, Harley. Thank you very much. So the drivers are getting themselves into the gaggle of 2 rows, and it will be fascinating to see how they get us underway. Nathan Tai and Jindro Pazel. If Nathan Tai wins this race, then he will be guaranteed Super Pole for tomorrow's heat. So it is definitely going to be very interesting to see if Nathan Tai in the Sony kart can just continue doing what he's been doing best. Out of the final turn, down the main straight, ready, and let's race! Nathan Tai holding on, trying to get to the inside line. Lewis Werrell going with him, and also joining them is Tibor Ramakas, the Belgian. So a good start. Ramakas trying to get on the inside of Werrell nice and early. He can't get that overtaking move sorted out. Nicolas Schaufler in the middle of the field trying to make up a couple of places. And Tibor Ramakas already starting to have a look at Lewis Werrell as Alexander Bondarev gets a reasonable start as well. That's up to 5th position for him, tucked up behind Jindro Pazel. And so now the man from Ukraine is going to try and slide in on the inside of Jindro Pazel. Pazel gets a little wide, but not wide enough to open up an overtaking move. So Bondarev has got a little bit more work to do there. But diving up the inside, he's got a parallel, and now it's Bondarev going deep and manages to turn it into an overtake on Jindro Pazel. Talk about lightning reflexes from Bondarev. That was masterful. Any other driver would have cannoned that off the road, but he somehow manages to turn a defensive move into a very late braking maneuver, and that's Tibor Ramakas getting past Lewis Werrell. So Tibor Ramakas makes his bid, gets past Lewis Werrell, and now they're going to battle down the home straight. So let's see if Lewis Werrell is going to have a bit of a run for it. Oh, that looked like some dirt was kicked up there by Nathan Tai on the main straight. Not entirely sure what that was in aid of, but certainly all sorts of muck and rubbish being left from the tyres as the marbles come off the top of the carcasses quite rapidly. So Nathan Tai in front of Tibor Ramakas and Lewis Werrell. Anatoly Kivalkin. Yellow flags. We've got a kart off in the background. Up at turn 4. That is Giacomo Pedrini. So the Tony kart driver, Giacomo Pedrini, unfortunately has not come around. There he is. So I'm afraid Giacomo Pedrini is really going to struggle to get that kart push started. He is going to try to, but I think he's managed to. I think he's done that. Yes, he has. So Giacomo Pedrini now trying to get the car started and make a move as he continues on his way. And he has indeed managed to do so. So a good push start there from Giacomo Pedrini, but he is going to be half a lap behind everybody else. As the midfield battle really starting to step up the attack. This is the likes of, well, I was going to say that was just outside the top 10, because it was. But Tai, Ramakers and Werrell. So far so good for the British driver Nathan Tai. But Thibaut Ramakers runs in second position at the moment, right behind him. Can the Belgian put one over on the British driver Nathan Tai? It's going to be very close to the end, this. Still a lot of pressure. Whoa, a little bit of jockeying for position there. As Bondarev keeps his position ahead of Guillaume Bouzard. The top 6 is where he needs to be. Andres Cardenas is doing a fair job as well, running in 5th position as he continues on his way. So 2 laps completed and we're on lap 3. So Nathan Tai holding the advantage at the moment. Only 2 drivers not come through. It looks as though Nicolas Schaffler has pulled off the road. I can't quite see where Nicolas Schaffler has gone, but he's not come through on the end of the lap. So I think we may have lost the Austrian talent. Indeed, Nicolas Schaffler is out of the race, I'm afraid. That's unfortunate for the BWT machine. But Nathan Tai for Sodicar out in front of Thibaut Ramakers and Lewis Werrell in the Forza Racing Expert. The man who's made the most impact on this one is actually Kirill Kutskov. He's made up 11 places. Kirill Ditiev has made up 9. So they are now starting to charge their way through the field, knowing that they need a decent result to salvage their weekends in the hope of a strong result. So Nathan Tai in front of Thibaut Ramakers. 3rd position for Lewis Werrell. And Kavalkin, Cardenas, Bondarev and Bouzard. Jindra Pazel, 8th position for Kirill Kutskov and Ghazi Motlakar, and that is Giacomo Pedrini, who's actually been given a warning flag for his own incident. It's as though he ended up having a moment with another driver rather than on his own. But I'm afraid it has still resulted in a well, not quite a retirement. It certainly ended up in a spin and then, unfortunately, a penalty that's given with that warning flag as well. So Nathan Tai coming off the turn. Could this be any more perfect for the British driver on the Sodi car at the moment? He is absolutely roaring around this circuit. They may not have a round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series in France this year, but this may as well be a home event for them because they've definitely made it their home as the warning flag goes out to Giacomo Pedrini after his earlier spin. Thibaut Ramakers, though, is stepping up the attack on Nathan Tai. This isn't done yet. Kirill Ditiev sets another fastest lap of the race. A 1:03.3 on this particular occasion. Well, this is not going to be easy for Nathan Tai to hold on to. Thibaut Ramakers and Lewis Werrell are not far away. Anatoly Kavalkin remains in about 4th position. He can't really make a massive amount of progress from there, so that's more points that's going to be added to Kavalkin's score. And then in 5th position, Andres Cardenas, the Energy Course driver, still trying to make a big impact. But now the drivers are working very closely indeed to exacerbate some of the difficulties of running in the pack. There is Andres Cardenas trying to close down on Anatoly Kavalkin. The top 5 have got a little way clear with 3 laps remaining. 3 laps until Nathan Tai can secure his first Super Pole with a flawless run. Pole position in qualifying and wins in all 5 heats. He's done 4 out of 5. This is the 5th. So it all comes down to the British driver to see if he can finish the job for the Sodi car team. What a comeback this is for the squad, who were good last year. Let's not let's not underrate this. They were good last year. This year, they are just absolutely phenomenal. And Nathan Tai in front of Thibaut Ramakers. They are stretching away from Lewis Werrell, who is falling into the clutches of Anatoly Kavalkin and Andres Cardenas now, the Paralin and the Energy Course. There's still some good battles. 6th position for Guillaume Bouzard, the Koski Motorsport driver from Luxembourg. And then Alexander Bondarev, the young man from Ukraine, in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Kutskov, Pazel and Frey. That is the way it is in the top 10 as they come through at the end of the 6th lap. There are 2 to go. And Thibaut Ramakers looking very hungry behind Nathan Tai. He's been building up to this. What if Thibaut Ramakers could be the one to deny Nathan Tai the clean sweep? As up the inside goes Anatoly Kavalkin. He's been biding his time with Lewis Werrell. Werrell chops him across. Don't even think about it. He comes back for another go. Werrell decides to go slow in and he's lost 2 places there, both to Kavalkin and to Cardenas. So Cardenas is going to try again. But this is not exactly what Lewis Werrell wanted from this one. He didn't want to fall down to 5th position. He's still got time to get it back again. But certainly the 3 drivers battling for 3rd position are having an absolute rip-roar of a show. And Lewis Werrell has actually got himself in a 4th position round the far side. As here comes Tibor Ramakas side by side with Nathan Ty. Ty's going to get back in on Ramakas. Ramakas having originally taken the lead. Ty getting it back again. So Ty versus Ramakas is going to have one more lap to run. But can Tibor Ramakas get one over on Nathan Ty? He almost had the lead from him. The Belgian and the Brit. Ty in front of Ramakas, and into the final lap they go. There's nothing to choose between them. Nathan Ty's going to have to go defensive now. Here goes Kavalkin, trying to squabble in from Cardenas, Werrell and Bouzard, but these two are squabbling for the victory. Nathan Ty allows Tibor Ramakas to get up alongside him, but then cuts back across on the exit apex. Kavalkin going side by side with Andres Cardenas in the background as Ty defends his lead up front. It's going to be interesting to see who slides in first. Werrell getting back up the inside of Cardenas. Oh my goodness, it's very close further back as Alexander Bondarev now getting himself into the mix. Nathan Ty just trying to hold it at the apex. Ramakas gets back alongside, but Nathan Ty is going to squeeze him. He won't get an opportunity to come through. This is really good defense from Nathan Ty. Ramakas is trying, he's going to give it everything he's got in the final 4 corners. Nathan Ty just needs to hold this together, and if he does, he will be guaranteed Super Pole. It looks as though he's going to do it out of the final turn, and it's a 5 out of 5 for the Sony Kart Boy Wonder. Nathan Ty claims the Super Pole for tomorrow's Superheat. Outstanding work. Truly extraordinary. What a phenomenal drive from Nathan Ty it has been today. Every single driver that's come near him, nobody has been able to take it away. And the British driver on the Sony Kart factory machine, they are back with a vengeance, with determination, and with nothing but raw speed. So the number 56, Nathan Ty, will be the Super Pole sitter in the OK Junior tomorrow in the first Junior Superheat. What an extraordinary performance it has been from the British driver. It is so hard to win, never mind to win 5 times. And Nathan Ty has done just that. Wowee. Everyone has thrown everything they can at him, but he will not budge. It almost seems like this is his weekend. Pole position in time qualifying and all 5 heats so far. Nathan Ty will claim the Super Pole tomorrow from Tibor Ramakas and Anatoly Kavalkin. Guillaume Bouzard in front of Andres Cardenas and Alexander Bondarev. Kirill Kutskov in front of Jindra Pazel. And then it is Enea Frey ahead of Lewis Werrell. Then Kirill Ditiev and Art Dorisson from Zach Drummond, Alfie Slater, Shimo Zhang and Ghazi Motlakar. Alp Hassan Aksoy in 17th place from Louis Leveau in P18. 19th will be Zoe Florescu in front of Jensen Burnett, Maria Germano Nito and Dinan De Vos. Giacomo Pedrini was the last driver home, with Nicolas Schaufler failing to finish. So the competitors are obviously been in fantastic fashion in the OK Junior for qualifying heat A versus E. It's been extraordinary to watch this young man in fine style, putting on an excellent display from the front end of the field. And now we're going to get to talk to Nathan Ty ahead of tomorrow. But what a fantastic battle it has been from the British drivers so far. The OK Senior race coming up is that of qualifying heat A versus E, where Alex Powell has a similar opportunity to grab pole for his Superheat tomorrow.
My name is David Grundling. I'm the co-founder and chief exec of AQ Green Tech.
Hello, my name is Marion and I represent AQ Green Tech. My job here is to help the teams and drivers to understand their environmental impact on a race week.
Everyone has some form of greenhouse gas emissions impact, and we have that in every single one of our days and our lives. And we find that in motorsport, these emissions are even greater than, say, other places. So we think that there's a way for everyone to take care of addressing this issue by measuring and reducing their impact on the environment.
So the challenge is that on a race week, there are unavoidable carbon emissions. And I think the objective first is to understand and measure these emissions, these carbon emissions, so we can then aim at reducing them and yeah, eventually offsetting them.
We've been working with the promoter, RGMMC, for over a year now to help them understand the impacts of their events. And what we're here to do is, as we enter 2022, is to bring the same sort of thinking to the teams and to the drivers. We want everyone to measure their own impact. And some of that impact takes place even before you get to the track. So we're looking at measuring your travel distances, your accommodation, how you create a carbon environmental impact outside of the race, and then in turn when you get to the race as well, your tires, your track activity, the oil, the fuel, the waste. And if you actually understand this as a team and as a driver, then at least you're able to understand how to go about potentially reducing this in the future. And you actually understand your environmental impact in the sport that you participate in.
So we're here to come and meet the teams and drivers to help them understand these emissions that they are generating on the race week. And from this, trying to find ways to reduce them and ultimately offsetting them.
The first thing we like to try and do is help people understand their impact, and that is by measuring it. We have some calculator tools that enable this. And then once your carbon emissions are measured, you at least have an understanding of what they are and how to go about reducing them. Those emissions that can't be reduced or avoided, we then provide carbon credits to offset them.
So as a team or a driver, we're trying to get everyone to understand and take their responsibilities around these carbon emissions. And we're here to support them and to bring support in understanding these emissions and the calculation of it.
So as a team or a driver, the first thing you can do is work with us to use our tool to measure your impact. By measuring your impact and looking at your travel distances and your hotel accommodation, you'll understand the impact that you have before you even get to the race. You can look at the measurement of your emissions at the race because of your fuel, your tires, the waste, the oil, and you can measure this using our tool. Once your impact has been measured, you can try and understand how you can potentially improve your impact. Once you've understood what your impact is, you're also able to purchase certified carbon emissions from us to offset your emissions. In addition to the obvious environmental benefits of supporting carbon offsets, of course, as a sport, there's a lot of focus on the emissions. And I think you will improve your image, you'll improve your attractiveness to potential sponsors, and in the end, you'll also have a better understanding for the rest of your life in terms of your impact. So we think it's really helpful for you to start this journey with us by taking these simple measures and simple actions.
So a fabulous performance then from Nathan Tighe. 5 races, 5 wins. So he is guaranteed Super Pole in the first Super Heat tomorrow. But there is going to be an interesting battle for the drivers behind. It's going to be between Gilles Caranta, Miguel Costa and Anatoly Kivalkin. Although, of course, Anatoly Kivalkin is now guaranteed to be at least 8 points in terms of score. So it all comes down to what Gilles Caranta and Miguel Costa do in their final heats. We will find that out very shortly, of course, to see how it all progresses. But now we come into a very similar situation for the man in pole position in this one, Alex Powell of Jamaica. He has a great chance to go into tomorrow as the Super Pole in the first Super Heat. He lines up on the front row of the grid alongside Luigi Coluccio, the vice world champion. So it'll be fascinating to see what he can do. The minute board goes up and the drivers are getting themselves ready for an exciting battle out on the course. Evan Gilter and Ian Eichmans will be on the second row of the grid. They could cause a bit of an upset here. Dion Gauda and Nicolo Kuman, along with Caspian Hagman and Maxim Rem. Josh Erfen and Simone Bianco rounding out the top 10. But there's plenty of drivers who could cause a bit of an upset here for Powell and Coluccio. Gilter and Eichmanns have both been race winners over the weekend as well, don't forget. So this isn't done yet by any means at all. Dion Gouda could do with a really strong result. Caspian Hagman's been going very well off the start. So if he can get a decent launch away and get a solid couple of corners under his belt, there could be a really good result for him. I think he's finished as high as third so far this weekend. And there's still a few drivers who need to make a bit of an impression in this one. And this is their last chance to do so. So it could be a really interesting challenge for them. 11 laps on the board again. But for Alex Powell, there is one objective. Stay in the front. Qualifying Heat A versus E coming up. He doesn't want to lose another win at this point. So Alex Powell and Luigi Coluccio from Evan Gilter and Ian Eichmanns. Dion Gouda and Nicolo Kuman from Caspian Hagman and Maxim Rem. Josh Erfen and Simone Bianco, Juho Valtonen and Nico Lemberg, Marius Christiansen and Adrian Maliero from Ella Stevens, Matthias Morgato, Hio Yamakoshi, Alva Simasvara, then Jacob Raschke, Rick Gilliu and Max Herbicht. For Alex Powell, it is very, very simple. First or second will do, and that will get him the Super Pole for the Super Heat. If he ties with Joe Turney on points, it will be Alex Powell that gets the pole by virtue of their qualifying countback. So if Alex Powell is either first or second, he will be guaranteed Super Pole for the Super Heat tomorrow. But that is easier said than done. He's got three very quick drivers starting around him. Coluccio to his left, Evan Gilter right behind, and then square left, he has Ian Eichmanns. So it is very tricky off the get-go for him. But the Jamaican sensation, as he has come to be known in the karting paddock, definitely with an opportunity here. He is leading into turn one. He has won all but one of the races so far this weekend. And that race was actually won by Evan Gilter. So a very important opportunity for him to try and make sure he doesn't lose out to the VDK Racing driver early doors, because that really will upset the balance. So we'll have to see how it all plays out, but it is going to be very technical out there for the competitors, as they will look for a decent showcase at the end of what has already been a very tricky day of racing here at Zuera for the second round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. So the competition is going to reach fever pitch for Alex Powell at this point. This is a crucial moment. Don't get flustered, don't get overexcited, don't get overzealous. Just got to stay calm. It's just like any other race as far as Alex Powell is concerned. Luigi Coluccio has a good chance to get himself onto the front row of the starting grid. He's currently in the front row of the starting grid for a Super Heat, but he wants to be on the inside line, not the outside line. So he could do with a victory to give him as few points as possible. Let's see how it goes off the turn. Is this going to be a good start? It is! We're racing, and it's a great start from Coluccio. He bangs wheels with Powell, but Powell will not let him have it. Powell does drift out slightly wide, though. Coluccio's going to be to his inside line. Coluccio will take the lead. Powell will drift wide, down to fourth position. Gilter through, Eichmanns through, and that is Alex Powell now looking at fourth position. Coluccio really made it work for his advantage, and he's caused all sorts of problems for Alex Powell, who is now down in fourth position. This could jeopardize the Super Pole. And Alex Powell knows it. As it stands at the moment, he would be tied with Coluccio on points. Coluccio needed to make this happen. That's exactly what he's getting done. So as the battles around him already get up to a very smart pace. Out in front, Coluccio is going to have a bit of pressure because Gilter and Eichmanns are battling away. And Alex Powell is going to want to close in on them and get his lead back as quickly as possible. This is going to be one of the best races of the day so far. Four incredibly fast drivers. Coluccio, Gilter, Eichmanns and Powell come across the line in unison. 1, 2, 3 and 4, with Powell having a little bit of time to make up. Hagman is fifth, he's best of the rest. Then Nicolo Kuman from Gouda, Erfen, Rem, Christiansen, Bianco, Valtonen, Morgato, Lemberg and Yamakoshi. Here comes Gilter going for the lead. Evan Gilter gets past Luigi Coluccio. That's no good for the Italian. So Coluccio's getting straight back on it. Back on the inside of Gilter. Eichmanns goes with him and nearly loses it. Power slides his way into the apex. Manages to stop the car. But that was full shout and opposite lock from the Belgian. And now Gilter is going to have to go with Eichmanns to go after Luigi Coluccio. A very tough race in prospect now for these three up front. But Alex Powell is still there in P4. And this would put Joe Turney into Superpole with Christian Bertucca into the other Superpole. That's how critical it is for Alex Powell to get himself back into position. It's all slowly coming undone for the Jamaican. He needs to get back into contention. He needs to get past these three drivers up front. This is the problem. You can't afford one poor result. You can't afford one duff moment out there. This is a very tough situation now for Alex Powell. And up the inside, here comes Ian Eichmans. He's going to be the third different leader. Of course, officially, we've only had one leader, and that is going to be Coluccio, because once Coluccio lost his lead to Gilter, he took it back from him pretty quickly. But now Ian Eichmans holds the advantage as they come through once again. And the Belgian driver doing an excellent bit of careful driving here, but as a result of those three battling, Powell and Hagman have now caught them up again. And Alex Powell really does need to make an overtaking move or two here. Second position would guarantee pole, but he needs to be second, not fourth, in order to do that. Otherwise, he's just got to hope that things go awry for Turney and Bertucca, and that is high risk. Out of the final turn, down the main straight again. And so far, Eichmans has it from Gilter, Coluccio and Powell, with Hagman in P5. Gouda's not far away in sixth position, so this is just going to keep getting better as Gilter tries to move to cover to defend Luigi Coluccio. Coluccio goes for the overtaking move, as does Hagman on Powell. Powell does not let that one happen, though. So Powell stays in fourth, but Coluccio goes up to second in front of Evan Gilter. So it's Tony Kart, Kart Republic, Tony Kart, and the Ricky Flynn, Lando Norris chassis in sixth position. Oh, and Evan Gilter's in trouble! Evan Gilter moves over. He lets Powell and Hagman go through. He's got problems. Evan Gilter is slowing. Oh, he can't believe it. Evan Gilter with mechanical problems. The VDK Kart Republic is slowing, and he knows it. Evan Gilter has just got to let them all go. Heartbreak for Evan Gilter. He will come back to the pits, and that is devastating for the Frenchman. He actually continues on, trying to fix the problem, but Evan Gilter is out of it. What an absolute heart-wrencher. So Eichmans leads Coluccio and Powell. Evan Gilter tootling through turn one, and I'm afraid the Frenchman isn't going to go much further than this. He'll surely peel it off into the pits at the end of this lap to retire, if he even gets that far. So Eichmans is your leader, Coluccio is second, Powell is third, and this should guarantee him a super pole. Ella Stevens picks up a warning flag, not sure what that's for, as Maxime Rem gets up the inside of Caspian Hagman. Now, if Alex Powell finishes third, that will guarantee him a super pole, but it won't be the first one, it'll be the second one. And then it will all come down to what Joe Turney does, essentially. So Alex Powell being in the top three is not bad at all for the Jamaican. So it's rather unfortunate that Evan Gilter had to kick the bucket to give Alex Powell back a super pole. We'll get the second one guaranteed rather than the first, although if Turney has a bad race, then Alex Powell will get the super pole again, whatever. But then he'll be tied for points on Christian Bertucca. And if there's a tie, it goes back to qualifying, which of course would favour Alex Powell. So if Alex Powell stays third, he will be guaranteed a super pole, whatever happens. There is Evan Gilter coming into the pits. Absolutely heartbreaking. Well, the VDK driver out of the race. There is nothing much he can do about it but be very disappointed and disgruntled. So that's game over. Oh, it looks like we've had a problem for Nico Lemberg and Juho Valtonen. They've had it coming together at the hairpin. So Valtonen and Lemberg up at turn 4. Looks like they're trying to get going again. And I think Juho Valtonen has certainly been able to recover himself and get going onto the circuit once more. But Nico Lemberg is out on the spot. Lemberg and Valtonen, I'm afraid, drop down the order, as does Marius Christiansen, actually. So what has happened to Marius Christiansen? I think he might be involved in that as well. So Christiansen has been able to keep going, although he's, I don't know, has he been able to keep going? I can't see Marius Christiansen. They're about to pass the scene. So there is one driver walking away. That appears to be Nico Lemberg. If we see a second one, then we'll know that that is Marius Christiansen, but I can't see Christiansen out on the road anywhere. So I think that is game over for him as well. Very unfortunate indeed. Here comes the move from Maxim Rem, back on to Caspian Hagman again, and now he's going to have support from Josh Erfen. Josh Erfen trying to get through around the outside. Erfen can't make it happen. Now, problems up the road, because that was Dion Gouda, in fact, with Hagman and Erfen. Erfen now gets past Caspian Hagman, but now there's going to be problems for Alex Powell, because Maxim Rem is all over the back of the Jamaican, down the home straight. And Alex Powell, if he loses one more place, that is going to drop him. There is Nico Lemberg walking away. So his race is over, and Marius Christiansen's has ended in pretty much the same place by the look of it. But with Ian Eichmann's running out in front, second place for Coluccio, and then we've got the move. There's Caspian Hagman getting through. That's the big one I was worried about for Alex Powell. Maxim Rem's got through in a third. Powell is back down to fourth. Now this is not good news for Alex Powell. That's going to drop him a point behind Bertucca. So that is going to cost him a potential, well, it's going to drop him behind Bertucca in very immediate fashion. So that's going to drop him off the pole. And more crucially than that, that's going to put him on the front row of the grid on the second place spot, which is not where anybody wants to be. So a very difficult problem potentially brewing here for Alex Powell. He has got to find a way in these last 3 laps to catch and repass Maxim Rem. Otherwise, pole will be gone for the moment. He could get it back depending on what happens to Turney and Bertucca, but certainly at the moment, he is not looking at being on the Super Pole tomorrow. He is too far back. 4th position is not enough. That's how close it is in the OK category. You can't afford to drop a single race. And this, unfortunately, is Alex Powell dropping that single race. So it is pretty tricky stuff at the moment. But with 3 laps to go, it's getting pretty hectic out there for the competitors. Are we going to see problems for Alex Powell? He is not looking likely to be on the Super Pole for the time being. Essentially, we're just going to have to wait and see how things unfold for Joe Turney and Christian Bertucca in their final qualifying heats. But if Powell remains in 4th, he will not be in provisional Super Pole. He's just got to sit and wait to see what happens to Turney in the Tony Kart and Bertucca in the Birolart. It's cruel racing. So technical and so tight. You cannot afford to drop a single top 3 finish. But Alex Powell is behind the German Maxim Rem, who is obviously in his own race. He's got his own agenda. He doesn't care too much about Alex Powell. He's got his own race to focus on. Gouda in 5th, then Erfen and Hagman 6th and 7th. 2 laps to go. And Ian Eichmans is keeping in front of Luigi Coluccio once again. This is Erfen versus Hagman, and that's Hagman on the inside of Josh Erfen. Makes the move, nicely handled. So Caspian Hagman once again deals with his teammate, but Josh Erfen is not going to want to fall into the clutches of the man behind him. That is the Brazilian Matias Morgado in the all-new Castrol green colours on his DPK Alonso kart. So still the battles rage. Here comes the move. Oh, nearly from Josh Erfen to get back on terms with Caspian Hagman. He had to bail out of it though. And Nicolo Kuman in the Forza Racing Expert is not far behind Matias Morgado on the Alonso kart in the green Castrol Racing colours. So Caspian Hagman still in front of Josh Erfen. They wend their way through 12 and 13, then onto the penultimate turn and flat on the throttle down the straight. Last lap begins for Eichmans. And for Ian Eichmans, this is a great opportunity to get one step closer to a decent finish in the Super Heats. He won't get the Super Pole, but what he is going to get is potentially 3rd on the grid for one of them. And that is on the inside of the 2nd row, a great place to start. So Ian Eichmans definitely setting himself up for a good Super Heat tomorrow morning. Alex Powell, though, unable to catch Maxim Rem, the way things are currently going. So this is very tough indeed for Alex Powell. He's just got to hope that the 2 drivers in front of him now in the points, Turney and Bertucca, are going to struggle in their final race. There is a good chance of that. We could have a couple of drivers going to put the fresh tyres on their kart. On one side of the kart, of course, in the closing stages. There's Alex Powell, but 4th position is not going to be enough to give him a guaranteed Super Pole. He could still take it, but he has to wait to see what happens between Turney and Bertucca because he drops to 3rd position for the moment. Here comes Ian Eichmans. Great victory. A flawless drive. Luigi Coluccio 2nd. 3rd for Maxim Rem. And 4th is not where Alex Powell wanted to be. A very tricky situation now for the Jamaican as he has to sit on the sidelines and wait to see what happens between Joe Turney and Christian Bertucca, the British driver for Tony Kart and the Italian driver for Birolart. And that is a very dangerous game to be playing. Alex Powell just sitting and watching on the sidelines in the hope that he doesn't end up on the outside of the front row, because that really is going to be the worst place to start the superheat from, unless he can make a perfect start of it. I mean, let's be fair, Luigi Coluccio and Ian Eichmann's made it work to their advantage starting on the outside row, so it can work for you. But Eichmann's and Coluccio able to take no pressure at all into their races, and they've been able to come up with good results. Coluccio could be ending up on the front row of the grid for his superheat tomorrow. Eichmann's could end up third on the grid for his. So Ian Eichmann's gets the victory then in front of Luigi Coluccio and Maxim Rem. That's a bit of a shocker for Alex Powell, 4th position this weekend. Not going to be good enough to put him into the position he wants to be in. Dion Gauda, 5th place from Josh Erfen, then Matthias Morgato and Caspian Hagman, Nico Kuman and Hiyu Yamakoshi. 11th place for Simone Bianco, then Alvar Simasvara in front of Jacob Rashki and Adrian Maliero. Ellis Stevens crosses the line 15th in front of Rick Gilliu, Max Hebicht, and the very unfortunate retirements then start after that. Juho Valtinen and Marius Christiansen, along with Nico Lemberg and Evan Gilter, retiring with mechanical problems. And that really does compromise the Frenchman massively. So we do not have a guaranteed Super Pole in the senior category just yet. So our attention will turn once back to the junior contenders once again. And as we get ourselves ready for the penultimate OK Junior Heat, there is one driver who has been making an amazing amount of progress and flying the flag for Mozambique here at Zuera in the Champions of the Future Euro Series. It's Ghazi Motlakar. Ghazi, great to see you up at the sharp end. You and the Paralympic team have been working so hard for this. Just tell us, how difficult has it been to turn this around and put you at the sharp end?
It's been very difficult. The team and I have been working extremely hard to get myself up to the top, and I'm just really, really happy that we've made it work.
Because obviously you were racing in OK Junior categories last year, and this was a real knife edge for you to be playing with in 2022. There's always pressure on an OK Junior to come out of the blocks in their second year and do a great job. The year didn't start well, but you guys have done an amazing job to turn this around. What do you guys put it down to?
Well, it's just up to the driver, I guess. I'm just really happy that we've been able to pull it off, and just extremely happy again.
Now, I spoke to you a couple of times last year, and you said that one of your Achilles heels in 2021 was qualifying. It never really went according to plan. This time, it did. So what have you done differently to kind of make that happen? Was it just learning from experience, or was there a completely new tactic this time?
I was just learning from experience. Just have to get behind the right people, and if you don't qualify well, you don't do well. But I'm really happy.
Yeah, it certainly seems as though you've been able to put yourself in a good position this weekend. And I guess from here on, this is a good building platform. You can just keep on putting in these good results. Does this give you confidence now for the rest of the year? Are we going to see you more towards the sharp end for the rest of the season?
I hope so. I mean, I'm going to have to carry on performing, but this race was a great confidence booster for me.
I mean, you have an amazing team of people working within that squad, not just Marco Parolin, but all of the mechanics. You obviously work very closely with a lot of the people within the team, and there's a real urgency within Parolin. You guys really want to get some wins more regularly. I think it comes off the back of, Travis Anuto getting his title last year. You guys now really want to push for this every opportunity you get.
Yeah, I mean, every team wants to push as hard as they can because they all want to win one thing, which is the world title. So I just want to say thanks to the team, and they've done a really good job.
So Champions of the Future is going really well now, and this obviously sets things up for more success. By the time we get to Kristianstad, by the time we get to Franciacorta, you could be winning races regularly.
I hope so. I mean, I have to practice, but I really hope so.
Excellent. Well, it's been great so far, Ghazi. Great job, and I'm sure that everyone watching home back in Mozambique is going to be rooting for you. Great job so far.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Great work from Ghazi Motlakar. More great racing for the OK Juniors just around the bend. always really satisfying when you see drivers from improving nations in the world of motorsport to get up at the sharp end, and certainly Ghazi Motlakar, following on from the trends of drivers such as Yvan David and Alex Powell, who are really flying the flag for their nations on international racing at this level for the very first time. Ghazi Motlakar keeping the Mozambique motorsport fraternity incredibly happy as he takes on all comers at this level. So we still don't really know who's going to get the Super Poles in the OK category. Certainly in the juniors, we know one of the Super Pole contenders. That is going to be Nathan Ty. But who's going to get the second one? A big debate starts here, essentially, as Maciej Ledij takes up his position on the front row of the starting grid alongside Len Nige. And then in third position on the grid, that is Chi Newman, the Chinese driver, who is going to try and get himself up the order once again. Very tough to know who is going to have the upper hand here, though, because all of the competitors and contenders in junior want to finish strong. And there are two drivers realistically in with a chance of it, Jules Caranta and Miguel Costa, who will come out in the heat after this one. So it's definitely going to be close quarters racing, whatever happens. But Maciej Ledij and Len Nige definitely going to come out of the blocks fighting fit at the front end of this one. On the front row of the starting grid, Chi Newman and Tiziano Monza, the Singaporean, will be there in position on the second row of the grid. Then it will be Martin Molnar, the Hungarian, who will line up alongside Thailand's superstar Tony Kart driver Enzo Tarnvanickel, who is there on the outside of the third row. And then it will be Adam Hideg and Alexander Dahlström that line up on the fourth row. Marcus Sater and Douwe de Decker rounding up the top 10. So this race is unlikely to give us our Super Pole sitter, because obviously we do not have Caranta or Costa in this one, but it will definitely give us an interesting indication of how things will progress. Maciej Ledij and Len Nige from Chi Newman and Tiziano Monza, Martin Molnar and Enzo Tarnvanickel, Adam Hideg and Alexander Dahlström from Marcus Sater and Douwe de Decker, Gerasim Skuldanov and Kian Fardin from Elliot Kaczynski and Francisco Macedo, Sandro Perez and William Goh from Luca Horton and Renault Franco, Nicola Nalati, Thomas Kinsey, Oliver Kinmark, Filippo Fiorentino and Dante Vinci, as Lucas Flusha is no longer racing this weekend. So the battles will definitely be very intense in qualifying heat C versus F, because it's not just the front of the grid that needs to be decided for the super heats. It's also going to be the remaining positions, and the leading contender in this race in the table at the moment is Tiziano Monza, who has 14 points accrued. Len Nige has 17 points accrued. So there's definitely going to be some interesting challenges. René Lammers and Dimitri Matveev have quite a few points to try and catch back. So if Monza and Nige have a difficult race and Lammers and Matveev have a strong one in the last heat, then it could well turn around for them. There's a lot of these front 2 or 3 rows of the starting grid for the super heats that really need to be decided and determined. And this race is actually, whilst it won't give us a super pole, it could well give us a front row of the grid, or potentially even a inside line at third position on the grid for 2 of the super heats. So this race is still very important to indicate who is going to be at the sharp end, because there could be quite a few stars in this one that we'll end up seeing battling for the victory and the ultimate pole position in tomorrow's final. So Maciej Ledij and Len Nige on the front row of the grid, 2 drivers that have really acquitted themselves well in the early part of 2022. Maciej Ledij, winner of the Champions of the Future Euro Series at Franciacorta off the back of his Karting Academy Trophy accolade last year. And Len Nige doing an amazing job this season, a new boy in the Kart Republic Motorsport fold from Belgium, having been midfield at best over the course of Franciacorta for the Winter Series, and their first round at Portimao 3 weeks ago. Here in Spain, he is on the front row of the grid, and deservedly so. He really has turned his fortunes around, and now the Kart Republic driver has a great chance to continue this over the course of the rest of the weekend. 24 hours from now, we will already have crowned our victors and our new title leaders in the Euro Series. But for now, let's see how the qualifying heat C versus F gets underway, and it's a false start. That's how. So it's not a great start on this occasion. We will go around again. So race director Martin Bean obviously deciding the grid was not quite formed correctly for that one, so he didn't like the way that the start was coming towards him. He can judge that the race will be a false start by hitting the repeater light on the starting gantry, which will be the yellow flashing light that comes up alongside the red lights on the grid. There is race director Martin Bean, keeping a watchful eye over everything. When the lights go out is when the race starts. When the repeater light comes on, the drivers know that the race hasn't started yet. And they'll obviously see that because it'll be above their heads. But they've got to remain in the tram lines up until that point. There's a lot of concentration and focus required. But there are just 4 races to go now here today. They've got to make sure they make good use of them. So Gladij and Nij on the front row of the starting grid. Chi and Monza, Molnar and Tarvanitschkul, Hideg and Dahlström, Saita and Dedeka, Skudunov and Fardin from Kaczynski, Macedo, Perez, Go, Horton, Franco, Lanolati, Kinsey, Kinmark, Fiorentino and Vinci. As all the drivers get themselves into their positions, we are going to have a great charge forward now. As the drivers come off the final turn, the engine revs rise, and we're going to go race into the first corner, are we? Yes, we do! Up to the first corner, and it's a drop across from Maciej Gladij, but he manages to coax it through into turn 1. A good start from him, and Len Nijs is going to try and go for the lead. Hang on, that might be Chi Newman, in fact. It is Chi Newman, and there's problems up at turn 2. A little bit of a cluster of drivers gaggling in together. Maciej Gladij losing a bit of time, but it is Chi Newman who leads the race. And off on the grass goes Martin Molnar in the energy course. In second place, that's one of the Sodis. I think that's Adam Hideg. What a start from the Hungarian. Excellent work from Adam Hideg. Third position, Tiziano Monza. Fourth, that's Enzo Tarvanitschkul in the Tony kart. So a lot of drivers able to get better starts from the even side of the grid than the odd side. So that is unusual. 3 wide as they come off the turn in the middle of the kart there, and that's Chi Newman out in front, Hideg, Monza, and then it is the number 6 of Enzo Tarvanitschkul. So some good battles in the early phase of racing here. It's going to be a fascinating battle all the way to the checkered flag in this one, by the way things currently look. So Hideg has got pressure from Monza. Are they going to play the long game to close up on Chi Newman? So Chi Newman is your leader. Hideg, Monza, Tarvanitschkul, Molnar, Nij, Saita, Gladij, Skudunov, Perez, Kaczynski, Fardin and Franco, with Horton ahead of Due Dedeka. Here comes Monza, getting his move for second place, and Tarvanitschkul is going to get up the inside as well. So Monza through, and so is Tarvanitschkul. Apparently Alexander Dahlström is under investigation. Not entirely sure what that's for. Might be for something at the start. So the Finnish driver might have just got out of position on the start of the race, and that could be what is being investigated there for the Finn. Here comes the move from the Sony kart of Hideg. Tarvanitschkul trying to keep him back, but he is an absolute freight train in the braking zone. So Hideg hangs on in front of Tarvanitschkul. So Hideg into third position then in front of the tie, and then behind it is Martin Molnar and Len Nijs. I think we've had an off somewhere on the course. The yellow flags were out briefly. It was only a temporary incident, but it looks as though Renault Franco has not come through. I think he's parked his kart up at turn 5. So Renault Franco, he's just on the exit of turn 6, in fact, Renault Franco's car, so I'm afraid. Oh no, that's Thomas Kinsey. That is Thomas Kinsey who's parked his kart. So Franco has continued around, and so has Due Dedeka, but I think they're both going to peel in for damage. And up the inside, there goes the 40 of Len Nijs. Len Nijs makes his move to get up into 4th position. So a good run from the Belgian in front of Tarvanitschkul, but here is Chi behind Tiziano Monza. So Tiziano Monza has caught and passed Newman Chi. So they battle away for position, and we've got a spinner on the hairpin at turn 5. It's one of the Tony karts. I think it's a Ward Racing driver that's gone off there. Down at the back end of the field, I'm afraid. So that looks like it could be Elliot Kaczynski, who has not come through. Yes, it is Kaczynski, I'm afraid, the 69 kart of the young Swede. Very tricky. He's going to try and push start it, but I really don't see that happening because he's not got a lot of time to make that happen. So there goes the battle down the straight, and Enzo Tarvanitschkul's got a good run on Len Nijs into the first corner, and Tarvanitschkul is in front, so he gets into 4th position then past the Belgian, giving chase to Adam Hideg once more. So we're on lap 4 out of 8. At the end of this one, we will be halfway through the penultimate heat for the juniors. And up the inside, that's Nij and Molnar getting through on Enzo Tarvanitschkul. Tarvanitschkul drifts a wheel onto the grass, and he's going to have to try and drag race it. Oh, goodness me. A drag race between him and Marcus Saita, and it's Saita who just goes in front. There was a little bit of wheel banging between them. Tarvanitschkul just about stays out of the wars, but Maciej Gladij is up the inside of him now. Oh, no! Gladij and Tarvanitschkul a little too close together, and I'm afraid Tarvanitschkul and Gladij go off. Gladij is out of the race, so that is very unfortunate indeed for the pole. Maciej Gladij is out of the race. You can see him there getting out of the kart. Tarvanitschkul continues, having lost about 6 places, but there is a very unhappy Maciej Gladij walking away. He is not particularly happy, the pole sitter for this race. ever since the end of qualifying yesterday. His world has tumbled around him. The Champions of the Future Winter Series winner. Very unhappy to see Maciej Gledicz walking away, as I'm sure everyone else is too. There is Len Nys on the inside of Hideg. So Len Nys gets into third place, having just set the fastest lap. So Monza is your leader. Chi in second, then Nys, Hideg, Molnar and Saita. From Skudanov, Fardin, Sandro Perez and Enzo Tarnvanichkul, who recovers after his moment in 10th place, just in front of William Go and Francisco Macedo, I think it is. But a race full of attrition now because we've lost Thomas Kinsey, Douwe de Decker, Elliot Kaczynski and Maciej Gledicz. So 4 down and 4 to go. The pressure cooker bubbling over for a few of the drivers as they are really starting to feel the heat. Martin Molnar gets on the inside of Adam Hideg, his former, well, sorry, those two are both Hungarians in this race. I was going to say former teammates, but they are both compatriots out there on the course. Martin Molnar battling away with Adam Hideg, and the two Hungarians are together out on track as they continue their battle forward. But it really is getting to be an exciting duel between Molnar and Hideg, the battle of the Hungarians, as they run in 4th and 5th position. Marcus Sater, the Norwegian, is behind them in 6th place. Then it is Gerasim Skudanov on the Leclerc by Lennox chassis. And then we have Kian Fardin, 8th position, the Swiss ace, and then Sandro Perez in front of the tie. Enzo Tarnvanichkul with William Go of the Philippines in 11th place. Hideg is going to try again for Molnar, is he? Yeah, he doesn't quite throw it up the inside on this occasion. 3 laps still to go. It is Tiziano Monza, 9/10 of a second in front of Chi Newman. So some terrific racecraft in this penultimate race for the OK Juniors. Again, it's probably likely to be Caranta or Costa that comes through for the Super Pole along with Nathan Tye, but we still need to determine who that's going to be and how that's going to be played out. So there's still a lot to do here. Down the straight once again. And the OK Juniors still putting on a rip-roarer of a show. And then Nys is going to make his move on the inside of Chi Newman. That'll do. Lovely move there from Len Nys. He gets past Chi Newman, and now Chi Newman is going to try and get back on terms with his teammate. He does indeed, but they are letting Tiziano Monza run away with this one. Martin Molnar, 4th position. Clearly wants a little bit more from this as well as Chi Newman drifts out wide. That's enough for Len Nys to get through into the 2nd position mark. An easy mistake to make once the tyres are starting to fall away. But Chi Newman has another look at Len Nys. Instead, he protects his line on the inside of the hairpin, as Martin Molnar is obviously going to have a little bit of work to do now as well. So some tough battles, but Chi Newman is desperate to try and hold on to this one at the moment. Martin Molnar still there in position. They come through the final turn and onto the home straight for the last time but one. Tiziano Monza leads into the last lap, and he's got a massive advantage. I wonder if Len Nys has just got a slight issue with the front fairing there. It looks as though it might be a little loose, the front fairing. His teammate goes for the move in a second. Chi Newman's there. Martin Molnar is there as well. They battle for position. This is going to get pretty spicy. Saiter on the inside. So too is Adam Hideg. Len Nys is trying to get back onto the racetrack, but he hasn't got a lot of room to negotiate it. Hideg is going to go side by side with Kian Fardin. And Fardin drops to the back of the train. But there is Chi Newman still running 2nd in front of Molnar, and Skudanov is behind Marcus Sater. Sater trying to hold on to P4 in the hope that he can make another bid. But it really is coming alive at the end of this race as Monza hangs on from Chi Newman and Martin Molnar. Gerasim Skudanov tried to get through past Marcus Sater, but Sater is there, solid in 4th position as they come through the final sweepers of the course. Is there going to be one final move to try and make up some positions? A couple of drivers going for it. Maciej Gledicz has been given a warning flag, by the way. Checkered flag. Tiziano Monza gets it. Monza gets the victory, but who's going to get 2nd of the line? It is Chi Newman, only just in front of Martin Molnar from Marcus Sater and Gerasim Skudanov from Hideg, Nys, Fardin, Perez, and then a long way back in 10th it is Enzo Tarnvanichkul. Well, a difficult situation then for several drivers in the field. Not everybody was able to take full advantage of the opportunities presented to them in the last race. Thomas Kinsey, Douwe de Decker, Elliot Kaczynski and Maciej Gledicz all out of the race in that one. A very difficult race battle so far here in Zuera, and a sign of potential things to come tomorrow. But Tiziano Monza takes full advantage in the DPK Racing Alonso kart on the team's home turf. Excellent run from him, and the Singaporean manages to come through for the victory. He's looking so strong in this particular kart, in this particular squad, on this particular track. And Tiziano Monza may have just booked himself 5th position overall, and that will be 3rd on the grid for the first superheat. A great place to start, right behind Nathan Tide. So Tiziano Monza in front of Chi Newman and Martin Molnar, then Marcus Seita and Gerasim Skudanov. Adam Hideg comes home in front of Len Nyes, Kian Fardin and Sandro Perez in a whitewash of drivers. Enzo Tarnvanichkul finishes in the top 10 in front of Francisco Macedo and Luca Horton. Alexander Dahlstrom ends up 13th ahead of Oliver Kinmark. Then William Go from Dante Vinci, Nico Landolati, Filippo Fiorentino, and the last driver home in the end was the Dutchman Renaud Francote on the Birolart. Unfortunately, there were retirements. Maciej Gladij, Elliot Kaczynski, and on the same lap, we lost the privateer Thomas Kinsey and the Ricky Vlin Motorsport driver Douwe de Decker of Belgium. So a very tricky race there for the OK Juniors as they get to the bitter end of proceedings. And of course, it's their last chance to go for a play for the battle in position. A fascinating run for all of the competitors in this one. As we prepare for the last few battles out there on the course, we're obviously going to have a little bit more content to bring you. We want to talk with some of our star drivers in the field in OK Senior. So we caught up at length with our top 3 drivers in the standings in the OK Senior earlier in the weekend. Sit back and enjoy as Thomas Stolchemanis, Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio answer questions. So welcome to our 3 leading drivers in OK in Champions of the Future 2022. At this point, Thomas Stolchemanis, Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio. Welcome to Zuera. Good to see you all here for the second round of Champions of the Future. Starting, first of all, with you, Thomas. How are your thoughts about racing in Champions of the Future in 2022? How are things so far?
I think it has been a good year for us from first year in OK Senior. It's a good results also, and I think we can improve that.
Yourself, Joe, obviously running towards the front at the start of the year. How is the mood at the moment?
Yeah, no, mood's fine. Not too bad. We're having a good time here. It's nice and warm. So, yeah, no, mood's good. Relaxed. We'll see what happens this weekend.
Luigi, Champions of the Future has started really well for you in the top 3 in the points. How is your current feeling?
I feel comfortable, of course, and I will try to do my best in this race to make better than Franciacorta and then Portimao, because it was P5, P4. So I try to improve.
So you guys are at the head of the standings. What do you expect for the rest of the season? Do you think that you're going to be continuing to fight at the front end of the field?
Hopefully so. I mean, speed's been good so far, but yeah, I think in Franciacorta I had a penalty in the final, so barring any disasters like a penalty, I think we should, all 3 of us should be pretty near the sharp end.
The rest of you?
I think you cannot predict your speed, how is it going to be in future, but you can try your best and then you will see the results.
Luigi?
Yeah, same. The speed looks good. We can fight for all the races and let's see.
Luigi, do you feel you're still going to be fighting for race wins all the way through the season?
Yeah, of course, yes. We work every race more to find the speed. But I think, yeah, we're going to fight it for it.
What do you expect in the run-up to Sunday's final based on the track time you guys have already had here today? How do you think things are likely to play out?
I think the track will improve. It will be faster on Sunday.
Yeah, I'd say
and
so.
also the temperature will change, so it's going to be different.
Yeah, it's going to be for sure much grip, for sure better.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's going to warm up, so I think some of the English people will probably slow down a bit. Be a bit too hot for us, but I don't know. No, it's nice. It's good. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Finally, we are on hot weather. So.
Yeah. No, we'll see what happens. We're starting to boil already, but...
So which drivers have you spotted out there on the circuit that are likely to be quick over the course of the weekend? Other than yourselves, obviously.
The usual people, I think. Yeah, just Thomas is fast. Kart Republic looks fast as well this race. Looks like they found some speed again. So, yeah, the usual kind of people. Haven't seen anyone like a local person who drives here all the time gone fast yet, but I'm sure that could happen.
It's not like some driver in seniors, it's like flying or like 3 times faster than everybody else. It's like very similar, all the drivers, like always.
So great to hear from the top 3 drivers as they will get themselves underway in the OK Senior category for this race. It is going to be an interesting one once again, though, because we're going to have Chu Yanpu and Joe Turney on the front row of the starting grid. And, of course, it is going to be Joe Turney battling for the victory in not just this race, but also the qualifying heats overall. He can take the Super Pole with this performance. And he's also going to have pressure from Christian Bertucca, who is going to be down there in 3rd position. He could steal himself a Super Pole here as well if he gets a decent finish in this one. So for Christian Bertucca, this is quite crucial. If Bertucca beats Turney to a decent finishing position, then it will actually be Bertucca who wins the qualifying heat stages. Joe Turney needs to stay in front of Bertucca without dropping too many points. If he finishes 2nd, then the Super Pole will be gone. Joe Turney has to win this one. A 2nd place will not be good enough because he'll tie with Alex Powell and drop back. So Joe Turney alongside the pole sitter Chu Yanpu. Then it's Christian Bertucca and Tuukka Tarpanen, Lucas Amalisto and Max Popov, Nacho Tunion and Karol Pazovic from Thomas Stolchemanis and Francesco Merengi, Malo Bollier and Enzo Deligny from Rafael Modenese and James Zagotzi, Rashid Aldeheri and Kirill Smal. Arthur Rojon will be alone on row 9 as Bruno Muldes is out with injury. Then Yavan David, Rintaro Sato and Bernardo Pinheiro of Portugal. 20 drivers will contest this race, and this is where Alex Powell starts chewing his fingernails because he's there on the sidelines with 6 points accrued. Joe Turney has 4 points accrued. Bertucca has 5 points accrued. So if Bertucca picks up a 2nd place finish, Powell overtakes him in the standings. If Turney gets a 2nd place finish, Powell overtakes him in the standings. So one way or another, Alex Powell is almost certain to gain a Super Pole back here. But the question is, which one is it going to be for the Jamaican? Because if Turney doesn't win, he will tie with Alex Powell. If Bertucca doesn't win, he will tie with Powell. So one way or the other, Alex Powell should actually, looking at the way this is going to play out, have done enough to secure at least 1 Super Pole. We just don't know which one it's going to be, whether it's going to be the first one or the 2nd one. So Alex Powell may have just done enough here because Turney and Bertucca have overtaken him, but Alex Powell has got to wait to see how the race plays out. But one of the 2 drivers has got to finish 2nd place. And if either of them does, then Alex Powell is going to be promoted. So he is essentially going to be in 1st or 2nd overall after one of these races, whatever happens. So at the end of the day, we'll have to catch up with the talented Jamaican. But it's obviously going to be a very interesting race battle from here on out. Who is going to get the Super Pole? Is it going to be Turney, Bertucca, or Alex Powell? Because there are 3 drivers all within 2 points of each other. If Turney and Bertucca both have bad races, then it could end up being Powell and Coluccio that get the Super Poles. So it just depends on how this race all plays out. It's a very tricky one, this, the penultimate senior race. And obviously where a lot of interesting challenges can unfold. But with 3 races to go, this is not going to be easy to predict how it's all going to play out here. We'll have to figure out how it all progresses. But for Joe Turney, on the front row of the grid, nothing short of a win will do. Is it going to be a start? Yes, it is. Here we go. And there's a bit of a squeeze to the first corner. Turney's going to lose about 4 places. If he tries his best to hold the line into the 2nd corner, he might get a couple back. Bertucca takes the lead. Christian Bertucca in front. That's exactly what he wanted. Turney is going to drop down to about 5th position. Oh, spin in the middle of the pack. That is Nacho Tunion. The 260 going around. And he was doing such a good job up to that point. He gets spun out there, a little bit of contact, and I'm afraid Tunion spins it into retirement. So Bertucca now in front of Joe Turney. How did he get back into 2nd? Amazing reactions from Joe Turney. Watch that all unfold and just zip by into P2. So Joe Turney suddenly in 2nd place again, and that is Max Popov, I think, behind him in the Ward Racing car. And then in 4th position, that is the 265. So that is the fast starting Malo Bollier. So Malo Bollier has rocketed his way through the field in this one. So it's going to be Bertucca who leads, Turney in 2nd somehow. Then it is Popov and Bollier. Stolchemanis is up to 5th. So the drivers that got tucked down the order with Nacho Tuni on the other one is Tuukka Tarpanen. So Tuukka Tarpanen is now running around at the back of the field on his own, and he is slowing to a crawl, Tuukka Tarpanen. He's going to come into the pits and retire for the second time this weekend, as Turney goes into the lead past Christian Bertucca. So one Tony Kart's fortunes are going beautifully. The others are in tatters as Tuukka Tarpanen peels into the pits to retire. Here goes Bertucca. These two are battling for the win, but also for the Super Pole. Bertucca gets back into the lead past Turney. So Joe Turney versus Christian Bertucca. Turney back alongside him again. And watch for the gap opening up as Popov tries to slide in on the inside, up and over the curbs. He can't get past Bertucca. So Joe Turney and Christian Bertucca continue in first and second places, but it is Turney now in front. They have changed the lead 3 times in 1 lap. So Bertucca now chasing down Turney with Popov and Bollier in pursuit. And Tuukka Tarpanen is out of the race. That is a real shame. Igotzi now charges his way forward on the inside of Karol Pazovic. Hasn't been able to make the overtake. Bertucca dives for Turney, slides in, retakes the lead. 4 lead changes in a lap and a half. And still Bertucca and Turney are swapping the lead. Both very evenly matched. Alex Powell, he's loving this because whatever happens, he's going to be in a Super Pole. So the drivers battle away. Turney's going to have another think about this. Marlo Bollier having got into 3rd place. Stolchemanis is through to 4th, and up to 5th place now is Francesco Marenghi. A lot of drivers using this last heat to try and improve their fortunes after that little spin, a couple of recoveries. Marlo Bollier trying to get in on the inside of Joe Turney to get into 2nd position. Can't make it stick. Joe Turney does not want that to happen. He wants to get back on terms with Christian Bertucca and down the main straight. Surely Joe Turney is going to have another go at this. He'll have the slipstream. He's good in a straight line, but the slipstream will help even more. Through turn 1, Bertucca and Turney. Bertucca knows that Turney's there. He's going to defend on the inside into turn 4, into the 4th lap. So Bertucca is actually backing Turney into the field here. He's backing him up, backing him up. He wants other drivers to overtake him so that he can then disappear into the distance. So Bertucca is doing everything he can to keep Joe Turney at bay. Defending on lap 4, the Italian. He is so nervous about Joe Turney. He's just got to try and back him into the chasing pack and hope that one of them makes a move for him. Stolchemanis is trying to force Bollier to do so, and behind them that is a move from Karol Pazovic to get into 5th place past Francesco Marenghi. So the Birolart comes up into 5th position, and in 7th behind them that is Popov, and then Igotzi, Deligny, Gavan David in 10th place. What a comeback. And then Modenese, Samalisto, Sato and Chu Yanpu way down in 14th. Not a great race for the pole sitter. Out of the final turn and down the main straight. Turney going away with Bertucca. Bollier and Stolchemanis battling it out for position. Bertucca settling into a racing line rhythm now as up the inside goes Francesco Marenghi. He gets back through on Karol Pazovic. That's for P5. So Bertucca is in the middle of the road now. No chance for Turney to go left or right, so he's just got to follow in behind the Birolart and hope he's going to have a good move that sticks. Stolchemanis into 3rd. And there goes Turney into the lead at turn 5. Dives in on the left-hand hairpin. So Stolchemanis is up to 3rd, but Turney takes the lead, and Stolchemanis is going to have a go at Christian Bertucca now. Bertucca trying to defend, hold him at bay, round the outside. Bertucca hangs on from Stolchemanis, and there's Bollier back through. Oh, that's great news for Joe Turney, because now there's daylight between himself and Bertucca. Bertucca trying to keep Bollier and Stolchemanis at bay. So this is not great for Bertucca, but it's awesome for Joe Turney because he keeps the lead, and that's going to put him on the top. If Joe Turney wins, he will claim the first Super Pole. If Bertucca wins, he claims the first Super Pole. Alex Powell is going to claim one of the Super Poles, but it just depends which one. Only 2 of them can get a Super Pole out of this. This is absolutely extraordinary. A great fight to the end of the day. And up the inside, that's Bollier on Bertucca. Stolchemanis going with him. And that has almost certainly signed the warrant on Bertucca's commitment to the front row of the grid on the wrong side for tomorrow. He's going to have to get past both of them now. Bollier and Stolchemanis in front of him. Outside front row, party of 1 for Christian Bertucca, I'm afraid, at the moment. He looks like he's going to be on the outside, and up the inside, there goes Stolchemanis. Bertucca's going to get the move on the inside as well, past Bollier. They jink to try to make sure they don't make contact, and through goes Francesco Marenghi into 4th place past Bollier. So Bollier's rapid start Doesn't come to enough in the end to keep his second place because Stolchamanis is through, Bertuka is through, and now Marengi is through with Pazovic lining him up. Joe Turney enjoying life at the front end of the field though. Stolchamanis, Bertuka, Marengi and Bollier from Karel Pazovic and Max Popov. Enzo Deligny running well in 8th place from Igotzi and Jovan David. He's got past Rafael Modenese. Here's the move from Marengi on Bertuka. Oh, and there's not a lot of room for Bertuka to go anywhere. Bollier gets through as well. Bertuka gets back in on Marengi, but that is going to drop Bertuka to 4th position. He doesn't want to be that low down. Going to have to try again to get on terms with Malo Bollier. And still, he is wrestling with the elements here. The Burilat is going to try and get a slingshot maneuver side by side with Malo Bollier. Bertuka pulls ahead. That'll do. Wonderful from Christian Bertuka. Squeezes Bollier on the inside apex. You're going to have to hit the brakes or we're going to have an accident, says Christian Bertuka. So Bollier complies and lets him go. Big slide from Bollier to get back in on the inside of the Burilat, but he's already a couple of kart lengths too far ahead. And there is Jovan David, a lovely move on the inside of Enzo Deligny. That puts Jovan David up into 8th place. Deligny's going to get him back though into turn 1. Great racecraft with these two, Deligny and Jovan David, and they gesture to each other, come on, stop racing me, let's go for the moves. As Marengi gets past Malo Bollier, and here comes Max Popov. Popov is going to go right round the outside, then get the slingshot maneuver on the inside on the next hairpin, as Jovan David tucks back in behind Enzo Deligny. So Turney is 1.2 ahead and gets the fastest lap side by side. So close to contact. Oh my goodness. Popov and Bollier absolutely running the gauntlet, and now Enzo Deligny gets through on Bollier. Bollier going to try and get back alongside the Paralin on the exit, which he does. He uses the same tactic that Bertuka used on him a lap ago. And now Bollier is going to try and get the move on Popov, but there is no way by the Ward Racing driver at the moment. Meanwhile, Bertuka is trying to close back up on Thomas Stolchamanis in the vain hope that something's going to come his way. But with Bertuka down in 3rd, Coluccio is going to take 3rd overall. And that's going to put Coluccio on the front row of the grid alongside his teammate Joe Turney, with Powell alongside Bertuka on the front row of the grid for the 2nd of the Super Poles tomorrow. So there is Joe Turney. Despite being on the wrong side of the starting grid, despite having the problems at the start, despite all of that, Joe Turney, boxing gloves akimbo, doing an absolutely sensational job as he keeps himself in the hunt. Jovan David now up to 5th position behind Malo Bollier. Jovan David is charging in the Burilat. And there's a big lunge forward on the inside from Enzo Deligny. No chance, says Jovan David. I don't care from how far back you launch in. I am not going to lose this position now. Terrific driving further back. A couple of drivers kicking up the dust as Jovan David squeezes in on Malo Bollier. Lovely move from David, and even on the exit, he's able to protect and give Enzo Deligny the line to come through as well. Oh, terrific from David and from Enzo Deligny. They both get past Malo Bollier, and now they are charging into turn 1. 5th and 6th for David and Deligny behind Francesco Marengi. So David just trying to hold it together. Rintaro Sato's made a good comeback as well. He's in 8th place behind these three. So Jovan David, Enzo Deligny and Malo Bollier just backing up the field a bit now. Jovan David hoping to back them up into each other so that he can scamper away and finish P5. A great recovery from the Sri Lankan. It's been a nightmare weekend up to this point, but I tell you what, when the chips are down and he needs to pull a result out of the bag, you can depend on him. Deligny covers the move. Bollier almost goes straight into the back of his countryman. As Rintaro Sato is going to lose out to Max Popov. Then on the exit, Sato will be slow in, fast out. Sato gets back into position past Max Popov in the World Racing Tony car. Great run from Rintaro Sato. He didn't panic here. He didn't panic at all. He just let the move happen and got him back. Last lap, and Joe Turney is going to secure the Super Pole here. With Coluccio looking likely to be 3rd, and Bertuka down in 3rd in this race. He's going to be 4th overall. So Bertuka will lose his chance to get the Super Pole, but this man is going to get the ultimate Super Pole. Joe Turney, absolutely extraordinary performance from him so far. It really has been majestic. But what a drive, what a superlative effort from Joe Turney. And a terrific result for him. Absolutely amazing from the British driver as Joe Turney is going to come through in fine style. So he will get the victory in magnificent fashion. Joe Turney will get the job done as he runs out at the sharp end of the field. And it has been a tough one, but Joe Turney and Alex Powell will be our Super Poles. Alex Powell will eventually be the Super Pole for the second of the Super Heats. But the overall winner and the winner in this heat, Joe Turney. He is the captain of the ship in the OK Senior category. Never underestimate what Joe Turney can do in OK Senior. It's extraordinary what he gives to the finals. And now he is going to command his troops from the front end of the field. Christian Bratuka did his best, but it was only good enough for third. Thomas Stolchemanis managed to catch Turney to the tune of 0.4 of a second deficit. That will help his position. But Joe Turney wins the final heat, and he will be aggregate first after all the musical chairs have stopped moving. Joe Turney, what a performance this weekend so far. Just 4 points accrued from his 5 races. 2 second places and 3 wins. And that is good enough for Joe Turney to be overall intermediate leader at Zuera here in Champions of the Future in the Euro Series second weekend. Great job from Joe Turney. He can be absolutely ecstatic with that, and I'm sure his fans back home in the UK are too. Joe Turney from Thomas Stolchemanis and Christian Bratuka, Francesco Menenghi, Enzo Deligny and Yvan David in the top 6. Great drives from him and from Rintaro Sato in 7th. Marlo Bollier ahead of Max Popov and Chu Yanpu. Rashid Aldeheri 11th ahead of Karol Pazovic from Arthur Rojon and Rafael Modenese. Lucas Amalisto is ahead of James Igotzi from Kirill Smal and Bernardo Pinheiro. Rather sadly, they were the only finishers after Tuka Tarpanen and Nasho Tunion were involved in the first lap incident. Neither driver was able to finish the first lap and they were out of the race. Bruno Mulders, the Dutchman, he was not able to take the start of any of his races today after suffering an injury in the practice session on the first race yesterday evening. So what a fantastic battle it has been so far for the OK Seniors, but now we know the identity of the 2 drivers in the Super Pole. It will be Joe Turney and Alex Powell. Absolutely astonishing from them. So the Brit and the Jamaican will be our 2 Super Poles in the OK Senior category here in the second weekend of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. Excellent work from them. And the battle will continue as the drivers are getting themselves underway in the next heat. Next up, it'll be the OK Juniors. Just a couple of recoveries needed in that previous race. Nacho Tunion, I believe, making his own way back to the paddock once again after what has been a very disappointing end to his race. He made a fantastic start, Nacho Tunion, but unfortunately he wasn't able to finish the race after a spin on the way to the turn 4 hairpin. The 3-minute board goes up for the OK Juniors and their last heat of the day, and this is where we're going to discover the identity of the second Super Pole contender. And they're both going to be battling on the front row of the starting grid. We know that Nathan Tye will end up on the Super Pole, but we do know as well that we're going to have the 2 drivers battling for position. Jules Caranta and Miguel Costa are going to be starting on the front row of the starting grid. So what an opportunity this is going to be for them. Jules Caranta for the Energy Course squad and Miguel Costa for the Sauber Academy. They will battle. Look how the day has changed from the start. It is now 25 degrees Celsius air temperature. The wind has picked up big time, 10 kilometers an hour now wind speeds around the circuit, and the humidity has plummeted. It has got very, very hot indeed here. Now it's at 25% humidity. So there's not going to be any rain today, that is for sure. What there is, though, is going to be very strong winds, and the temperatures will climb. So with a 25 degrees Celsius air temperature, you're looking at about 35, 36 degrees Celsius track temperature. And at this tail end of the day, these last 2 heats for the OK Juniors and OK Seniors are definitely going to be interesting for the drivers. They need to obviously figure out how they are going to end the day in close proximity. But those are the 2 drivers starting on the front row of the grid. One of them will become a Super Pole sitter for tomorrow's Super Heats. We know that Nathan Tye will be one of them. but we don't know who's going to be the other. Miguel Costa and Gil Caranta both have 2 points accrued over the course of the day, as they have been flawless, winning all but one of their races so far this weekend, but one of them has got to concede defeat to the other. Whoever does is going to be the one that will end up on the front row of the starting grid for their super heat, but on the wrong side of the grid. This heat is everything to Gil Caranta and Miguel Costa, and it couldn't be higher stakes, because if they both have a problem, then it's going to be Anatoly Kavalkin that could pick up the pieces and bag a super pole instead. So the stakes haven't been any higher for Gil Caranta and Miguel Costa. They both want to get a super pole. It would be their first in Champions of the Future in the Euro Series, but it's definitely the right time to stand up and pay attention. Only one of them can get this job done. Gil Caranta is the favourite to do so on the inside of the front row, but Miguel Costa does not want to let anything slip here. From the outside of that front row, he will want to make the best start he possibly can. And Nicolas Roos will definitely be wanting to buy back some of the positions he lost after his mechanical problem in the previous race that saw him pull off on the opening lap, or not even before that lap, on the formation lap. And then fourth on the grid will be René Lammers, who has a good chance of starting on the inside of the second row for one of the super heats. That's a very strong place for René Lammers to be. So Gil Caranta and Miguel Costa will be on the front row of the starting grid. Nicolas Roos and René Lammers will be on the second. Then Dimitri Matveev and Jan Pesodowski, Tame Soleil and Thomas Strauven. Aaron Garcia and Alex O'Grady from Emanuele Olivieri and Edward Robinson. Tobias Clausen and Salim Hernandez. Luvaway Sam Budler and Matthias Orwela. Then Andy Consani and Luna Flusha. It'll be Jimmy Helias and Sebastian Kopeng. Then Griffin Peebles and Leo Nilsson from Ariman Bansal and Mohan Kumar Abai, an all-Indian row 12. So this is the race that is going to determine who is going to be our second Super Pole contender in OK Junior. Nathan Tai has obviously won all 5 of his heats leading up to this, so there's no doubt that he is going to be our Super Pole in the first Super Heat tomorrow morning. But who's going to be Super Pole in the second? It's either going to be Gil Caranta, Miguel Costa, or if both of them have a nightmare, Anatoly Kavalkin for the Paralympic team. So we will find out over the course of these remaining 8 laps of the day for the OK Juniors. There is only one race after this one, and that is qualifying Heat 15 for the OK category. The last one, essentially, and that will be for Groups B versus D, where the final few places of the Super Heats will be played out. So this is it as far as the OK Junior qualifying heats are concerned. B versus D, and this is the big one to decide who will be a Super Pole sitter along with Nathan Tai. Will it be Gil Caranta or will it be Miguel Costa? Or if both of them have an absolute disaster, then Anatoly Kavalkin, sat on the sidelines, could suddenly find himself on a Super Pole when he was expecting to be on the outside of a front row, which is an even worse place to be. So let's see how the contenders are likely to go from the front row of the grid. It's unbelievable that the 2 contenders who could take a Super Pole are going to be together on the front row of the grid. Gil Caranta versus Miguel Costa to the first corner, and for 8 laps of racing, one of these 2 drivers is going to emerge potentially as our Super Pole. If it's not them, then Anatoly Kavalkin will pick it up. So this is a really important race. Who's going to get the job done? Ready, Avanti! And it's a good start from the front end of the field. Miguel Costa trying not to lose too much time. It's a run wide for the race leader. He's going to get held up there, and Nicolas Roos is going to come for a spin in the middle of the pack, and he goes into the side of another competitor. That is Matthias Orwela going off the road there, having been tagged by Salim Hernandez, and there's several more karts involved. So those 2 are involved, but they're not the only ones. There are 3 more karts involved in it, as Griffin Peebles, Ariman Bansal and Mohan Kumar Abai are also involved in their own incident. They've come off together. You can just about see them in the background, but out in front now, Nicolas Roos is the leader of this race in the CRG. Now that's not in the script for Caranta and Costa. They really didn't want to lose any more points than they have to. They can still finish in the top 3 and be in the Super Pole depending on where their rival finishes. Oh, the 25 there of René Lammers almost getting nerfed by the 86 there of Alex O'Grady as they came through. So that got very nasty. It just about stayed away from harm's way. And it looks to me as though the hard work has been done by the marshals. They have cleared the wreckages from the side of the road. You can see all 5 carts there strewn over the background of the circuit. But they have done so with isolated yellows rather than a full course yellow. Excellent work. Oh, and Jules Carranza up the inside, and that's a big lunge on the Leclerc by Lennox of Luca Horton by Miguel Costa. He needed to make it work. Sorry, that was Garcia who was overtaking. So, problems for the 2 Superpole contenders. But as it stands at the moment, it looks like it's going to be Carranza that ends up on the Superpole despite being down in 4th position. And there is 3rd position. There's the lead change. Matt Vive comes through past Nicolas Roos. Carranza in 3rd position. So Gilles Carranza looking good at the moment. He started the lap in P4, so if he's in 3rd, that should pretty much seal the deal as far as the Superpole is concerned. But Miguel Costa is desperately trying to get himself back into contention. He's down to 7th though, behind Emanuele Olivieri, and this is not good news for the Brazilian, but it's great news for Gilles Carranza. 3rd position would do to get him a Superpole all sorted out. So he looks like he's going to finish on 5 points accrued rather than 2, but that will still be enough to give him a Superpole as Nicolas Roos is going to try his luck on Dimitri Matviv. Carranza, having lost a couple of positions initially at the start, has now got a little bit of time. He might have to do this the hard way, but still, he can make it happen. But the top 3 is good enough. Carranza doesn't have to win this race to get the Superpole. He just has to finish ahead of Miguel Costa, which is exactly where he is at the moment. Costa is down in 8th position now, and this is going to topple him below Anatoly Kavalkin. So it's going to be Ty and Kavalkin on the front row of the grid together by the look of things in the superheats, with Carranza looking likely to be alongside Costa on the starting grid again. So that could be very interesting for the second superheat tomorrow if it stays like this. But Matviv and Roos still very close together. Dimitri Matviv, obviously the race leader. Nicolas Roos in second, and Carranza is closing on both of them. So with 5 laps to go, Matviv and Roos are still battling together, but Carranza is definitely gaining ground on them. Then it is Pisarovsky in front of Tame Soleil. Olivieri is running a very solid 6th place. René Lammers going well in 7th ahead of Costa. Here we go. Nicolas Roos takes the lead. Carranza goes with him into 2nd. So Jules Carranza has gone into P2. The Frenchman now right in behind the South African Nicolas Roos. So Roos is your leader in the CRG. This more than makes up for his mechanical problems on the formation lap in the previous heat when he didn't even get to start the race. Now Matviv and Carranza are giving chase to the CRG. 4th place is Pisarovsky, and then Soleil is in 5th place, the German for the Kart Republic team. Olivieri, Lammers, Costa, O'Grady, Robinson, Garcia, Nilsson, Strauben and Clausen. From Helias, Luna Flusha, Liverway Sam Budler, Sebastian Kopeng, and at the back of the field, I can't believe I'm saying this, is Andy Consani of the Sony Kart team. He's really struggling. I think he got caught up in the first lap incident though, which is why he's down at the back. There's only 19 karts running because we had 5 go out on the first lap. Arai, Bansal, Peebles, Orjuela, and Salim Hernandez, whose kart you can see on the bottom left of your screen. So, Nicolas Roos, Jules Carranza, Dimitri Matviv and Jan Pisarovsky. There goes the move on Carranza from Matviv. But Carranza's going to try and get him straight back again. Wheel to wheel, side by side. Carranza does not want to be intimidated here. He wants a Superpole. Come on, Dimitri, get out of the way. You're not even in contention for a Superpole, says Jules Carranza. I want this more than you. And Jan Pisarovsky is now trying to close up on the energy course as well. This is where pressure can start to creep in, and this is where a move or two can suddenly go to pieces. Jules Carranza in unfamiliar territory here. He's never had to compete for a Superpole before, certainly never been in contention for one. Now he's got a chance to make it happen. And Miguel Costa drops down to 8th position. He comes back up to 7th though, getting past Alex O'Grady. And they've both managed to get the moves on another of their competitors in the field. As up the inside, nearly a move there from Pisarovsky to get past Carranza. But Carranza's got good straight line speed. He's going to put Dimitri Matviv under some pressure now at the hairpin. Trying to get himself back into position. Here we go. Jules Carranza on the inside of Matviv, and there's gaps opening up for Jan Pisarovsky. He gets through into 3rd place as well. So Nicolas Roos, Jules Carranza, and Jan Pisarovsky in front of Dimitri Matviv. Tame Soleil. And then it is Miguel Costa. He's got himself back into 6th position. Now that's critical, because he's going to be alongside Kavalkin in the points tally. Here comes the move, though, from Pisarovsky. He gets through on Jules Carranza into 2nd position. And Nicolas Roos will be loving this because the CRG driver from South Africa, who's put on an excellent display in this particular heat, is now going to be out in front. So terrific racing from the competitors at this moment in time. They're still putting on a good show. Still some extraordinary racing from the OK Juniors in their last heat of the weekend before the Super Heats. Roos, Wazadowski, Caranta, Matveev, Saleh. There is Miguel Costa, who comes across the line in P6. That's going to put him tied on points with Kavalkin, but on countback, it'll go to Costa, and he will end up on the front row of the starting grid for the Super Heat alongside Nathan Tye. If it stays like this, of course. Alex O'Grady still running a solid race in the top 10, looking very good, the Irishman, and the fastest lap of the race to boot. So through come Roos, Wazadowski and Caranta on the penultimate lap of the day here for the juniors. There is one more race to come for the seniors, of course. Oh, and that is a spinner, and out of the race for the Leclerc by Lennox kart, I'm afraid. So that is game over for Aaron Garcia. It looks as though Andy Consani has joined him on the sidelines, so Consani out of the race as well. But Aaron Garcia spins off the road. I don't know whether he had assistance or whether that was on his own, but certainly the result is not changed by that. Aaron Garcia trying to get going again at turn 5, and it isn't going to happen. Last lap begins. Nicolas Roos in front of Wazadowski, Caranta, Matveev, Saleh and Costa. And in 7th place, that is Alex O'Grady in front of René Lammers. Then Olivieri, and we've also got the 51 there of Edward Robinson. So, side by side for position. That is Caranta versus Matveev. This is dangerous for Caranta. He needs to let Matveev go or get back on the inside. He is going to try and get back through, but he can't make it. Now, Caranta's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to get himself a front fairing penalty because that will put Costa back into position. He's got to be so careful on this final lap. Gilles Caranta tucks up behind Dimitri Matveev. Other drivers will know that he's not going to want to get into too many scraps, so they could take advantage here. But out in front, despite the final lap pressure from Jan Wazadowski, it is going to be the South African ace Nicolas Roos that will take the victory. And a brilliant comeback after not starting the previous race. Now Nicolas Roos takes the win in the CRG from Jan Wazadowski. And to the line, it is Matveev, Saleh and Caranta, who finishes just 1 point ahead of Costa and Kavalkin in the qualifying heats rankings. 5th will do for Gilles Caranta. But Nicolas Roos, what a comeback and a great drive from the CRG man. Devastating that he couldn't race in the previous race. We'll never know how well he could have gone. Could even have got another win out of that one. But certainly from this one, Nicolas Roos showcases his skill and his ability by taking his first Champions of the Future Euro Series heat win this year. Excellent work from Nicolas Roos. And a solid performance. He really has been fantastic over the course of the weekend thus far. The 32 of Gilles Caranta going full guns blazing, managing to get to 5th position, and that secures him in the Super Pole for tomorrow's 2nd Super Heat, but only just. So he is very, very lucky to come away with that. Gilles Caranta will be Super Pole in the 2nd Super Heat. Nicolas Roos then takes the win from Jan Wazadowski, Dimitri Matveev, Tame Saleh and Gilles Caranta. Miguel Costa is 6th in the end from René Lammers and Alex O'Grady. Emanuele Olivieri and Edward Robinson from Thomas Strauven and Tobias Clausen. Jimmy Helias ahead of Luna Flusha. And then it is Duverway Sam Pudler, Leo Nilsson, Sebastian Kopeng. And then the retirements, Aaron Garcia and Andy Consani of the Sodi Kart team. And then we had 5 retirements before they even completed the first lap. Salim Hanna Hernandez, Matthias Orwela, Griffin Peebles, Ariman Bansal, and Mohan Kumar Abai. Now, the drivers who were involved in those incidents are being encouraged wherever possible to get their karts back onto the road and drive themselves back. But not everybody is in a position to do that, so there is going to be a little bit of a clean-up job ready ahead of the final race of the day, which will be qualifying heat B versus D in the OK senior category. No Super Poles to battle for, because that is going to be played out between Alex Powell and Joe Turney, as we already know. But there are still some decent positions to fight for on the starting grid for these latter qualifying heats. And this last race is going to be a very interesting one. So the battle will continue, and there's going to be one more race to come. So tell me a little bit about the Zuera circuit. It's obviously a very fast one, but it's also quite technically challenging. What is it actually like to drive the circuit here at Zuera behind the wheel?
Good fun, yeah. It's nice. Really fast track. Yeah, the straights probably the longest one we do. So top speed is something like 138 or something. So yeah, it's hard to get away as well because of the straight. You've got a lot of slipstream, so the racing should be really close.
Yeah. Honestly, it's not like the track for my driving style, but I will try to do my best, and let's see what happens on Sunday. Cannot say.
What is it about the circuit then that doesn't suit your driving style so much, Luigi?
I like more short tracks, like La Conca, like Sarno, like okay, the new Sarno, like Lonato. In this track we have short sprocket, and for my driving style is not the best, so I need to improve. I need to work a lot with me and try to gain something.
Yeah, there is a lot of fast corners. The most is the fast corners, but also you have 2 or 3 slow corners where you have to drive good.
So let's talk a little bit about engines, because it's quite a emotive topic here. How important is it that the engine is there ready for qualifying to get a good lap? Just how important is that on this track?
Very important at every track. Yeah, the engine, a big part of the races here is different manufacturers, so it's not everybody using the same thing. So, okay, we need to develop as drivers, but also we're developing material, we're developing the engines and the chassis. So, and you see different engines going fast in different tracks. So, no, we need to try and find a good package for every track we go to, and that's a job for the team and for the driver. But no, the engine's just as important as anything else.
Yeah, for me it's a 50-50. 50% on driving and chassis, and 50% the engine. Of course, in this track is more important.
Yourself, Thomas?
It's like that. The only thing goes in go-kart, in karting, it's only the engine. You can't move faster or slower. It's the engine moves. The engine drives.
It's true. That is true. Correct.
An interesting question. Is it more important here at Zuera to have good slipstream or a good engine?
What's more important?
If you have good engine, you win the race. I mean, you don't need the slipstream. You stay first and nobody catch you. This is
very true.
It's difficult. For the qualifying, you need both. If you want to be at the front, you need both. Whereas in the race, you need to be able to go alone. If you want to win, you can't have the slipstream. So, yeah, I'd say the engine's probably more important.
Yeah, it's same for me. The engine is more important because with slipstream you cannot go faster. If you're alone in front, you have no slipstream. It's only engine.
I think here as well this week, because it will be so hot on the weekend, when you're in the slipstream of the other drivers, the engine will come quite hot as well, which will be a bit of a disadvantage. So I think if you can lead and have the engine a bit cooler than the others, that will help.
Great racing so far in Champions of the Future 2022's Euro Series, the second round here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera. There is just one race of the day left, and that is the OK Senior race for qualifying heat B versus D. And it'll put some fascinating battles back onto the circuit for one final time today. after what has been a exceptional battle. We now know that it's going to be Nathan Tai and Jules Caranta on the Super Poles in the OK Junior, and in the OK Senior, it'll be Joe Turney and Alex Powell who will be on Super Pole. But there are still a few battles left to fight out for. Kia Nakamura Berta and David Walter will be on the front row of the grid for this last heat of the day. And obviously, their grid positions for the Super Heats are up for grabs. Oscar Pedersen and Freddie Slater will be together on the second row of the starting grid. Emili Koivisto will be alongside Maxim Orlov on the third. And then we will have Matthias Ferreira alongside Harley Keeble on the fourth row of the grid, the Kart Republic and the Birolart driver. And to round out the top 10, it will be Brazilian Olin Gali for the CRG Racing team. And in 10th position, it will be Oscar Wurz of the Tony Kart Racing team, the youngster from Austria, with a whole host of stars behind them. Gabriel Gomez and Zachary David. Victor Gustafsson will be 13th on the grid from Gustav Wisniewski. Watch out for Akshay Bora and Keanu Elazadi. Both drivers have been making some good moves through the field over the course of the day. When they've got an opportunity to make overtakes, they will take them. So there's going to be some great battle and great banter in this final race of the day. Tomorrow's races will be the Super Heats, of course, and there will be only 36 drivers to go through from both categories in junior and senior. So we are up for the scrap, and we are up for one final battle out on the circuit. Qualifying heat, B versus D in the OK Senior category. Kian Nakamura Berta and David Walter on the front row from Oscar Pedersen and Freddie Slater. Emili Koivisto and Maxim Orlov from Matthias Ferreira and Harley Keeble. And then it will be Olin Gali and Oscar Wurz from Gabriel Gomez and Zachary David. Victor Gustafsson and Gustav Wisniewski. And then Akshay Bora and Nathan Sharp, Keanu Elazadi and Andrea Vibriantit from Max Angelard, Rohan Madesh, Nathaniel Den Hont and Sofia Kotala. And we have one kart not getting out there on the course at the moment. I think it is the CRG of Olin Gali. So Olin Gali is struggling to get out onto the circuit from the top 10. Now, if they can get him started again, he's going to have to start the race from the back of the grid. So that is disastrous for the Brazilian. He cannot now take his original grid position, but they have to get him started again. So can they push start him from the pits? That's going to be the real problem. Well, no, I'm afraid, looking at it, because of course he's left the circuit, technically he's left to go out onto the circuit, and they can't take him back to the repair area because the repair area is down the pit lane. So I have a feeling that Olin Gali is going to be out of luck here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to take the restart unless they can push start him from his current position. Because the only place they're allowed to work on the kart is the repair area, and that is partway down the pit lane, so they can't reverse him back all that way because he's technically gone out onto the circuit. So I'm afraid it's looking pretty nasty for Olin Gali. They're going to try and push start him and get him into the final race. But I'm not entirely sure that Olin Gali is going to have his chance here for the CRG team. They need to push start him from the pits. And, well, it's a difficult one. But Kia Nakamura Berta and David Walter will be battling for position. Can they get Olin Gali push started? They're going to try and get him onto the circuit despite the fact that they're pulling out on the other side. No, it's not going to happen. Olin Gali, I'm afraid, and the CRG team have tried their best, but it's game over for Olin Gali. They tried to repair it, give him a push start out of the pits, but it's not going to happen for the Brazilian. He'll be out. What a shame. So Nakamura Berta and Walter will come off the first turn side by side. Who's going to get to the second corner first? We will find out as they come out of the tram lines and up to the first corner, and we are a false start. False start. So a false start on the run to the first corner there as the drivers are not in position now. Olin Gali is going to try and push start the car to get it going again because they've got a false start. So can they get him going? Well, the answer is third time lucky, third time unlucky. No, no chance. I'm afraid on this occasion the CRG really has let Olin Gali down. He tried once, he tried twice, he tried 3 times, and it's not going. If at first you don't succeed, push starting a CRG isn't going to happen on this occasion. I mean, they do say try again, but that's exactly what he did. And it didn't make any difference at all. I think they're going to give it one last try in the hope that they can get him out when the field goes past the pits. But certainly for Olim Gali and the CRG team, it is looking pretty hopeless at the moment for the Brazilian. So Nakamura Berta, pole position. David Walter, second place. Two drivers that have been absolutely on their A game from the start of the weekend. Look, Olim Gali is still got, please let me out. Please let me out. But unfortunately, the official is there saying, look, you've had 3 goes at it. You've had 3 tries. We'll get this started. Let's go racing, though. Here we go. First corner. And charging through to turn 1. Everybody gets through. Flat on the throttle here at Zuera. There's a little bit of jockeying for position. Nakamura Berta's got the lead, though, in front of Oscar Pedersen. And as the field makes their way through at turn 2, it's going to be Pedersen for the lead past Nakamura Berta. He dives into the hairpin. And the Swede gets through. A little bit of a run wide there from Andrea Vibriantit, I think that is, the Lithuanian. And Nakamura Berta is going to get a little bit of pressure now from Emili Koivisto, who's moved up to 3rd place. No, wait, that's the sister cart. No, it is Koivisto, who's got past David Walter. So Walter in 4th place. Freddie Slater trying to shake off Gabriel Gomez. So some good battles on this first lap as they continue on the far side of the course. It is going to be a really exciting battle as the competitors continue on their way through. Nakamura Berta trying to get back on terms with our race leader, Oscar Pedersen, who has got a decent advantage now. With Nakamura Berta 2nd, Koivisto in 3rd, and in 4th is David Walter. Then Ferreira, Slater, Gomez, Keeble, Gustafsson, Bora, and Keanu Alazari. So Bora and Alazari have done it again. The 2 of them are charging their way through the field, making up places. So Akshay Bora and Keanu Alazari once again absolutely lightning round this course. And even though they didn't get the qualifying laps they wanted, they are able to make up a lot of overtaking moves nice and early. Bora is 10th, Alazari is 11th. What a great start from both of them. And they are now at the back of this queue that is starting to form up behind Kia Nakamura Berta. So they've still got opportunities to make up more overtakes. They will try and get themselves into a decent position for the final tomorrow through the superheats. Oscar Pedersen is the race leader in front of Kia Nakamura Berta, but Nakamura Berta is actually quicker than Oscar Pedersen in both the 1st and 2nd sectors. So Nakamura Berta is not done yet. Koivisto in 3rd place may get something special here. There they go to the first corner. Looks like Matias Ferreira could actually end up making a move for 4th position here, and he does. Dives in. Matias Ferreira gets into 4th position. The Kart Republic now have into 4th place. And that's a lead change. Nakamura Berta gets into the lead. So Kia Nakamura Berta moves past Oscar Pedersen, and that gets him a new race leader. So Kia Nakamura Berta runs out of the front. 2nd place for Oscar Pedersen. 3rd position for Koivisto, and then David Walter behind Matias Ferreira, who has obviously made his move to come up into 4th position. Freddie Slater, P6, then Gabriel Gomez, Harley Keeble, Akshay Bora, Victor Gustafsson, and Keanu Alazari, who has got through past Gustafsson now. So Bora and Alazari have worked together almost in tandem to get up into the top 10. Good driving from the pair of them. Gustafsson is 11th from Wurtz, Angelard, and then it is I think that's going to be Nathaniel Den Hont, isn't it, in 14th place. Good recovery from the Belgian. Picking up some good overtakes in this race. So some good driving from Nathaniel Den Hont, who is now in 14th position ahead of Sharp, Orlov, David, Vibriantit, Wisniewski and Madesh, ahead of Sofia Katala. And on the inside, that is the move for 2nd from Koivisto, and the move for 4th for David Walter. Matias Ferreira may have set the fastest lap of the race, but David Walter still got the overtake on him. So Kia Nakamura Berta leads Koivisto and Pedersen. Then Ferreira is behind David Walter. Slater is 6th from Gomez, Keeble, Bora and Alazari, with Gustafsson in 11th. And then there's a gap back to Oscar Wurtz in the Tony car. So the battle continues. And we know obviously that it's going to be Terni, Powell, Patuca and Coluccio. But Kia Nakamura Berta is trying to hang on to 6th position with Pedersen and Koivisto locked in a terrific battle for 7th on the rankings, and that would be the outside of the 2nd row of the grid for their superheat. So it could be interesting to see which race they end up in. Nakamura Berta from Koivisto, Pedersen, Walter, Ferreira, Slater, Gomez, Keeble, Bora and Alazari in the top 10. Great work from them all, and a superb battle as the drivers are continuing to give us a lot of excitement out there. So Nakamura-Berta trying to run away. Emili Koivisto sets the fastest lap. Looking pretty hot out there at the moment. Oscar Pedersen under some pressure from David Walter. So David Walter working very hard there on the far side. But there's definitely going to be some exciting battles up at the sharp end of the field. 5th position is Matias Ferreira, the Brazilian, and 6th place Freddie Slater from Gomez, Keeble, Bora and Gustafsson in front of Keanu Alazari and Oscar Wirtz. So Max Angelard in front of Nathaniel Den Hont and Nathan Sharp, then Max Orlov and Zachary David from Gustav Wisniewski, and 19th position, that is Rohan Madesh ahead of Andrea Vibriantit and Sofia Kotala. 5 laps done, 6 to go. Still a lot can change in this one as Nakamura-Berta is being caught by Emili Koivisto. That would be a groundbreaking moment for the Koski Motorsport team's young Finn. Emili Koivisto really would love to take a first win in the Champions of the Future. He's in 2nd place. He sets the fastest lap. He's definitely in the draft of Nakamura-Berta. David Walter has won heats before, but Emili Koivisto has not yet. So this would be a big one for the Finn and a groundbreaking weekend for him. Can he get the move on Nakamura-Berta? He's definitely closing up on him. Nakamura-Berta has won heats at Champions of the Future level before. But now this is all going to come down to what he can produce after what has been a stunning race battle so far. Nakamura-Berta, Koivisto, Walter, Pedersen and Ferreira, then Freddie Slater, a little bit of a gap back to him. Gomez, Keeble, Bora and Gustafsson from Alazari and Wirtz. But Koivisto is going to be in the slipstream here on Nakamura-Berta. He may even want to go for the move before they even get to turn 2. Tucks in behind the youngster. The reigning junior world champion is the man in front of Emili Koivisto. Can he get past him? Koivisto's going to go for it, and he will take the lead here at Zuera, and the gap is still open for Walter. The teammates can go together. Koivisto leads, Walter 2nd, and Nakamura-Berta down to 3rd. So this is going to be interesting now from this point on, because what you're going to get to see from this point is Walter trying to get past his own teammate. Here he goes. And Walter is looking likely to deny his own teammate a first win in Champions of the Future. But Emili Koivisto will not give up on his teammate. You've got to remember there's no team championship. So yes, you can run in the same morning. Yes, you can share data. But once the gates close, that's it. You're on your own out there. They do say in the world of karting, after the gates, no mates. Walter, Koivisto, and Kia Nakamura-Berta in 3rd position. Some good battles so far. Ferreira in 4th, Pedersen in 5th, then Slater a little way back in 6th place. Nakamura-Berta gets up the inside of Koivisto and moves into 2nd place. So it's looking even more unlikely that Koivisto will get that elusive first victory, as now Ferreira gets through as well, and here comes Oscar Pedersen to add insult to injury. He can't get past Koivisto. It was nice while it lasted for Koivisto, but it only lasted about 3 corners before his teammate decided to make the move, and now David Walter is stretching away from Nakamura-Berta and Ferreira. Here comes Koivisto. He wants to get back into the top 3 at least. So Emili Koivisto up into 3rd. Great driving from the Finn. Definitely the best we've seen from him. He's really looking pretty authoritative out there as well, young Emili Koivisto. So excellent performance at the moment, but there are 3 laps to go at the end of this one, so it could all still change again. David Walter leads the race. Nakamura-Berta 2nd. 3rd position is Koivisto, then Ferreira and Pedersen. Then Gabriel Gomez, who's managed to get past Freddie Slater, and Harley Keeble in 8th position, looking for a chance to get by. Slater had 2 wheels on the grass there by the look of it on the approach to the braking zone. And so Keeble is going to get his run on the inside, and he has got past, I do believe. So Keeble through in a 7th place, but Slater is still battling away with him. But David Walter, now that he's in the lead, has opened up the taps and a 1-1.1. And there goes Koivisto. Big launch on the inside of Kia Nakamura-Berta. He'll go the long way round to cut for the inside line for the next apex. Good move from Emili Koivisto. So 2nd position still very much in the offing for the Finn. And that's going to put him into 7th place in the rankings overall if he can stay in this position. Nakamura-Berta tries to come back at him. It's not going to happen on this occasion, as Nakamura-Berta will still run in P3. Run in P4 because Ferreira got through. So his teammate Matias Ferreira has been able to get through, and that's going to drop Nakamura-Berta to 16 points. Koivisto is going to be on 21, so behind him in the general rankings, but he'll be on the fourth position of the starting grid on the outside of the second row for the superheat as Nakamura Berta goes on the inside of Ferreira, and there goes Pedersen with him as we are on the penultimate lap here at Zuera. A great performance so far from the Koski Motorsport duo in first and second places, a second between them as Nakamura Berta is trying as best as he can to hang on to third position, considering how tough it is out there. He's giving it everything he's got. So a very solid battle all the way through. David Walter is a second clear of Emili Koivisto as the race nears its conclusion. But David Walter is having an astonishing run out in front. Koivisto in second from Nakamura Berta, Pedersen and Ferreira. And then it is Gabriel Gomez ahead of Keeble and Slater, with Bora in ninth and Gustafsson in 10th. Last lap, and it looks like it's going to be a Koski Motorsport 1-2. That's something they haven't done before. Certainly not in Champions of the Future anyway. So it looks like it's going to be David Walter in front of Emili Koivisto. And what a great drive it's been again from the young Dane. His Finnish teammate has been there or thereabouts throughout in second position. Great scrap in the last lap brewing now between Nakamura Berta, Ferreira and Pedersen. Ferreira getting back through on the Swede to move up into fourth position. And there's a great tussle behind them as well. It's Gomez, Keeble and Slater for sixth position. So now Nakamura Berta is going to have a little bit of work to keep his teammate behind him. Matthias Ferreira still hanging on to fourth position, but wants to go for third if he can find an opportunity. But out in front, no pressure at all for the Koski Motorsport Tony Kart of the Danish superstar David Walter, who is going to come out of the final turn, and he will take the checkered flag, not for the first time this weekend. A good performance from the Koski Motorsport team. David Walter takes the victory. Emili Koivisto second again, and third it is Nakamura Berta ahead of Ferreira and Pedersen. Excellent end to the day here in Zuera. We really have had some spectacular racing through the OK Junior and OK qualifying heats. We've had 30 races across the 2 days, and now we know that on the front row of the grid for the juniors, the pole sitters in the super heats tomorrow, the super poles, will go the way of Nathan Tye and Jules Caranta, the British driver and the Frenchman for Sony Kart and Energy Course. And in the senior category, the super poles will go the way of Joe Turney, the British driver for Tony Kart, and Alex Powell, the Jamaican for Kart Republic Motorsport. But David Walter ends today in fine style, and that will book him a place in a decent position for the super heat tomorrow. But the man who finishes ahead of him on ranked points is Emili Koivisto, his teammate, who finishes second to him in this last heat. And a great day for Emili Koivisto. In the senior category, I would have to say that Koivisto is the driver of the day. To be up there in the top 10 of the rankings, that's absolutely sensational for Koivisto. He definitely deserves the plaudits from this. Walter and Koivisto in the top 2. Kia Nakamura Berta ahead of Matthias Ferreira and Oscar Pedersen. Gabriel Gomez, Freddie Slater, Harley Keeble, Victor Gustafsson and Akshay Bora in the top 10. Then the Tony Kart twins, Keanu Alazadi in front of Oscar Wirtz. Nathan Sharp is ahead of Maxi Angalard. Nathaniel Den Hont finishes up in front of Maxim Orlov. Then Zachary David comes home in front of Gustav Wisniewski for the Forza Racing team. 19th place behind them is Rohan Madesh, and Andrea Vibriantit comes home ahead of Sofia Kotala. All of the drivers that started were able to come home for the finish. The one man who couldn't start was Olin Gali. Muchas gracias for the Armada Naranja around the circuit. The Orange Army, the marshals have been fantastic today. Muchas gracias to our marshals and officials around the course. Without them, we couldn't do any of this. And they have given us another great 2 days of entertainment so far. There's going to be 6 races tomorrow, 2 super heats per class, and then the final at Zuera for the Champions of the Future Euro Series. We've had a spectacular day here at Zuera, and we're going to have another one tomorrow as the battle will continue. But we now know the pole position sitters, the super poles in junior. It's going to be Nathan Tye and Jules Caranta in the junior. In the senior, it will be Joe Turney and Alex Powell. I'm Jake Stanson. It's been a great day of the races here at the Champions of the Future Euro Series. Let's do it all again tomorrow.